to like an analogy we had where we were talking about evidence. Now, I'm not going to get in a conversation about evidence. I'm just going to use that conversation as an analogy. And we were talking about quantitative versus qualitative evidence, right? And it almost seems like you guys are talking about the same kind of things in the sense that when you put your academic eyes on, you're looking for quantitative evidence, science, the scientific method, this, that, and the other. But with your spiritual eyes, you're seeing quality, you're seeing qualitative differences that I think, and when people talk about evidences, I kind of think it's interesting because just like you're talking about when people read the Bible with academic eyes, they might be seeing a veneer of understanding, but that underneath that veneer is a lot of qualitative information that can only be seen with your spiritual eyes. Does that sound fair?
Yeah, yeah. I can't disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent point, Christopher. That was good. Let's move on. So if I'm not misunderstanding you, the idea of seeing the kingdom of God, whatever the kingdom of God is in this context, let's just leave that loose for the sake of argument. Whatever this is, unless you're born again, you really can't see, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, let's take it a step further. If we have to have this prerequisite, how can we have this prerequisite met that is in our lives? Or do we need to meet it? In other words, has it already been done? What is it? What does it mean to be technically, quote unquote, and I shouldn't say technically, or, looking through the spiritual eyes of it? What is Jesus talking about here when it comes to being, or having this prerequisite, whatever born again means? What does it have? What is that prerequisite being met?
If I understand what you're saying, if you're talking about like how to become born again or how to be able to see things from the eyes of God.
It's kind of like if I deal with some Reformed theologians, they will say that the issue of being born again. Let me turn to a passage that you will be familiar with, and that would be Ephesians.
Okay.
The book of Ephesians. It's just a few pages over. If you have a Bible like mine, and my Bible is quite torn, so it's rather clumsy to get there. But in Ephesians, the writer...
Good to have a torn Bible.
Yeah, a torn up Bible, yeah. But I go through these things, just all the time. I'm thankful for computers. And so maybe you can help me to understand this particular passage, because it says in chapter 2, verse 4 of this book that we call this universal epistle. That is, most theologians refer to it that way, or this way. It says, "But God, who is rich in mercy, for his great love wherewith he loved us, even when we were dead in sins, hath quickened us together in Christ," or with Christ. And so it says in parentheses, "By grace ye are saved." And so a lot of Reformed theologians would suggest that at the same time that Jesus was quickened or made alive, we were made alive. Let me read this from the NIV. The NIV in verse 4 says, "But because of his great love for us, God, who is rich in mercy, made us alive with Christ, even when we were dead in transgressions. It is by grace you have been saved." And so the timing of salvation, according to theologians, that is, of some Reformed minds, are actually saying that this salvation, this born-again experience, or this quickened mindset actually took place 2,000 years ago. When Christ was, quickened or made alive, we also were made alive with him. And so that's where I'm going next, is when it comes to being born again, does this verse, does this chapter tie into this concept of being born again? If not, what does it mean to be? What does it mean by being made alive with Christ? In other words, at the same time Christ was made alive, we were made alive. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree that that verses, the verses that you read, means that Jesus was that Jesus was quickened. I think they're talking about us. that we were quickened with the Holy Spirit, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, in the King James Version, it says, hath quickened us together with Christ.
Yeah. But
And,
then
he's
you say,
dealing specifically with his death, because the next verse says, and he says, by grace you are saved. In other words, he's claiming that salvation is something that, and I'm speaking from the standpoint of an English translation and through the eyes of Reformed theologians. I'm not speaking for myself, but they claim that, and hath raised us up together. In other words, they're placing this in the past to suggest not only were we made alive with him, quickened together with Christ, but we've also been raised up together with Christ and made us to sit together in the heavenly places in Christ Jesus. And so the claims of some Reformed theologians is that all of this stuff took place 2,000 years ago.
it was made possible 2,000 years ago.
So-
this can happen right now for someone if they would just come to Jesus Christ by believing, the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ. But what was accomplished 2,000 years ago is Jesus made the way for people to be able to come to Him by faith through grace. So
You're saying technically no one was quickened together with Christ. This is something that has subsequent action after the fact, and this is something that happens when you do something, correct? It's not a matter of being quickened actually with Christ. You really were not raised with Christ, and all of these things really didn't happen. This is just a hypothetical thing that can happen if you make a choice.
No, it's not hypothetical. It's okay. Jesus Christ made the way when he died for the sins of humanity. But we can become joined together with Christ if we come to Him by faith, by believing on Him, which actually goes back to John chapter 3, actually, where Jesus from verse 15 to verse I would say 18. Well, you can go further than that, but if you don't mind, I'd like to read it if you don't mind.
Certainly. Let me turn back to John chapter 3 because I want to be on the same page with you. And I
Okay.
do appreciate your honesty here. You're simply saying that you disagree with some people, that is in the Protestant movement, who model this differently. And I like that you have the the honesty to say, I don't agree with that. That's wonderful. So let's go where you think it is true. And so I'm in John chapter 3. Are you there, Christopher?
You bet.
Are you having fun?
This is great.
Yeah.
3:16, is that where we're starting?
I think we're
No,
going to
3:15.
3:15. Okay.
Yeah.
Now there's a lot in between the verse that we left off with in verse 3, 4 through 15. There's a lot that needs to be talked about before 15,
Right.
but let's start with verse 15 just for the sake of making things go.
But the reason why, I just want to let you guys know the reason why I want to read this is I want to talk about what has to be done in order to have that quickening with Jesus Christ.
Okay.
In the
Yeah.
beginning. So John chapter 3, verse 15 reads that whosoever believeth in Him should not perish, but have eternal life. Verse 16, for God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him should not perish, but have everlasting life. Verse 17, for God sent not His Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through Him might be saved. The final verse, verse 18, he that believeth on Him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he have not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And the way we come to Christ and have that quickening with Him is by believing. Okay, by once again, you have to be born again in order to be able to understand the deeper things about God. But in order to have that relationship with Jesus Christ, like it's talking about in Ephesians with the chapter and verse that you were speaking about, you have to believe, okay? And if you don't believe, the gospel, if you don't believe its teachings, it's very difficult for God to show you anything, because no matter what He shows you, you're just going to constantly be like, well, that can't be true because of this, and that can't be true because of that. You know what I mean? But in order to be really connected to Him, you have to hear Him. You have to be able to trust Him. You have to be able to really test some things. And in order to have that connection, you just have to believe. in order to be quickened with Christ. It's not something that I would say, okay, Jesus died on the cross and all of a sudden everybody was quickened. No, you have to be able to believe on Jesus for that to happen to you personally.
So,
I would say.
in other words, you're saying the death of Christ is one thing, but in order for those blessings, if you will, to become a reality, it's pending. That is your belief in Him, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
So if I can ask a couple of questions, I'd like some definition here. Number one, of condemnation, because verse 19 in the King James Version states, and this is condemnation. Now, let's read what condemnation is. Let's see if it's hellfire, brimstone, or whatever. It says, and this is condemnation, that light, that would be Jesus, has come into the world, and men love darkness rather than the light, because their deeds were evil. Would you agree with that? So condemnation is not go to hell, blah, 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 but it's rather more or less, light came into the world, and men loved darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. Is that correct?
Condemnation
I'm
applies to...
saying as defined by this verse.
Yeah, it's defined by this verse because this word shows up a couple of times. I believe 3 times, I think, between the verses that I got finished reading.
Yeah, but is Jesus defining condemnation for Nicodemus in this context?
He's not defining condemnation. Rather, he's expressing why the condemnation is coming. In verse 19, it says, "And this is the condemnation. This is the condemnation that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than the light because their deeds were evil." If he were to define condemnation, then he would say that, okay, when I come back, and I judge humanity, condemnation would be me finding you guilty for intentionally remaining in your state of being spiritually dead.
Okay. Now, you're saying that we come to Jesus when we make some form of decision, correct? As opposed to the model that says that 2,000 years ago when He died, we died, and when He was made alive, we were made alive. When He was raised, we were raised. You're not for that kind of theology. You're for the kind of theology that says He did this, and there is something pending. You need to go to Christ and believe, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Because if you don't go to Christ, then you're not born again.
Okay, now let's look at verse 20 in this same context. For everyone that doeth evil. Now, I have to admit, in the context of the Bible, when it defines evil, when it says, for everyone that doeth evil, I do evil. I don't have any, I don't want to be dishonest about that. I do evil. But let's listen to what it says. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light. And in this context, the light is whom?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so it says, everyone who doeth evil hateth the light, namely Jesus Christ. Neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. And so is Jesus saying that people will come to Jesus? Or is He saying that people will not come to Jesus /light because they do evil things?
I think what it's saying is that if we can change that word evil just for the sake of like the people that's listening here to sin, okay, that people that like to sin, a lot of them don't want to go to Jesus because of the feeling of guilt and feeling like, well, I did a naughty thing or a bad thing. So they avoid the light. But those people that are in the light and they're doing the same things, they go to the light. Okay? As a matter of fact, let me read it here. We were reading verse 19, right? Or was it 20?
We're just on 20.
Verse 20, okay. For everyone that doeth evil hateth the light, neither cometh to the light, lest his deeds should be reproved. Verse 21, but he that doeth truth cometh to the light, that his deeds may be made manifest, that they are wrought in God. So I agree with you, Dr. Jones. I do evil too. I do a lot of things I have no business doing as a believer. But when I get on my knees or however I choose to go to God in prayer, and I go to Him and I present my deeds to Him, this verse is made true when it says that those deeds were made manifest, that they were wrought in God, meaning God was the one drawing me to Him to talk about those sins so I can humble myself and turn from those things. I hope that helps.
So in a sense, you're saying you can do evil, and it's true that I won't go to Christ, but yet at the same time, if I do truth, I can come to Christ. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now,
But
another word that I wanted to focus on. Oh, go ahead and make your statement. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize.
okay. I just want to say that that if someone does evil, they have the opportunity to come to Christ. You know, like I said, I do evil and I do it often. Or just for the sake of everyone who's listening, because some people don't like that word, use sin or naughty things. You know what I mean? Or things that
Right.
are against God. Okay, I do those things myself.
Now,
Okay.
when it comes to people coming to Christ, let's just read something for the sake of argument. Chapter 6 is very much in concert with chapter 3.
Okay.
And I think that you would agree with this. Verse 35, and Jesus saith unto them, I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst.
Okay.
And then verse 36 says, but I said unto you that ye also have seen me and believe not. And then
Right.
verse 37 makes this statement that some Reformed theologians really say that this is powerful. All that the Father giveth me shall come to me. Now, the question is, when it says all that the Father gives to the Son, would this be those people who the Father gives to the Son, that is to die for their sins?
This is a tricky passage of Scripture.
It's not tricky. It's simple.
But there's a reason why I'm saying it's tricky.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Because it goes into certain a certain teaching that I'm kind of with that predestination type teaching. But I will say this: it does say that God is the one drawing the people to Jesus. Okay.
But my question is,
which suggests that there are some that He's not drawing to Himself. You understand what I'm saying?
right?
But there are other passages in Scripture that would suggest that God is drawing everyone to Himself. It's just that some people, are hearing the message and they just don't want to. They just don't want to come. They just don't want to believe.
But
know.
how can we reconcile verse 37 in your point of view? All that the Father giveth me. That is, if the Father, and let's just say for the sake of argument, quick argument, that this is the Father giving to the Son those He dies for. If the Father gives to the Son every human being that's ever lived, ever will live, if that's true, it says, shall come to me. How do we approach this verse? Do we say this is true, or do we just say it's not true?
We say it's true because if you look at other passages in the Scripture, it says it teaches that God desires for no man to perish, but He wants everyone to come into the knowledge of truth.
Yep.
But God doesn't want to force anyone to come to the knowledge of truth. He'll send pastors, evangelists, prophets, or whoever out there to be able to preach or show the good news to other people,
Yep.
so that they come into the kingdom of God, so that
Right.
they can become part of the body of Christ.
I didn't mean to ask that question, is it true or not true? I should have said, should we look at this thing as true or not true, or possibly am I misunderstanding it? Maybe it needs to be explained differently. And so I apologize for that. So let's continue to move in this text a little bit, because I want to ask another question about, those passages that you were reading in the book of John. Verse 44 of this same chapter says, no man can come to me except the Father which hath sent me draw him, and I will raise him up at the last day. Does this imply that you can't come to God unless He's drawing you? It sounds like you can't get there on your own.
Just give me 1 second. You said John chapter 3, verse 44, or you said
John chapter 6, verse 44.
Okay, just let me look real quick. Got a little lost there.
That's okay. While you're looking, I'd like to interject a little something. I'm really appreciating how nuanced this is becoming, because it seems like what we're wrestling right here with is the idea that there is a message that Jesus is admitting people are resistant to, but at the same time, He wants as many people to be included in the kingdom of God as possible. So, because it almost seems like there's I don't want to say contradiction, but there seems to be a little rub there where it's like, I am the light into darkness. Darkness does not want light. But at the same time, I would like, and everybody to be brought into the kingdom of as many people being brought into the kingdom of heaven as possible. Does that sound like, it seems like there's a rub there, and that seems to be what we're teasing out here.
See, I think that you're really going in the right direction there, because it sounds like, the light comes to the world. There's none of darkness understands any of light. And I think G-Man would agree with that, correct? Or am I
Sorry,
wrong?
say that again, because I was.
I said, we started, talking about John 1, and I think it's verse 3 or 4, where it says light, comes into darkness, and, darkness doesn't understand it. So the question would be, how much of darkness understood any of light, and light being Jesus?
According to Jesus, the darkness have not understood the light. I guess in its entirety, I suppose.
Okay. So this is the dilemma that I'm in here, that is, according to Protestant theology. If none of darkness understands any of light, why would darkness even approach light?
Because God draws darkness to the light.
Okay.
But just real quick, I want to go back to answer something that you said before.
Certainly.
About what we was reading in John chapter 6, verse 44, which, before I completely forget what I was going to say, it says that no man can come to me except the Father which have sent me draw him, and I will raise him up in the last day. If you go to Romans chapter 3.
Okay.
Okay, Romans chapter 3, verses 10 and 11.
Right.
It says, Romans chapter 3, verses 10 and 11, it says, as it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after God, which suggests and actually confirm what we're seeing, I believe, in John chapter 44, where it says that no one comes to him unless God draws them. Because a practical example of what I'm talking about is, and I even ask Christians, and a lot of them are ashamed when I ask them this, I go, well, how many of you, when you woke up in the morning, thought about God and wanted to do what he wanted you to do when you woke up in the morning? And a lot of us, myself included, got to say, wow, I never even thought about it that way. You know what I mean? When I'm out evangelizing, I ask the same question, okay? And then I try to tie that in and say, and tie it in and say, listen, the only way a person can come to God if God draws them to God, draws them to himself, rather, I'm sorry, so that they can hear the message and have an opportunity to believe that message. Now, not everyone's going to believe it, I understand that, but God is giving them the opportunity to believe the message so that they can come out of the darkness and into the light.
But I've got a curiosity question, and I have a Bible that's torn here, so I can't read it out of the King James Version. I have a parallel in front of me, and so I apologize for not being able to read it from the King James Version. But I'm going to read this from the NIV, and that would be in the same chapter that you're quoting from.
Okay.
It says, what if some did not have faith? And I think the King James Version uses the term believe there. It says, will their lack of faith nullify God's faithfulness? And if I continue to read, it says, not at all. It says, let God be true and every man a liar. Could it be true that maybe Paul was talking about, some people think that, if you don't have faith, just damn you. Could it be true that maybe the Apostle Paul was saying, your lack of faith has nothing at all to do with the faithfulness that is of God, because God's going to continue to be faithful to you? Or is that not true?
I would agree with that. You're talking about Romans chapter 3?
Romans chapter 3, verse 3, yes.
Okay, just give me 1 second just so I can confirm what you're saying. Okay, it says, for what if some did not believe and show their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? Oh, okay, all right, oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes, I would agree, because if we come to Christ, I'm sorry, let me see this here. That's interesting. Just give me 1 second. I like to think on it a little bit before I say anything, because
Okay.
I was going to say something and then I was going to contradict myself.
Well,
And there you go. I think that's awesome. The fact that you were just as honest as you were right now is the point of what we're doing.
Yeah.
We want to get to know what you're thinking. And hey, if we brought a question to mind that maybe you hadn't thought about, chew on it for a hot second. I mean, it's
Yeah, yeah.
we're all exploring this together.
Exactly. You know, one of the things that I don't want to do, I don't want to push you. I don't want to trap you. I don't want to try to say something that you're not saying. We're having a conversation. Part of having a conversation is being willing to say, oh, hold on a minute. Let me look at this. Let me think about this. Maybe I read it a long time ago and it meant this to me, and maybe I can remember that. And sometimes we just don't. Sometimes I get up in the morning and it's hard for me to remember my name. And so that's just part of it. And so we're having fun here this morning. Hopefully you will get a hold of a friend and invite them to the conversation. We're going to take it a little bit longer. We're almost out of time. We have so many messages coming in. In fact, I'd like to bring you on next week if that were possible. G-Man, you've been a wonderful guest this morning.
Well, thank you very much. This has been a very good conversation, very good Bible study too. As far as getting an answer out of me for Romans 3, I think that's what we're looking at, Romans
Yeah.
3:3. I think I'm going to need some time to get back to you on that one
Sounds
because
good.
I don't want to contradict myself, and I want to make sure my answer
Okay,
is sound.
now let's take it a little bit further. Since you went to the book of Romans, just for the
Yeah.
sake of just reading, parts of Romans. For instance, if we read out of a Protestant model, and I must insist on this, chapter 5, verse 1, it says, "Therefore, being justified by faith, we have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ." Now, since my Bible is torn, get something close to this so people can see this. I can't read. This is my King James part of it, and it's just shredded. It's worn. But I want to read the NIV that is in verse 9. And I want people to get a sense of what G-Man might be saying here. Because in verse 9 it says, "Since we have now been justified by his blood, how much more shall we be saved from God's wrath through him?" And I think that you would advocate the doctrine of justification. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because I think that what you're saying, in a sense, and I may be wrong, I think that you're saying that born again happens maybe at the same time as being justified.
Exactly.
Okay, so what you're saying is when Jesus was speaking about being born again, and I'm trying to look through your glasses, walk in your shoes, I think you're trying to say that your legal declaration before God is on the basis of having faith in him. Correct?
Exactly.
Okay. And verse 9, it reads, "Since we have now been justified, that is, by his blood," that it's because he shed his blood for our sins, "how much more shall we be saved from the wrath through him?" And I think you would say that, he was trying to encourage the people to say, hey, you don't have to worry about the future pouring out of the wrath of God, and so you're safe, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Now, if I might take this a little bit further and turn a few pages, if you have a Bible like mine, and some of your Bibles may have all of this on the same page, but mine doesn't. So let's talk about, this thing that may happen at the same time that born again happens, whatever these terms mean. Let's look at Romans chapter 8, verse 29. And I'm going to read this from the King James Version. "For whom he did foreknow, he did predestinate." Now, you brought up the term predestinate a while ago, and I said, wow, he may go there. I said, "He also did predestinate to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren." Now, listen to this. He's talking about those he foreknew. Verse 30, he says, "Moreover, whom he did predestinate, them he also called." And so in the context, if he foreknew you, he predestined you, correct? And then he says, if he's predestined you, he's called you, correct? And in the same context, he says, those whom he called, he also justified. And in the same context, those he justified, he also glorified. So if God foreknew you, he did what to? He predestined you. If he predestined you, he called you. If he called you, he justified you. If he justified you, he glorified you.
Right.
And then the writer says, this is what Paul says, what shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? And so, does it really, is Paul trying to make us feel as if this justification is in our future to be decided upon by us? Or is he saying this is based upon God's foreknowledge, which says, if I foreknew you, I actually predestined you, and if I predestined you, I actually called you, and if I called you, I justified you. If I justified you, I glorified you.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Because God knew the future and God knew who would come to Him, that He justified them, that He sanctified them, and He did everything that you're talking about. Yeah, I have no problem with what you're saying.
So
Nothing.
is he saying, oh, he foreknew those who would choose him? Or is he talking about, I foreknew everyone?
According to that text, well, I can make an argument for both, but just for the sake of this conversation, yes, he foreknew those who would come to him.
So
and
that means
because
that
of that,
there's
he justified them. I'm sorry.
that means that it's a select, right? Like, is that the implication here? Like, it's the difference between foreknowing everybody because he knows everything, that everybody is included in who he foreknew, or is it the fact that people were predestined and selected by him to come
Oh,
to him?
okay, I see what you're talking about.
I'm just asking.
No.
It seems to be like, go ahead.
That's a real good question. Because God knew in advance who would come and who would not come. The Apostle Paul is saying that those people are the ones that he predestined. You know what I mean? It's not so much because he wanted to be picky. Okay, I want you, and I don't want you, and I want you, and I want you. No, he had foreknowledge on who would come and who would not come. So the people that he knew would come, he did all of those things for them. He predestinated them. He justified them, sanctified them, saved them, and everything else that Dr. Jones was speaking about.
So that's a super interesting point, if you don't mind me interjecting, because, all right, so I'm going to put on the theist glasses, and for those purposes, God is beyond time, right?
Yes.
So like past, present, future, that means nothing. That only means things to us because we're temporal beings, and God is not a temporal being. So
Right.
if I can paraphrase what you're saying, and I hope I can, you're kind of saying that it's not so much that he selected, I want you, I don't want you, I want you, I don't want you. It's just that he knew. He put the message out there through the death of Jesus. He put the message out there, and he made a path for people to come to him. And some
Exactly.
people will and some people won't. And because God knows everything, past, present, and future, he knows who is going to pick up what he's throwing down, so to speak. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly.
Because that's very different than an interpretation of this, which could go along the lines of, well, God, because God chose, right? The choose part, I guess, is the weird verb that makes it sound like, yes, I choose you and not you, and choose you and not you. But what you're really kind of saying is, hey, the message that I put out there is going to resonate with some people, and I already kind of know who it's going to resonate with. And those are the
Yeah.
people that I'm glorifying and justifying.
Yeah, and predestination, the doctrine of predestination is a tricky doctrine. There's a lot of disagreement in Christianity over
Oh,
that
really?
particular topic. I try to avoid it like the plague, but it's a lot of disagreement in the body of Christ regarding that. I mean, if I brought my Christian friends on this hangout and we spoke about this, they'll probably disagree with my attitude toward it. But it's just a tricky theology.
That's interesting.
we-
I appreciate you exploring it a little bit with us.
Yeah, this has been wonderful. We are out of time, unfortunately, but I would like to, if you're game, I would like to explore the rest of chapter 3 all the way through John 3:16, because John 3:16 says this term, or uses this term eternal life, and John chapter 17, verse 3. Jesus, it seems like he's defining it. And if you would, just for the sake of reading it, can you read John chapter 17, verse 3 to me slowly?
John chapter 3, verse 17. Just give
That's
me
John
one
chapter 17, verse 3.
John 17, verse 3. Okay, just
Yeah,
give me 1 second.
and let's ask ourselves if Jesus is defining eternal life.
Okay. John 17, verse 3. Okay. And this is eternal life, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom thou hast sent.
So
Okay.
would you agree that that would be an adequate definition or understanding of eternal life?
I'm going to have a problem with this definition at all. I think there's more that can be said about it, but I'm fine with just this one verse here.
So could it be possible that John 3:16 is talking about, and just bear with me, I'm trying to understand where you're at. When you're comparing eternal life to something that might be the opposite of it, possibly, and you place that in juxtaposition, not just in contrast, but side by side to make a point. If you're talking about eternal life in the context of, you know something, as opposed to not knowing something. And see, John chapter 3, it appears that, darkness has a problem of comprehending. For instance, all throughout this book called John, let me read you a couple of passages, like in John chapter 14. In chapter 14, verse 25, these things I have spoken unto you, being yet present with you. But when the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you all things, and bring all things to your remembrance, whatever I have said unto you. If you skip over a couple of chapters, it sounds like he's saying the same thing, but trying to phrase it differently to nuance the point. In verse 12 of chapter 16, he says, I have yet many things to say to you, but you cannot bear them now. It sounds like these people are really having a hard time wrapping their mind around what he's saying. So he says, howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. And it sounds like these people are having an extremely difficult time understanding Jesus. And so I guess my point is, when you go back to chapter 3 and he's talking with Nicodemus, is Nicodemus really understanding the teachings and the points, all of the parables that Jesus is offering?
No.
Or are these people, very much people in darkness who are saying, I can't understand light, I can't understand light. And is Jesus saying, I have this prerequisite, so you Jews can go to heaven and the rest of humanity can go to heaven? Or is he saying, I've got a prerequisite that I would like to put on the table so you can understand my points?
That's the case. That's the case. And if I can fast forward a little bit back to what you were saying about the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit, okay, a lot of times when Christians are speaking to people who don't believe, they say, well, you can't understand the Bible because you don't have the Holy Spirit. I think what they're trying to say to them a lot of times is that it's hard for you to grasp what we're talking about concerning the kingdom of God, salvation, what it means to be a follower of Christ versus, wherever they are in life right now, and be able to comprehend things that we would deem as evil in the Bible or things that we disagree in the Bible. You know what I mean? And
Right.
if you have the Holy Spirit, you can understand these things on a deeper level. Don't get me wrong. You can be a non-believer, go to seminary school, and get a good understanding of what the Bible is saying about some of the things that's going on in the Bible. But from my theology, or rather from where I'm coming from, without the Holy Spirit, you're not going to be able to accept, I suppose, some of the hard truths that are in the Bible. You're not going to be able to get the deeper meanings of it, the greater lessons out of what happened in the scriptures.
If you don't mind, I'm going to interrupt a little bit and address a little bit of an elephant in the room. Dr. Jones, if I'm hearing you right, it seems like you're framing a lot of, you're pointing out a lot of scripture, and you're framing your questions in such a way that you're really addressing the cognitive component of everything, right? Because just think of the words that are being used: knowing, understanding. You know what I mean? These are very psychological variables that are being talked about as compared to like actions, right? So I think this is adding a layer of nuance to the Bible for me that's really interesting, because what are we talking about when it comes to getting into the kingdom of God? Are we talking about a cognitive variable, which means understanding something or knowing something and having to be justified in order to understand and know, in the capacity that, you're going from darkness to light? And I mean,
I think that what we do sometimes, if you're meeting with a Jehovah's Witness, if you want to be kind to them, that is to have a conversation, you may need to use some of their terms just to make sense to them. The same thing is true with a Muslim, or, possibly someone from a different country. You want to get on the same page with them quickly. And I'm not convinced that Jesus wasn't just using a lot of the theological rhetoric simply to move people forward. And it seems like these people were struggling because, in a sense, they have this confirmation bias. They have, cognitive dissonance. They don't want to look at things, and they're stuck in Jerusalem. And Jesus, in a sense, seems like the kind of person who loved not just, his family and neighbors, but he wanted people to love their enemies. And let's think about it. Maybe if we left Jerusalem and went into the mountains and explored other avenues, this might be a wonderful thing to do. But you're not going to be able to do that unless certain prerequisites are met. And so the conversation is, can we have a good conversation without certain prerequisites met? And I think that all of you, both of you, will say that there has to be prerequisites met in every conversation. That is, for it to be one of respect, etc. And so,
and can I say something on behalf of the
certainly,
atheist community?
Certainly.
Yeah. In order for because this is something I've learned over the last year with dealing with, well, not the last year, last 6 months dealing with the atheist community. In order to be able to understand their arguments, or to be able to have a conversation with them, or to be able to see anything from their perspective, you do have to some degree be able to, like, okay, I got to stop thinking like a theist for a little bit. I got to start thinking like they do in order to be able to understand, where they're coming from and why they believe in the sciences so much, and why they hold so dear to how to get evidence through the scientific method, and why they don't believe that God exists. You have to put their shoes on to some degree in order to be able to understand what their life, how their life is, why they don't believe, or why they think the concept of God is a bad idea. And it's the same thing. Well, it's similar to being born again, because you have to come to a point where you're just like, you know what, God, I believe you. This just makes too much sense. Based on what you're showing me about sin, I just believe you. Now help me understand the rest of this. You know what I mean? So, just like when somebody becomes an atheist, Chris, I don't know if you're going to agree with me with this. When somebody becomes an atheist, they have to come to a point where they're just like, you know what? I no longer believe this stuff no more, okay? I believe what this side is saying. They're making compelling arguments about evolution, the Big Bang, how everything got started, rather. They have compelling arguments about God not existing, how it probably makes more sense to live this kind of lifestyle versus this. And there has to be that decision to believe what it is that you're hearing.
Yeah, I follow exactly what you're saying. I think that it's more for some atheists than others, because for all I know, there are plenty of free-thinking atheists that were raised in a free-thinking atheist household. So that right. Decision that you're talking about might not have really happened, but for a lot of people, that deconverted, if you will, or the flip side of the coin, converted to atheism, right? Right. Yeah, a decision has to be made. Where something is, between the variables that are being balanced in your mind, this set seems to have a little more gravitas and bona fides than these do. And in the same sense that you're talking about, I think that you're doing a service by engaging in the thought experiment that you just described, right? Which is, hey, you know what? In order for me to even understand why the scientific method is so important, let me shed my theist glasses. Let me take them off and let me put the atheist glasses on, and then from there look at it and, oh, okay, cool, I'm going to gain a little insight. Now I know why they think this has so much value. I still disagree with it. But I mean, I think that engaging in those thought experiments are completely vital to the kind of conversation we're having right now.
Right.
And I would like to implore the atheist community to do the same, because as an atheist, I'm not seeing so much of that. I'm not seeing so much, and this is something I wanted to bring up. And I'm sorry, Dr. Jones, because I'm a little bit on a soapbox right now, but please humor me for 1 minute. I would like to say that in general, when atheists are talking to theists, one of the main points that they don't get, which is the most obvious, in my opinion, is the fact that the theist believes and has faith. Period. That's where it begins for them. That's where it begins. Everything else manifests from that central point outward. And it seems like when atheists talk to theists, they want to start wrestling with the things that are outward instead of the core from which it manifests from. And it's like they don't, their questions are almost willfully ignorant of the fact that the person they're talking to has a faith and belief that changes the kind of question that they're asking to seem a little more loaded than even they have a blind spot to it. So that's it. I'm done saying what I have to say. But I do think that running those thought experiments, G-Man, are absolutely vital to the level of conversation that I'm hoping that you agree with we're having right now, and that we all want to pull people up to. So
Yeah, and I would say that the people here, that yourself and anyone that would engage in something like this is just showing that they're mature and they're confident, in what they believe. Because I really do believe that in order to be able to see anything from anybody else's, a point of view, you have to be able to walk in their shoes a little bit. You know what I mean? Like when I hear, because I don't want to go off topic. When I hear some of the things I hear on YouTube, when people say, "Oh, you're probably a Christian because this stat says that you were born into a Christian." Oh man, you know what I mean? And it just goes back to what you said, and I don't want to turn this into
No, I hear you.
I'm going to have to
say that for a lot of the time.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to interrupt you because we are way over time. We were
Yes.
supposed to quit at 12 o'clock Central Standard Time. But it's been wonderful having you here at the place, G-Man. Can we finish up next Sunday morning?
I have no problem with that. 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I have no problem. I'm there.
Okay. It's going to be, actually, we'll start at 11 a.m.
Well, it's the same. He's talking Eastern time. You're talking Central time.
Right.
11 Central, 12 Eastern.
Okay, sounds great. Once again, G-Man, it has been awesome having you on the show this morning. And we will be back next week with G-Man and also Christopher Mowdy. And for those of you who had to hang around too long, just get used to it, because the conversation is a healthy one. And we can have many, many more healthy conversations like this. And so, take care.
See you guys later.
Hi there, and welcome to Reflections with Rhonda Jones.
Monica Livingston.
Kimberly Johnson.
Ruthie Wyvern.
Right, we are in full force today. We are 4 strong. Everyone is here. Everyone is fairly healthy. Monica has this huge cold sore on her lip. You won't be able to see it, but I
Right,
just
that's it,
wanted
I'm
you
going.
to know it was there.
Oh, okay.
What would they call that? Herpes something? Simplex?
Yes.
I probably gave it to you because
She probably did.
I love.
I'm getting close up. All right, y'all.
I love on you all the time.
Y'all better be glad Christmas is 11 months away.
Oh.
I'm getting cold.
Well, because it's like the chickenpox virus. It's nothing to be ashamed of,
Yeah.
and you're among people that love you, and so.
Want a kiss?
Well, how was your week? Listen, because you probably had the most awesome week.
Well, as you know, I wasn't here last week. My family and I were on vacation. We were in the Georgia Blue Ridge Mountains, right on Lake Blue Ridge. It was very nice, very relaxing. I did end up keeping everybody well for the trip except myself. I ended up with a cold on Friday and very miserable Friday, but by Saturday, Sunday, I was able to breathe and felt a little human and enjoyed hiking a little bit on the main road and some off little path down by the water. We went into town and did some things, and then mainly just around the cabin, relaxing and spending time together. So it was very nice. Came back, jumped right into the kids going to school and setting myself up for school, which I will be
Yeah.
starting officially on the 28th.
Very good.
And so I'm a Pensacola pirate, y'all.
I tell you what, there's nothing like going to school when you have children. So it's fun.
Yeah, I
say the
imagine it
least.
will be.
It's fun. It is fun. Ruthie, what about your week?
Nothing special.
No?
No. I just did my thing and kept warm.
Oh, yeah, it's been really cold here this week.
It was cold this week. It
Yeah,
was.
my sister called on Monday and wanted to know if she could come Thursday instead of Tuesday because it was going to be so cold. So
I saw a car over there. and I
yeah,
was like,
yeah,
"What's
she
going
came.
on?"
Yeah, she came Thursday, and of course I had icicles where I had water running out back. I had a thing that had caught rainwater, and I hadn't emptied it, and it froze solid. So it was a little bit chilly at my house, but I kept it comfortable inside. So
Yeah, I
that
was
good.
thankful we were missing the 0-degree temperatures up there Monday night in
Oh, yeah.
Georgia, and then I come back to waking up Tuesday morning with it being 17 here, so it was a little bit warmer than it would have been there.
Well, we blamed you and
Yeah, I
Joey
figured you
for
would.
bringing the cold
Bring it back
weather.
with us.
Well, what about you, Bob?
Nothing exciting, just the cold weather. We got all our critters outside, so we kind of weatherproofed the chickens and the bunnies and
Yeah.
tried to keep everybody warm.
Did they all survive?
Oh yeah, they did fine.
Yeah.
The only fatality we've had recently was an escape.
Oh,
one of my buns escaped, and the dog thought it was a playmate.
oh,
and
wow. Why?
I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault. It was my fault. I asked for it.
Yeah,
Be careful what you ask for,
yeah. So we're down to 2 bunnies, but they're doing fine. They did fine through the cold weather, and we got a big old rooster stalking my little girls outside. He stands over my next door neighbor's house and crows at them. When I let them out, they free range in the afternoons, and they'll go stand by the fence and coo at him, and I think he's trying to lure them on the other side of the fence.
What a little perv.
He is. I keep telling him to leave. Keep telling him to turn the dog loose on him, but he has to get on my side of the fence before I can do that. You can't actively attack
No,
your
that's not
neighbor's
the
rooster.
same one we were trying
No.
to put back over the fence before and save from the dog, was it?
No. This is a big old rooster.
Oh, she is the best dog. They do. It's a one-eyed dog, and his name is Thunder. It's so
He's a
precious.
good dog. I know he didn't, he wouldn't hurt anything on purpose. And the chickens run around the front yard with him. He doesn't bother them at all. And I know he just thought he was playing with Ella Bunny. I know that's what it was, because he's just a sweet dog, and he wouldn't hurt it on purpose.
Not on purpose. It was his instinct, I imagine, of just frolicking and
Yeah.
jumping on. Yeah. Oh, well. My week was just doing some NCG work and taking care of, parents that were sick and in-laws that were sick. It just seems like, I had the week before, everybody was in the hospital or going to the hospital.
Right.
And your mom, my mom, but this week it was just the doctor. So I'm thinking it's a better week when you're just going to the doctor.
Yeah.
So it wasn't so bad, not at all. So I'm thankful that this week was better than the week before. Speaking of our primal instincts or whatever, I was talking to Ruthie about just being starving. I'm like, I eat the wrong things. Usually I don't eat a lot, but I eat the wrong foods. But it seems like the last week I wanted to eat a lot. I mean, a lot. And I was telling Ruthie about it, and what'd you tell me?
I said our bodies need more heat, more energy to keep us warm when the weather's cold, so we need to eat more. Just make sure it's healthy snack. Cottage cheese and fruit, apples and banana and peanut butter, your sliced up vegetables with yogurt probably, but I would eat my celery with peanut butter. But make sure it's healthy snacks. But you do need more, so that your body has the energy to produce the heat to keep you warm.
Well, yeah, and
That makes sense.
Yeah, that came from our earlier ancestors, I'm sure, and so obviously it's happening to
Yeah,
me.
and I've noticed that with myself this past week while we were on vacation and stuff. And of course, on vacation we weren't too worried about it, but since we've been back, I've gotten more of the carrots and the celery and stuff. And I have a recipe, a really good recipe I need to put on our reflections page for it. It's called an any bean dip. So you can use any beans you want. What I used was the Great Northern beans, and you saute some garlic and some onion in a pan, and then you throw your beans, mash your beans up and throw that in it, and you can keep them as mashed or as unmashed as you want. And you can eat it with vegetables, or of course my husband likes the chips, but I do too, but it's healthier with the celery or
Right.
carrots or cucumbers or whatever you want to use. So I've been trying to keep more stuff like that on hand, and then some dried fruits and stuff without sugar added, so that I can do a little bit better and
Well, even with your chips, if you'll look at the serving size and it says
and
7,
stick to the serving size.
and you eat 7 and quit, then,
It's not as bad.
that's,
Right.
but who could,
Stop at 7.
She's about to say, who can eat just 7 chips?
But she's very moderate. But when it comes to potato chips, Ruthie will go
Yes,
out
yeah.
on a limb.
And I really shouldn't, because I have arthritis and the potatoes cause my arthritis to flare up. Doctors say what you eat doesn't, but my fingers say different. And so I really do try to watch it, but sometimes I don't watch as close as I should. So
Right.
Well, I tell you what, things are going to get better for us. We're going to do better this year. I didn't make any kind of resolution to lose weight, and I thought, well, every year I try to say I'm going to get healthier and healthier, and it doesn't pan out for me. This year I didn't say anything, so maybe it'll be like reverse psychology to myself. If I don't tell myself that, I won't rebel against myself. I have a rebellious streak. I'm sure y'all know.
I've in the past, it's been like you always have this all or nothing mentality. So if you don't stick to whatever diet or eating healthy plan that you do, then you beat yourself up and I've screwed it up this week, I'll begin again next week, and so you just poo-poo the rest of the week. Where what I'm trying to look at today is like, okay, well, instead of having sugar in the coffee, having Splenda in the coffee, or just small little choices, having one helping of something and having more salad, or having a smaller helping of something and having more of the vegetables or the salad, and using less dressing, or just small things, and looking at those versus the all or nothing, and if you have one day where you just the next day do better,
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we'll see.
We shouldn't deprive ourselves of food groups. That's what they say. You should just, hasn't that been your research?
Yeah, and if you have diets like the paleo diet, and if you're doing good on that, more power to you. But they do knock out entire food groups, and I think over time, your body's going to start craving that. And
Right, and then if you do introduce them back, like different people
Like
have
the
done the
Atkins
Atkins
diet,
diet, and they've had success on it, but then as soon as they come off of it, their body's not had the carbs. When they have just a few, then
Right.
like
It does.
initiates a craving for it.
It does. The new thing going on is this fasting thing, like eat, let's see how it goes, fast every other day, or fast, 2 days and then eat 3 days, and fast 2 days, eat 3 days. But that sounds like it doesn't make sense to what your body needs. Your body needs something every single day.
Right. And
Right.
I've always heard that your metabolism really starts going when your body first receives the food, into your system. So it doesn't start metabolizing those things. So it's kind of like almost on shutdown. So if you're fasting, your body's not really doing anything, to metabolize. And so it's just sitting there.
That's true. It thinks you're in starvation mode.
Right.
I've heard
Start
too.
eating the muscle versus the fat.
It's
so.
going to store it because it's thinking, well, I'm never going to get anything else, so I'm going to store something for
And
later.
I don't know about
But
you guys, but if I miss, like, if I go out without breakfast and lunch, by the time I get to dinner or midday, I'm like, I want to eat everything inside.
ravenous.
And that's the thing is, I think that you do. You get yourself to where, oh, well, I do good because I'll skip this meal or I skip this meal. But then when you get to eat the meal you do eat, you're just,
Yeah,
yeah, so.
yeah. It depends on your body. We're not telling you what
Try
to do.
not to skip meals.
God forbid, don't take it from me. I'm not a success at it, so that's easy to see.
6 small meals a day.
Lord have mercy. I think I would probably be huge.
Yeah, but if they were small meals and the right things, you probably wouldn't.
right.
Your body, would get used to the smaller portions and more often, and it would.
That's true. You're in a constant state of, metabolic processing and stuff. So
Well, that's what they told my mom to do as a diabetic, to keep her blood sugar from completely
Right.
dropping, was to eat, something small every 4 hours. So it comes out to about, 5 or 6 small meals a day.
Yep. Okay. Well, we've got some topics today that we want to talk about, other than how big and fat we are and how we're going to try to do better. I'm not talking about anybody but myself. Okay. I thought this was just heartbreaking, but yet I was so encouraged by this teen in Pakistan. He saves hundreds of students because he kind of wrangles with a suicide bomber. And I guess the suicide.
14 years old.
Yeah, 14 years
wow.
old. They say he was just a normal kid, nothing remarkable about him. But in death, he became this huge, huge hero. And he actually prevented a suicide bomber from entering a school assembly where they had about 450 students
Oh, wow.
there. And for some reason, remember the girl, I think her name was Malayla or something like that?
Yeah.
She was on a bus and the Taliban came in there and, shot her because she was trying to get herself an education or participate.
Right.
In the
Standing up for
Yeah,
against the
stand
Taliban
up.
and stuff for education.
That's
for-
right. So they are definitely con education. Sad to say, but this boy, 14 years old, he saved his classmates, and he's a national hero now. And I thought that was something worthy to bring about. It's a sad set of circumstances, but yet it's something very positive. His family is in grief, obviously, but yet
450 students he saved.
right,
Wow.
right,
Not just the students, not including faculty and stuff.
right, exactly. And so, kudos to this young man. And
It's hard to say whether you would react the same way.
Yeah.
You would hope that you would have enough courage to, think about those 450 people in that assembly, but would you? And this 14-year-old boy did. He grabbed a hold of this person who was a suicide bomber and held on to the guy at expense of his own life. Maybe when he did it, he wasn't thinking that I'm going to die. Maybe he just thought I'll hold him here and then somebody will come and help. But whatever, there's the picture of the guy, 14-year-old, and
Bless your heart.
I want to say his name, but I'm probably going to say
Just go ahead.
It's AITZAZ and then Hussein. And a senior teacher saw him grab a hold of the guy and hold him, and there was a big explosion. So he saved 450 students that were in an assembly where the guy was headed to kill them all. So.
well, just, oh my goodness, it's terrible, sad. Breastfeeding is now allowed in the Sistine Chapel during, did you see that?
No.
Yes, Pope Francis, he was christening, I think, or having babies baptized. I'm making some of this up.
I think it was like 32.
32 of
Yeah,
them.
I think I remember reading something about it.
Instead of this long, drawn-out, homily or whatever they do, they just, he gives, I forget what it was, 300 words or whatever, and he's just saying, you know what, there are some important people in life, but these babies are the most important, and you know what, if they're hungry, feed them, mamas. And this Pope, I mean, some
I
people...
like Pope Francis.
Don't you like him?
I do.
What's the main reason you like Pope Francis?
Because he's not so backward. No offense to Catholics, and I'm not trying to be offensive, but he seems like he's more inclusive and like he tries to embrace other people that in the past the Catholic Church has, drawn some lines and said, don't cross this. And I can appreciate that.
He seems more human,
Yeah.
I mean, I think so many people almost revere the Pope as like a deity in a lot
Right.
of respects. I mean, they hold him in such a high level of can make no mistakes. They're all knowing, and he's a man. And this one seems to really embrace his humanity. Like I've seen pictures where he's done selfies with people. I mean, it's probably not his phone, but they have taken a picture with him, and he's not all about wearing the big traditional stuff, and he's right out with the people and stuff like this. And also I saw where he had fashioned something where they were asking, well, what do we do in this situation? How do we counsel people with different life circumstances or different things that are what is really going on in our world today? So these are steps. It's not, where it needs to be, but there's steps, and they
Right.
definitely need to be looked at and
Yeah,
for what they
applaud,
are.
Yeah.
absolutely. You like him too, Ricky?
Yes, and like she said, steps, just baby steps, but that's the way we improve our society. It's just little tiny baby steps, just like a baby learns to walk from your hand to your its daddy's hand or something, and then next time it's doing a little bit more, and,
Right.
and that's the way we have, we can't do it all. I read something in a little article I was reading, and it said, I may not be able to save the world, but I can try. And that's all we can do.
Yeah.
And when we fail, that's what we have to think of, we can try. We may not do it, but we can try. So
What's that saying? The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, or something like that. I don't know that that's the exact saying, but something like that. That taking those single steps, that's where the advancements come from. Stepping out and making decisions to, not stick with the norm, and to change things up and to do things differently. And I've shared before that when we first, started examining what we believed, before versus what we believe now, when I first started embracing the concept of no hell and, all the things that, once I believed as a quote-unquote traditional Christian, I thought, man, this goes against everything, even right on up to the Vatican and the Pope, and, they're the deitizing of the Pope. But, in my mind, it seemed overwhelming at first, and then it was like, so? And then but it was just for a moment you had that fear, but it was, not saying that I've taken a big step, but it was like you just take a single step, and then you take the next step. And then,
Right.
I think I heard Ozzy say something one time in a YouTube hangout. No, it was actually at the place, and he said that usually things move. And he said a specific thing, and I forget what that was, but they move at a glacial
yeah,
pace,
yeah.
and it's just slow, and it may not be in our lifetime when that type of religion gets more inclusive, or the type of religion that we came from, but it'll happen. I really believe that. And one thing I really like about the new Pope is he's very inclusive with children. He says we have to learn how to deal with children of these modern relationships, because they
Right.
could have two mamas, two daddies, they could have a single parent. And one thing that happened at the Sistine Chapel was there was a couple there to have their baby christened, and they were not married in the Catholic Church in a traditional wedding. They had a civil ceremony, and yet that didn't bother him in the least, really. You know, they got to christen their baby with him just like everyone else. And so we do have to do that. There are so many new family units out there that are that we've never even thought of before, and people are losing out when they don't focus on how to counsel and speak to children of these family units. It's like the guy we had on, Jason Tropey, on Sunday night. He was trying to say we need chaplains, and the chaplains that are there can do this job, but they're not doing it. For instance, I'm just going to use an example, Southern Baptist chaplains. They don't want to participate with people that are involved in bolstering the homosexual lifestyle, or they don't even want to do anything of that nature. But when you have a soldier in front of you and he has two moms and he comes to you for counseling, you're going to need to know what to say, and they deserve counseling or an ear as much as anyone.
Yeah.
Right.
And we've got to get off this high horse and pigeonhole everyone into, you know, a box that, or a pigeonhole, you know, what it's supposed to be and what the optimum relationship in life is. We don't know.
Yeah, our normal's not their normal.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's the thing is you know, the traditional marriage as you know it's been referred to, but I mean I have less trouble with that than saying the biblical marriage, because we all
Right.
know that, you know, bought and sold, and the women had to have a certain number of cattle, and if the woman was raped, you know, virgin was raped, you could pay 50 shekels, and so I have a lot of problem with that term. But even the traditional, hearing that word traditional, you know, what's traditional, what's been accepted as traditional for some cultures hasn't been with others, and with some people, what's normal for, you know, my family and what I've been raised in down through my family, my parents and their parents before them, doesn't mean that that's somebody else's normal.
Very good. Kimberly, do you have something to share with us today?
I do. Got to get it on my Kindle here.
That's all right. Good place to get it off of.
Rick heard this story, and I was really impressed with it. This is a doctor in Nigeria, and I listened to it so I can pronounce the names correctly, and then I'm going to fail anyway. But it's Irawa, Nigeria, and Monica helped me figure out that the minimum wage that the government set up for this country, in this area, is the equivalent to about between $125 and $150 a month. And this doctor wants to keep the cost of his hospital down as much as possible so he can meet the needs of the people in the area. And he has done it by getting his hospital entirely off the electrical grid. He's created medical devices that are run with used bicycle parts that he's put together from material in his backyard. And I'm going to attempt to say his name here. Dr. Owajobi. He's got a blood centrifuge that's made with a bicycle wheel.
Oh, I guess that's, you know,
That's he and his wife, yes. That's his wife is his X-ray tech. And they, so they made, he's created almost anything in his hospital. He's made them out of whatever he could. And he said one of the advantages is if it breaks, he knows how to fix it. Like their operating table raises and lowers using car jacks. So there she's doing the blood, the centrifuge for the blood. And there's the operating table and the jacks. And I'm not sure what that is. That's interesting.
Honestly, I don't know if it's their lunch, break time, or is
Okay, that they sterilize all their equipment by using corn cobs to create the steam through the name of the machine escapes me, and then my Kindle has lost it. So,
that is fascinating.
and he has not patented any of his devices. He's published how to make them freely so that other doctors in other areas can use them. because he wants to help. He's run his hospital like this for the last 27 years so that he can keep costs down. Delivering a baby in his hospital costs $30,
Wow.
which, if you're only making $150 a month, $30 is still a good chunk, but it's not nearly what they would have to pay somewhere else.
Is that the ambulance?
Possibly. But he says the biggest problem he's having is he cannot get other doctors and other medical centers on board with this. I mean, his hospital's entirely off grid. If electricity goes down, he can still function. And he cannot get other people. And like I said, he hasn't patented any of this. He freely publishes the plan so that anyone can do it. But he has a quote in his office: "There is nothing more difficult to carry out, nor more doubtful of success, nor more dangerous to handle than to initiate a new order of things."
Oh, wow. That's
So that
true.
kind of reminded me of us just a
Yeah.
bit, because I feel that way some way
Yeah.
times. But I was just so impressed that, people complain that they can't do or won't do, and this guy's,
He does.
separating plasma with a bicycle.
Yeah.
So I was impressed with him.
Well, I'll tell you what, I hope that, I wonder why other doctors, is it because, and I'm just surmising these things, is it because they think that this is so primitive and here they are educated and they should be able to have fancy equipment and things like that? I mean,
I don't know if
wonder.
it's like that glacier change we're
Yeah.
talking about, that, and maybe it's just because he lives in this area, the necessity has created this need, but this could be used in other places that would lower hospital costs, even in non-completely impoverished areas.
Well, let me ask you a fair question. If you had to go and get blood, would you want somebody peddling the centrifuge?
Now, see, you're asking me. I want a pedal-powered washing machine, so yeah, I'd go.
Would you? See, I would choose the fancy.
I mean, it's centrifugal force. It doesn't matter how they got it there.
Yeah, but I don't know how people's legs or arms could keep up.
They
with
said
how
he
many
can
times-
turn it as fast as, and the blood is spinning as fast as a small airplane propeller.
I bet those arms are huge.
They might
Can you
be.
imagine?
Yeah,
see.
but
But see,
big bicycle wheel
yeah,
will go faster with less effort than the small one. I mean, and do more work is what I'm saying.
Right, see
And,
how
and
he's got it all set up.
his wasn't a little tiny one. His was a larger one. So,
Right.
and if you notice, it didn't seem to be an effort to her. She just was doing it. So,
Yeah. Well,
and she probably doesn't have to do it 4 hours at a time.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I'm doubting he's completely overrun with patients like we see
right.
in hospitals here. But
Right.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, more power to him. I had no idea that even existed, and the fact too that he has had these inventions, to be freely explored by other people, so they
Right,
can
'cause
do
there's,
it.
There's, I'm sure, tons of places out there that are impoverished and impoverished to the similar, degrees. And of course, having something like this that's freely, out there for them to introduce in their areas, that's to be applauded. I mean, big time. I mean, that's the kind of stuff when I think about the Nobel Prize, that's the kind of stuff I think about, people, really looking out for their fellow man and going beyond, what's the common thing. And I mean, sure, he could run the standard hospital for that area like these other people are doing, but he's trying to do something to help the other people and to keep his hospital running regardless of what the power dictates, that he can do.
Now that part is really interesting to me, that you can continue on without generators, electricity, everything that goes down is manual, and maybe for that part of the world that's a need. But I would still like to go to a hospital that has some
Well-
fancy stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
If I had the choice.
Yeah, I think those type of hospitals that he's doing over there would work in some areas here. Like on some of your Indian reservations where they don't have a lot, that would help with their hospital stuff. And in some of the mountain areas here, that would help, because you live someplace and you've got your electricity, and then all of a sudden this big snowstorm comes by, and you're up without electricity for a couple of days. And if you've got somebody that needs electricity, unless you have an alternative way of producing it, those people are going to die. And so, I think it's a good idea, and I think it should be in more places than just where he is. But that's me, and I'm old-fashioned.
Well, there was a movie that we were going to watch the other day, and it was about a guy, and I can't remember everything about it, but it was during Hurricane Katrina, and they had a little baby that had to be in an incubator, and the lights went out, and they lost generator power, everything, and he had to do this, to crank it up, and I think if you cranked it up for so long, it would last, say, 20 minutes, and the baby could be fine. And then, so he was every 20 minutes just cranking it, so his baby could stay alive. And so then it showed his hands just bloody, and but then I said, I just can't watch it. It was too gripping.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sort of like an ostrich. I like to stick my head in the sand, and if I don't think about it, then I don't have to feel sorry about it. I'm too emotional about sad things, so I just pretend it doesn't exist, I guess. But I couldn't watch it, but I'm sure it's going to be a great movie. Monica, do you have something on your mind?
Well, I came across an article, and it's about a couple in Utah who have a 21-year-old daughter, and they had gone through artificial insemination with a clinic in town a number of years ago. They decided to kind of try and find out if they might have ancestors or stuff in their lineage that were, see who they were related to. You never know. Sometimes you find out you're related to like some Civil War person or, American Revolution person or whatever. You see it on TV all the time. Well, there was a website, and it offered a deal for $99. You just do a simple cheek swab, and you send it in. Well, they did this and found out that their daughter had no DNA in common with her dad. And the dad had been the one who was supposed to have been the donor.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was a clinic that had been shut down or had been closed. And through the DNA process, they were able to track down who was the biological father. And it was a gentleman who had worked at the clinic. Yeah, he had been the receptionist. He had worked there, and he had this brag board behind him with all these babies'
Nasty
pictures
rascal.
on it.
Ew.
Yeah. And the sad thing is the gentleman worked there for a number of years, and then he ended up passing away. So he's dead. The clinic shut down. And so they don't have a way of finding out if he's fathered necessarily more children or not, unless people come forward and they have questions. Then, of course, what they can do is do the DNA testing for them. And Utah University, or the University of Utah, has said that they will do this free of charge to people. So they've put it out there and let them know.
Wow.
But in the meantime, this child has been fathered by this dude who worked as a receptionist and also worked in the lab.
Okay. Now, how they figure it out? I mean,
They had sent in a swab of their DNA,
Right.
the
the
mom, the dad, and
genealogy.
for the genealogy
right.
purposes.
But how they figure out the receptionist was the daddy?
Well, I guess they had went in and did the DNA sample and stuff. I don't know. It's been a
Maybe
number
his
of
DNA was on file
a period
somewhere
of
for
time.
working there or something.
Yeah, possibly. It's been a period of time, and it's being investigated by like the University of Utah because they weren't like directly responsible for the clinic, but they did have dealings with the clinic or something. And then it was also found out that this guy had been convicted and had served time in jail for kidnapping a woman and holding her and hostage and doing love experiments is what it said.
Stop.
So I
Oh
guess
my
he was supposed to
gosh.
give her electroshocks and make her fall in love with him, is what the article had said.
Okay.
Guess what, guys? That does
That
not
is
work.
not an effective means of romance, no.
So I guess when that didn't work and he couldn't
Well,
make somebody
somebody
fall in
might
love with him, he just decided to have children of his own. It's so sad.
Oh my
I felt so
gosh.
horrible for that family. I mean,
Wonder how
can you
many-
imagine finding out that your child wasn't your child with your husband's. It was your child with some,
Person that,
I mean, you
some
didn't
pervert
have
creeper, yeah.
intercourse
Yeah.
with this person, but
But
yeah.
still, yeah.
But their junk was inseminated into you. I mean,
Yes.
that's like
and you
rape.
carried somebody
really.
else's child.
It's like
yeah.
rape.
right. And then here, this child. I mean, she won't have knowledge of her, stuff to do with her father. If medically she should need that information, there's only so much,
How
she
many
can
other
find out.
families
And
he's done this to.
yeah, I mean, how many brothers and sisters does she have out there? So it's a
Sometimes
very
you-
sad story.
Right. Sometimes you just need to stop looking. After she figured this, stop looking. Right, Ruth? Right?
Right.
You don't need, I mean, my grandma used to always say, I can't say it out loud, but if you keep stirring that pot, it'll just get stinkier and stinkier. So don't
Right.
stir the pot.
Right.
Don't stir the pot. Because bless their hearts. I hate that. Oh, my word.
So I guess if anybody out there watching our show knows anybody from Utah area that's done artificial insemination from I think 82 to 94, that's the years that the gentleman had worked at the clinic. 1994. Please, check with the University of Utah
Wow.
if you want to know.
Yeah.
Or ignorance may be bliss.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Wow.
I mean, that's a shocker. I mean, that's like a shocker.
That's kind of
That's like a
stuff
Jerry
you see on the
Springer.
movies,
Or Maury
like,
Povich,
Yeah,
or-
you see these crazy movies where these doctors do these things or these people do these things, and you don't think about stuff like that happening in
Yeah.
real life.
Well, I'm not one to want to do genealogy and find out what's in my past, because there's so much that has gone on in history that wasn't necessarily recorded, like somebody's family is killed, but there's a child left and it's raised as somebody else's, and it never comes out that they're, and so
Right.
when you go to trace it, you don't necessarily know for sure that John Doe is really the children of Mr. and Mrs. Doe. He could be the child of somebody that had passed away.
Right.
And so
That's true.
you can get false information. So I'm proud of just being me.
There
There
you
you
go.
go. I mean, yeah, let us start with me and move forward. Because honestly, too, if you track it back and then all of a sudden your great-great-great-great-grandpappy was somebody that, lynched people and stuff. I mean, I don't want to, that's sad.
Moonshiners.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
mind
that would have been
moonshining.
all right.
I'm sure, yeah. I'm sure some of my folks from Virginia were moonshiners. Matter of fact, I
Mine in
know they were.
Tennessee.
Yeah, that was a given. But, if they were real cruel and stuff to people,
Right.
Yeah.
I would be thinking that passed on and like, am I going to one day just start being mean, extra mean to people? That's
Haven't you
sad.
seen the show where they have the stars and they do the celebrity who are am I or
Yeah.
something
heard-
like that? I
I
forgot
heard-
the name title of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do like genealogy and stuff and trace back their lineage, and sometimes it's stuff you can be really proud of, but like you said, sometimes it might come out that you're related to like Hitler or
Right.
somebody that was some Jeffrey
Well-
Dahmer or some
Well,
crazy
I'm
stuff.
sure that was done before it was aired, and if it
Oh,
was
yeah, I'm
something
sure they-
bad,
yeah.
that one wouldn't have been
Right,
aired.
Right.
Yeah. Unless, yeah.
Don't
Oh,
believe anything you see and only half of what you hear.
That's
Yeah.
true. That goes for everything on this show, too. Whatever you hear, you check it
Cut it
out.
in half.
You need to check it out. Most of the time, we make this stuff up. I mean, who could make up this? A roach in somebody's ear. Now, this guy,
God.
he woke up about 2 o'clock in the morning, and he felt something tickling and hurting and painful. And
They'd have to just shoot me.
And he said, well, something's in my ear. And so he tries to reach in there and get it. And then he must have felt something. But of course, it burrowed itself further in. Then he had the bright idea of using water. I'll just flush it out. Then it didn't like that, so it made it hurt worse. Finally, he had common enough sense to go to the ER, and they pulled out a roach. And if that's not bad enough, I personally knew somebody that had a roach in the ear. I mean, if you think you've never heard of this before, I knew somebody that
Well,
had a
I
roach
will
in
tell
their
you that we
ear.
took my son to the doctor. He was complaining of his ear hurting, and or maybe, no, he was complaining his throat hurting. And they went in there and they looked in his ear and they said he's got something in his ear. So they start trying to figure out what's in his ear and they're trying to get it out and they can't pull it out. So they tell me, they said it might be like a roach leg. And I'm like, huh?
A roach
what?
leg?
A roach leg. So I was kind of, got the willies and a little freaked out. But I'm like, okay, well, let's just wait and see. By the time they pull it out, it's just this little black hair. We didn't know at the time where it had come from, but it was pretty stout black hair. My Boston Terrier is black and white, and them hairs can poke right into your skin. So we know
Oh, my goodness.
that's for certain what it was, in the poor little boy's ear, my son.
Oh, man.
But it was traumatic. I mean, they were like taking a shot vac and trying to, it was crazy because they just couldn't get it and grab it. And like I said, it had stuck into the skin, so it was just, or the tissue, it was just.
Well,
So I can't imagine if it had actually been a roach leg when they pulled it out, I probably would have lost it.
no, because then you would say, where's the rest of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Because I used to, anywho, this person had a roach in their ear. And, because of this story, people are now thinking that they want to sleep with earbuds in or earphones because they don't want a roach to get in their ear or a bug or a tick or anything.
What was it? I think it's a Star Trek movie where they put the bug that went in the ear. I've always been paranoid. So when they told me about that bug leg they thought was in my son's ear, it made me think of that Star Wars movie that I saw when I was a kid. And they put the bug in the ear, and oh yeah, so yeah, I'll probably be getting some earmuffs soon or some
Yeah,
the little
but how do you
wax
not know?
things for the shower.
It's like you feel it. I mean, like,
You're asleep.
Ooh.
Maybe not.
Wouldn't you have to be a really sound sleeper not to feel
Possibly.
something crawling?
I would think so. God only knows what crawls over us when,
Yeah, we don't
especially in the
think about
South. We have roaches and we have
Big
s-
pummel
Spiders.
bugs.
we do. Well, any final thoughts? Not necessarily about the roach man.
I'm going to Walmart, going to get me some earplugs.
I'm gonna sleep with my earbuds on. That's gross. But
That is nasty.
it is nasty. As my dad says, it's not nasty to have crabs, it's nasty to keep crabs. But my dad's oh, we're not talking about crabs now. Okay, we're talking about roaches. Anyway. Okay, well. Oh, okay.
Have good thoughts, everybody.
Yeah, everybody bring it
Amen.
together. We're going to close out with tonight on The Place. We're going to have Michael Harden will be here. He'll Skype in and look him up before tonight's show, and you can familiarize yourself with him. He is a theist of a Protestant nature, and he has a website. It's Peace. Uh-oh, it just fell through the crack. I'm sorry. But just look his name up. It's Michael Harden, Hardin. It's going to be a great show, a really great show. And sorry we grossed you out about the little perv receptionist and the roach in the ears. But we had, at the beginning, we had some good stuff with the guy that protected the 450 people.
Yes,
That was
So-
awesome.
So next week, Mo is finally going to bring to us some logical fallacies. We've been trying to do that. You were not
No, I
here.
wasn't here.
You weren't here.
Couldn't have anybody else do it. Only me.
No, I just thought that you could do it next week. And so I do want to discover or explore this. And some of you philosophy gurus out there, I might enlist your help. But from what I've read, an ad hominem attack is usually not what it claims to be. They're usually few and far between. People will pronounce them, oh, you're attacking me with an ad hominem, but most of the time that's not even so. I don't think I'm smart enough to tell you why right now, but I read it.
But you're going to bring that to us next week.
No,
too,
I'm
right?
not going to bring it to anybody. Somebody else needs to bring that forward. But anywho, maybe we'll try. I don't know. But we'll see you next week. And don't forget to tune in to The Place at 8 p.m. Eastern, wow. Central Standard Time,
Daylight time.
Daylight Time.
Oh, no, we're standard now.
Are
Yeah.
we standard?
Yeah.
I don't even know. I just know
Yeah, we're standard.
8
Yeah, 'cause
p.m.
we'll spring
I try
forward
to-
in March or April, whenever it is.
That's right. We're going to spring forward. It's going to be a good year, folks. It's going to be a good year. Anyway, I'm thankful for the doctor from Nigeria and the 14-year-old from Pakistan. And we're thankful for people that make a difference. And so go out. You don't have to do everything in this life, but do something that makes a difference. All right. We'll see you next week.
Hello, welcome to Science and Curiosity. Today is January 12th of 2014. Hope I don't forget to say 2014. I'm going to keep saying 2014 so I won't forget to say 2014. Today I have a really great guest, someone who has really come down from the mountain to be on my show today. I really appreciate it. We have Dr. Pamela Gay. She's a professor at Southern Illinois University, Edwardsville, and director of CosmoQuest and one of my favorite podcasts she co-hosts with Fraser Cain, Astronomy Cast. Thank you for being with me today.
It's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
Oh, please, really, you're definitely much better to have you on my show. Now, what we're going to be talking about here in a little bit is science and religion, whether they overlap, if there is any overlap, and some of the issues that people like myself, I identify as an atheist, I'm in the skeptical community, and I see a lot of the really abuse that can be heaped onto people who identify as religious in those communities. But really before we get into it, since last week I didn't have my voice, it ran away. Unfortunately, I got it before I got married in Vegas. I did want to ask, were there any really big science stories from last year that you thought were really great that maybe didn't get really popularized too well or anything that you'd like to talk about?
You know,
Just
last year was kind of the year of planetary science. We had Mars Curiosity rover safely land on Mars. We've verified every possible way that there is water on Mars, short of having liquid run across the wheels of one of the rovers. Geysers were found on Europa, or at least ice volcanoes of some sort. Every world we looked at, we made new discoveries. And now it's just a matter of getting out there even further, hopefully with people, more probes. But it was also the year that NASA's budget took a almighty hit, and the year that many of us in the fields of astronomy and space science just started to wonder how much longer we can make it before we lose our jobs. So it was a year of amazing discovery, while at the same time watching many of our colleagues move on to finance, computer science, the stock market, fields that pay so much better but don't let them follow their dreams.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've always been concerned about. Is it seems like there are a lot of people who enter the sciences really deeply, passionately interested in it, but because you really can't make a living in those fields now, they end up going to business, or they end up going to a field that they can make money on.
Yeah, it's one of those very frustrating things where I look at the entire structure of where we're spending money, and I see all sorts of money going into getting kids to feel passionate about physics and astronomy and all of the sciences, and encouraging careers in science. And I've written so many grants that require me to detail how what I'm doing contributes to the pipeline of people choosing careers in science, choosing education in science. And then that day you graduate with your PhD, you realize, I can't do this. There's no jobs. And it's extremely bittersweet. And I have to admit, I'm at the point where I only take on computer science students right now, because I know a computer science student always has a job.
Right. And that's a shame for two reasons. One, obviously our future depends on not just the public education science of people being able to understand how science plays into our everyday life, but also into just making sure that we can keep up with the other countries, if you want to look at it as an international competition.
Yeah, one of the truly frustrating things that I've started to perceive as I travel for my job, I do a lot of work to try and use astronomy in the developing world to get people to want to learn the science, technology, and engineering classes, not to become astronomers, but to help develop their nation into being part of our technological future. And astronomy is a great way to get people hooked on wanting to learn, even if you don't get them hooked on going into astronomy. And what I see as I travel is kids all around the world, but not here at home, are learning that if I learn computers, I can improve my family, I can improve my country. If I learn science, I can improve my family, I can improve my country. And so families are pushing their kids, and kids are pushing themselves because they see learning as a way of guaranteeing a bright future. but I don't see kids here in America feeling that a solid education is the way to guarantee their future. And I've seen it in my own family where some of my cousins have been like, why don't you just get a union job like the rest of us and earn real money? And it's true, they earn better incomes than I do. But it says something that education isn't the way to a bright future here in America. And I'm not sure where that changed, because you look back at the Happy Days, the Waltons, the old TV shows that you think at least mirrored some small part of the American culture. And they all push education. Somewhere we lost that.
Well, it might, I would imagine it has something to do with the sheer cost of going and getting a higher education these days.
Yes, that's entirely true. And not knowing if your education is actually going to benefit you, because while there are careers that require university degrees, a lot of people are getting degrees that leave them with $100,000 in debt, and they don't actually see a pay increase for it. A lot of people who get degrees in the humanities and the social sciences, the boost in income you get isn't equivalent to the debt that you get. And that's very hard. And so we need to really consider, why is education in America so expensive? Why is it that it's not as expensive in other nations where they're so much better at subsidizing the cost of education? And part of what we're seeing when we look at this is a combination of just trying to put too many people through the university system, and the infrastructure you have to build is extraordinarily expensive. We're trying to get too many students who aren't necessarily well prepared to get university degrees. That just drives up the cost for everybody. And we also have fairly low tax rates here in the US. And I don't think I should probably go into that one in too much detail, because that just hurts.
Okay. Now, the reason why I asked you to be on the show, or wanted you to be on the show, is, as I mentioned, I'm not any kind of, I don't play a big role in it, but I do get involved in the skeptic community. I do get involved in skeptical discussions, and
Right.
I myself, I'm not bragging, I'm just explaining my own background. I do currently help with maintaining two different, really atheist groups. One's a humanist, one's a free thinker, but for all manners and purposes, they're atheist groups. And I've noticed that there is a big, just big deal against people who are scientists and religious in any sense of the word.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of people will tend to stay out of this. You have Neil Tyson, who really refuses to address it. Carl Sagan didn't much in his lifetime. Others really don't want to wade into it. Some who are obviously atheist or Christian, but refuse to really address it. Now, you have brought it up before, and obviously I know, I mean, you identify as Christian, but you're not a creationist. You are not a presuppositionalist like what we see a lot here. So I wanted you to kind of explain your views on this, and then kind of continue the discussion from there.
At a certain level, we all have to make choices in what we choose to believe and not to believe. And when it comes to making a choice of, do I choose to accept the notion that our universe could have a higher power, a entity outside of our day-to-day reality? There's no evidence in either direction. And at least nothing I can test as a scientist in the lab. There's statistical improbabilities, there's coincidences, but none of it is testable. And I've chosen at the end of the day to make the choice to believe in a higher power, to want to believe in the basic concepts behind Christianity as it's taught in the Bible, not necessarily as it's taught in the church. Going out and dealing with sinners is not something I have a problem with. I have no issues with wine. And as one of my friends who's a pastor once said to me, if Jesus was alive today, he'd be hanging out with the gays and, well, being honest, but not worrying about who was around him. But I understand that it's a choice I made, and I could be wrong. And we each have to make our own choices, and we each have to be critical and open to discussion. But I don't think we need the hate and the vitriol that's out there. I have gotten hate mail telling me that clearly the reason my publication record isn't better is because I made the mistake in believing in God. And I just don't understand why some people think that life requires them to show so much hate. If you don't believe in a God, then life is particularly short. So why are you using the days that you have to hate? I don't get that, but I know it's part of reality. And I would actually point out that Neil deGrasse Tyson has come out on the side of atheism in his talks at TAM that you can find on the internet. And Sean Carroll and many other scientists have done that. But there's also scientists out there who've come out as being Christian. Don York, who was the leader behind the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, has appeared on television talking about his Christianity. And so there are great scientists out there who simply choose to focus on just doing their science rather than getting engaged in the religion and skepticism debate. And I think it's just a matter that the Christians at this point just want to get their work done instead of fighting. Fighting, there's no reason for it. We should all be working to create a more educated society. We should all be working to teach critical thinking and forget the hate.
Yeah, personally, I'm someone who I much more care that someone's understanding of science, their ability to think rationally is actually there, that they're able to think, that they're able to process information and make reasonable decisions. I might not always agree with those decisions they make or conclusions they make, but as long as they can make them with some reasons behind them, that's really all I care about. Now, I did find it interesting you said that you chose to believe. Myself, I found that as I learn more, as I read more, I don't really find the ability to make myself to believe something or to try to believe something. I end up really kind of getting to a point where I really can't believe this anymore. And I've noticed this quite often with people I've spoken with who are in the skeptic or atheist community, that they do say that they reached a point where they cannot make themselves believe, even though many of them tried to.
I can't speak for someone else's
Right.
thinking. I know for me, there are days where I look at so many of the awful things that happen in this world that have no explanation. And I can only hope that there is something beyond this experience when I see the starvation, when I see the wars, when I see cases in Rwanda where they simply went through and cut off the arms of all the able-bodied men. I realize that there's a lot of horror to humanity. And I can only hope that maybe there's something outside of all of this. It's a hope, it's a choice, it's a decision, recognizing the ugliness that's out there.
Okay. And now, for me, I would have a problem, and I'm not trying to attack, just in a discussion. But it would be a problem for me that to imagine that there is a being of some intellect, of some ability of self-action that would just sit by and allow this to happen.
So I guess in my mind, sorry, I have a phone that's apparently still turned on. The God of the Bible is not necessarily a kind one. And humans were granted free will. And just as many parents have had the misfortune of realizing that their drug-addicted child, their mentally ill child, this child they want to love and protect and cherish and raise to do good, it's beyond their ability to rein in that child, and that child is going to self-harm themselves. And sometimes you just have to let go and hope that your child comes back and hope that your child asks for the help they need. We have free will. And that means that terrible things are going to happen because of that free will. And it is what it is. We each make choices, though. And in the face of not having a conclusion, a logical, testable reality. There's so many things in science that you look at and you realize what's not ruled out. Multiverses aren't ruled out. For all we know, we're an experiment in a giant petri dish of multiverses where greater dimensional beings are brewing us up like bacteria. We don't know what's beyond our existence. And whether you choose to call that God, gods, a laboratory experiment gone horribly wrong for humanity, we don't know. We can't know. And it may be this is all we have, this universe is all that there is, there's nothing beyond this. And we make our choice on the lack of evidence to decide what gives us peace at night. What, if we're wrong, we're willing to be wrong about. And that's the other side of it is I have a choice to either be wrong and there is a God and I chose to be atheist, or to be wrong in believing and trying to find peace in that. And I mean, it's a choice. Which way do you want to be wrong? And I've chosen, well, if I'm going to be wrong and there actually is a God, at least I've done no harm. And it's my choice.
Okay, to get to the last part there, there are some other things I did want to discuss real quick. But that last part sounded like Pascal's wager a little bit reworked. And many people don't really find that to be satisfying. I mean, by which I mean, you say to believe in God, at least you believe in God. If he does exist, well, then you do run into, well, what if the real God is Allah? What if the real God is Vishnu or Krishna, one of the many ones that have been forgotten, or any of these other various types of God that have come and gone?
Then I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Like I said, we all have to make a choice.
Right.
And this is the choice I've chosen to make. And I'm willing to debate belief systems in not necessarily this public a forum.
Right. I'm not intending it as just to
yeah.
kind of explore.
But there's nothing in science that's inconsistent with the possibility of a greater power. And there's nothing in religion, if you're willing to accept that a God wouldn't have explained the quantum mechanical origins of the universe to people who didn't have the concept of zero, and the Bible makes a really good parable. If you're willing to find that middle line, then there's nothing in religion that denies the ability of science to explain our universe. And it would be an awful weak God who couldn't create a physically consistent system for us to exist within.
I'm going to step back a bit. You were talking about free will, about how God gave us free will and that allows for certain actions which can harm other people. Now, it doesn't take much of a stretch to go, well, what about people with autism? What about people who have mental syndromes that make them more prone to violence, that make them more prone to cause harm to other people? Those people who have been raised in either harmful households or something has been done to them in the past, which isn't always what drives bad actions. It's much more, it's not always nature versus nurture, it's usually a combination of the two. But where you get this, where it's not really the person's decision which led them to these bad actions, it's this history of whatever came before, or their genetics which led them to cause harm.
One of my dear friends, who is a strong Christian woman, worked to raise her kids right. One of her daughters is schizophrenic, and the state had to take her away to protect the mother who landed in the hospital. Mm-hmm. These things happen. And this is where you look at why, in a system of free will, can't you accept that genetics is part of free will? If you allow science, if you allow a universe that started from the Big Bang, continued on through natural scientific processes, planet formed via standard method of planet formation, which we don't yet fully understand, life evolved, and it evolved flawed, and it evolved capable of free will. All of these flaws were built into the system as part of what led to humans existing. And free will has consequences. Evolution has consequences. And some of those consequences include the I don't know what language I can use on your show, so insert naughty word here that gets used to describe the people who create massacres, who shoot up high schools, who beat up their parents.
But the problem I have is then you end up with this Christianity, when you get down to the base of it, does blame humanity for their sins. It is saying that you are wrong, you have been created flawed, and by the grace of this God who created you in the first place, and from what you said there, led to these laws which came into place of evolution, making the person themselves flawed, and then you are blamed for that until you go to God and ask for forgiveness. That's what it's sounding like at the moment.
And I'm not sure where your problem with the idea that free will and flaws are intertwined. That's a classic philosophical idea that when people act beyond their ability to understand the outcomes or act beyond caring about the outcomes, that's where evil, sin, choose the word you want, is introduced into society.
Well, no, what I mean is you're saying that God has set this in motion, and then due to things beyond your control, you're blamed for things. Or maybe I'm misstating what I'm trying to say.
What I'm stating is the nature of free will, the nature of people to make decisions, to have a view of the world where they take in information and act on it, whether logically or not. The act of having free will, the act of being able to choose our own actions, gives us the freedom to do horrible things. And that's the nature of free will. And I don't see how you could have free will without having horrible things happen.
Well, the Christian concept of heaven is that you still have free will, but nothing bad happens there.
That's actually
various,
not
that's
described
various.
anywhere in the Bible.
Well,
That's something that is very much a church doctrine, and
You're right.
and doesn't
You're right.
come from any actual word of Jesus. He simply says there's a place in the house of my Father.
Yeah, you're right. I apologize. I take that back. To kind of continue on, so there is a statement that people who cling to God are weak-minded. It sounds like what you said earlier, that you're fully willing on being wrong. There's no weak-mindedness involved there. So that is one issue I've seen a lot, is that people will go back to saying that if you're a scientist, if you're a Christian, or if you're whatever you might be, if you require God, then that's a crutch. And that itself is not, that just shows how weak-minded you are, but it really doesn't sound like it from what you're describing.
I think there are weak-minded people of both philosophical mindsets. There are weak-minded atheists and there are weak-minded Christians, both of whom live lives that aren't fully reflected upon, where they simply shout out, "No, you're wrong," without actually being critical of why they believe what they believe, without actually being critical in the consequences of what it means to consider the other side. I have great respect for Nietzsche because of how hard a look he took into the consequences of there not being a God. And he embraced those consequences in making the decision to be an atheist. And I think we each need to be highly critical of what it means to have the beliefs we have, and highly critical in looking at the different alternatives before we reject them. And not everybody does that. But it's not just the Christians, it's not just the Muslims, it's not just anybody. It's people in all social groups. Some are weak, some are strong, some are critical, some simply follow whatever they're told. And there's no one party that you can point at and say uniformly that group is screwed up. You have to look at individuals and judge the individuals. And while there are times when you need to say, this group of leaders has led a group of weak-minded people in a terrible direction. And here I look at the people who are spouting young earth creationism. I'm looking at the people who are spouting that we should, above all things, fight against abortion, even in the case of incest and rape, and the birth might kill the mother. People who lead things in a direction that can lead to great harm. It's those critical leaders that I think are the problem, because every group has weak-minded followers.
Yeah, I agree with that. It doesn't matter. To me, I have more a problem with ideologies and religion. If you get to any kind of teaching and take it to an extreme, regardless of what it is, whether it's communism, whether it's Christianity, you end up with this ideology, which is often the way that things become taken to an extreme, where people are burned, where people are killed, books are censored, that kind of thing. And it was interesting what you said about Neil Tyson. I was at a talk of his here in Florida just 2 months ago, and he was very against taking on the atheism label. So I was kind of surprised.
There's a difference between taking on the label of something in a public setting and having actions that are completely consistent. I tend to judge people more by their actions, and I would encourage you to go back to the 2011 TAM talk that he gave, which is available on YouTube, where his language is one of mocking people who believe in a God. And that sort of mocking is the actions and the language of that is what I would look at.
Okay. So he never actually said he was an atheist?
No,
Oh, okay.
but the actions of being mocking and embracing the laughter that came with the language that was used. And I was not there, but I heard that he used similar language in a speech last week at the American Astronomical Society meeting.
Okay, because I'm only saying because when I was at the talk, and I'm kind of hesitant to say this without obviously him being here or anything like that.
Right.
But he actually was he was insultive towards atheists. He was very much in favor of making fun of them. So he seems to be trying to. I wonder at that point whether he's trying to play a crowd or not.
Yeah, that is a completely different question. The only crowds that I've seen him address are the crowds at the Amazing Meeting, which is very much a skeptical, largely atheist meeting, and at the American Astronomical Society and the Astronomical Society of the Pacific. And in all three of those audiences, he's made comments that belittled the intelligence of people who believed in a God.
Now, there was one thing I did want to address earlier, and I want to get back to it, just kind of bring this back up. Now, one thing that the scientific community faces, one thing the skeptical community has been facing, has been a lot of issues with sexism. And I was going to bring this up earlier when we were talking about the education of science. So we are backtracking quite a bit here, but I did want to get into this. Now, my own view, and this is being an outsider, I've not really, I've taken some college, but I've not been heavily involved in it, is that it does seem like while it is getting better, I've met many women scientists. I've not seen many who are as public figures as a lot of the male scientists that are, you mentioned Neil Tyson, there's Bill Nye. I mean, obviously there's yourself and a few others, but it seems like there's still that divide of people who are really making an impact on getting science popularized. I mean, Eugenie Scott is probably my favorite example, but she's not been as big a figure as some other people have been.
No, Eugenie Scott, Jill Tarter from the SETI Institute, that generation of women who are now in their mid to late 50s to early to mid 60s, they were powerhouse women who really decided, I'm going to work hard enough to earn my place. Mm-hmm. And some of them did it with anger, some of them did it with poise, all of them did it with excellence. And when you look at their careers, what you find is they often had to be significantly better than the men to stay in the field. And that is still true today. What we're seeing today is the women today are facing a new resurgence in sexism that I think took all of us entirely by surprise. Women who are in their mid 20s to early 40s, we all grew up with the women's lib is in the past. You don't need to be a feminist anymore. Wait, I do need to be a feminist. Crud, they're trying to take over. And by take over, I mean push us out so there's no place for women in the dialogue. We learned that it should be okay for us to wear pants and V-neck sweaters. And then there is a new thing called slut shaming, where if you're in the workplace and someone grabs you, touches you, or makes entirely inappropriate conversation, it's blamed on you because, well, you weren't dressed conservatively enough. But we don't have Sharia law in this nation. It's an insane situation that I've come to learn that anytime I post something on the internet that is highly successful, two things will happen. One is I'll start getting the, wow, she's sexy and she has a brain comment, which fine, that's actually a compliment. And then people will make fun of my last name. But it gets exhausting when you face the day-to-day micro inequities of people expecting you to be the secretary in the department because you're a woman and it's a science department, and of course you're the secretary. It gets exhausting when people are surprised that you can wear makeup and have a brain. And it gets exhausting when the way people praise you isn't a handshake, isn't a high five, but it's a slap on the ass. And that's what women are dealing with. And we're starting to speak out. And as we start to speak out, people are trying to shame us into silence. And it's expensive to keep fighting. I know many of us have had to hire lawyers at one point or another to make sure our careers were safe because we made the mistake of complaining that we didn't like the harassment. And you shouldn't need to hire a lawyer to protect your job when you're the one being harassed. But that's the reality.
And you talk about having to fight this again, and that is something I've noticed is when it comes to social issues, when it comes to the way society changes, we have to continue fighting the same fights. Abortion was already taken care of. Healthcare should have been taken care of by now. The issues of contraception has been continuously gone over. And then in the sciences too, climate change is going to be a continuing debate for a long time. But evolution was already settled, we thought, and now it's back on the books again of having to be debated. So there are many issues, it seems like, and this is something I try to get involved with people my age, is that I've noticed people have a habit of making things about one fight. You fight this fight and you win. A good example would be the internet laws that were going to be put in place some years back. The CISPA and PIPA and these other ones.
Yeah.
Big, massive turnout of making sure that these were struck down, and it's happened again and again and again. And the idea is eventually, in politics, they'll just wear you down. Eventually, you don't show up to vote. But
people eventually learn that it's easier. What they've been trying to do is pick up the frog and dump it into the boiling water.
Yeah.
What they're trying now is to simply turn up the temperature, and the frog won't notice until he's dead.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing is if they can't pass the sweeping reforms, well, let's just take away this. Let's just take away a few weeks. Let's just take away this aspect in the classroom.
And teach both sides.
Right.
Yeah.
Teach the non-existent controversy.
Right. And that is something that I've noticed people, and it's a very clever way of making it so that it seems like you're being willing to have a compromise. But the problem is when you have a compromise between a good position and a bad position, you end up with a worse position each time. And if you continue making those compromises, then you end up with a situation much different than what we should have.
Well, and there are things where there simply aren't two sides.
Right. Right.
If you want to study science, you need to make sure that you're following things that are based in evidence, based in tests that can be repeated, and geology works on more than one planet. If you want to teach the socio-religious aspects of religious texts, that's what theology classrooms, in some cases, that's what English classrooms or history classrooms are for. I had an excellent education in Massachusetts where our English class included looking at the play The Great J.B. and then looking at the book of Job. And our history class had us reading passages from every major religion in the world to compare where certain basic ideas come into society from so many different sides. There's interesting ways to raise an educated child who has an understanding of philosophy, of religion, and of science. And we need to get back to having those Renaissance individuals.
Definitely. Now, I do have a couple of viewer questions here. The first is, why could teaching young Earth creationism cause harm?
The issue with teaching young Earth creationism is that, first of all, it's not science. Young Earth creationism is based on the idea that the number of generations in the Bible, which is inconsistent depending on whether you follow it through the men or the women's line and which chapters you choose, whether you look at the Apocryphal, it's based on a lot of hand-waving and a literal translation of the world being created in 7 days. Well, we have completely consistent theories from physics, from geophysics, from astrophysics, from quantum mechanics, all the way through modern evolutionary biology and geology and plate tectonics that places us on a planet that is between 5 and 6 billion years old in a universe that's 13.8 billion years old, with multiple lines of consistent evidence. When a child grows up being taught that the world is 6,000 years old, they start rejecting science because clearly this person is wrong. And they're faced with a choice. They either have to decide to throw out the notion that the earth is young, which in many cases causes them to question everything they've ever believed. And you find people who, in one case, I remember speaking with an adult young earth creationist who knew all the evidence for the Big Bang, knew all the evidence for an old universe, but couldn't give up the young earth because then he felt he'd have to give up God. And that was giving up a piece of his identity. And the struggle that he went through made me feel like this man, having learned young earth creationism, was actually an abuse because of what would be required, the psychological damage that would be required to undo the brainwashing he received that God and young earth creationism are one and that you can't give up one without the other. And it hurts when I meet these people who have so much of their personality, so much of their self-identity invested in something that was made up by people who didn't have evidence of plate tectonics yet. There's no reason to abuse someone with false science.
And this is kind of my own personal question real quick. I noticed that creationism kind of popped up in the 1800s. You also have the literal interpretation of Plato's Atlantis and many other things that at that point, up to that point, have been taken as myths. Do you have any idea why that might be?
That's out of my field. It's interesting when I love digging into this stuff and reading it. I don't have the background to address why it is, but there have definitely been waves of desperation to believe in false ideas. There was the wave of people wanting to go back to the idea of Apollo. There were waves of people wanting to think that the earth is flat. The ancient Greeks knew we lived on a round world, but yet we claim Columbus proved the Earth is a sphere. It's the cycles of history. I can't explain why it is. That's not my field.
I just thought maybe you might have an idea. I just find it interesting. You can go back and Ignatius Donnelly and Emmanuel Blavatsky, or Emmanuel Velikovsky and then Madame Blavatsky, how they all kind of came out at the same time with a similar idea. But then the next one, this is another viewer comment or a question, and this is something that I think it would be good to answer, is that why do you think it is people go through higher education, they come out less religious, if not atheistic, and especially the further you go through the education system?
I think it's a filter effect, not a change effect as much. One of the things that I experienced and many other Christians have experienced is abuse from faculty. There have been, throughout recent decades, sects of the Christian church here in America and sects of the Muslim church in other nations that have attacked scientists because their scientific ideas are perceived as a threat to the church. And people who are torn between the church and science often grow silent. People who aren't torn because they're just flat out atheist will then often become abusive towards Christians or Muslims or whatever religion it is that's hurt them. And I've seen many people leave the sciences because it was easier to leave the sciences than to have faculty members, as I had happen to me, tell you that there's clearly something wrong with your ability to think if you believe in a God. You hear that enough times, you either stop mentioning that you're a theist, extending the perception that most scientists are atheists, you just stop mentioning it so people assume. Or you leave the field altogether because you're tired of the abuse. It's another side that people don't think about.
That's unfortunate. We're probably losing a lot of good people who can do good science.
Yeah, I suspect that we are. I know in astronomy there is a small group of people who meet at major astronomy meetings. It's Christians in astronomy, and we're always behind a door when we meet.
Well, we're getting to the end of the program. Is there anything that I've said or anything that you'd like to expound on real quick?
I think the biggest thing that I can say is science teaches us how amazing our universe is. And when you look at most religious documents, they expound on there being a great God who created or set the conditions for the creation of a magnificent universe. And we live in a magnificent universe. And the most amazing part is science allows us to understand it. And there are many scientists out there, many of whom are so nose to the grindstone doing science, who realize that it's in doing science that we're able to understand just how great and detailed a universe we live in and how beautifully consistent all of the sciences are in describing how we went to a big bang, to evolving into intellectual beings able to figure out that F equals MA.
Very good. Now, aside from what we talked about earlier in terms of the things that you do, is there anything you'd like to plug here at the end?
I'd like to encourage everyone to get their own hands, not necessarily dirty, but worn out by going to cosmicquest.org. I run a community that allows people to learn and do science and help NASA scientists who don't have the human resources or the funding to hire the human resources to build maps of the moon, of Mercury, of the asteroid Vesta, and help us understand the geology of these three different worlds. And we have new projects coming in the future, and we want you to do science as part of your routine. Make sure you get in the exercise, make sure you get in enough glasses of water, and make sure you get in learning and doing science.
Well, very good. Dr. Gay, thank you very much for being with me today. Everybody watching, remember this episode will be uploaded within about 10-20 minutes usually. This has been a great conversation. I really enjoyed having you on.
It was definitely a challenging conversation, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Well, thank you. Everyone remember that you can find me on Facebook at Michael Scott Fulford. You can email me at the same address. The Science and Curiosity does have a Facebook page, so make sure to check it out. I'll be posting links there throughout the day. And that should be it for today. Thank you very much. And Pamela, have a great day.
Thank you very much.
in it. So they could have slept in different bedrooms, but they decided that they wanted to sleep on bunk beds. So.
Bunk beds are fun. I've always loved bunk beds as a child and as an adult.
So, what did you do while I was gone? Did the network fall apart?
No, I think it went pretty well. Sean, we put him in charge. We had one little mistake, but it was nothing compared to what we've had in the past and probably will have in the future. For T-Bog, we just threw a rerun up.
Oh, you didn't do it without me?
No, I was going to write something.
That's sweet.
Write something that week, and it was going to be awesome, but
Trying to solve
didn't do
a
it.
puzzle. This is the puzzle.
that's the puzzle.
There it is, right there. See? You got to get it apart. But it won't come apart.
It's a super duper puzzle.
This is Sean's puzzle. He hasn't solved it yet, so I'm really gunning to get it solved today so I can throw it in his face one piece at a time.
So after you get it solved, you're going to throw it right in his face?
One piece at a time. There are 3 pieces.
Wow.
One is huge and dangerous.
Ooh.
It's a solid metal puzzle.
Nice.
It'll hurt.
That'll hurt your face. Hurt your face real bad. Yeah, no, while you were gone, everything went pretty well. I'm sure Sean won't mind me mentioning this. During Bob Gray's show, it was funny. We was playing his theme music, and on one of these computers, we had like 3 windows open with YouTube on it, or something like that. And so while we played his music, right after the music ended, he started to start a show, and then his music would just play again, boom, over and over. And then his talking started looping, boom. And you could tell Bob was getting a little perturbed, but everything went well.
He does not take shit.
Bob don't take no shit.
No, he doesn't.
He don't take shit from nobody.
That's right.
Not even from himself.
He is the untolerantional pastor. The intolerantional pastor.
Or
that's what we call him.
yeah. Oh, we've also called him the unconventional bastard.
We never called him that.
We just a kidding, Bob.
You've gone too far, sir.
But no, everything went well, and but we are glad you're back. Jackie took your spot while you were gone and laid on the couch.
I was quite insulted by a text that Sean sent me, which was, oh, you were aware of this text? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It was. So did you want to tell him about what the text was? What was the text?
Well, I know what the picture was.
Yeah, he sent me a picture of Jackie, his dog, sitting on the couch, and he set a laptop in front of the dog, and he sent that to me, and the text said same thing.
I did laugh at that, but
in other words, the same thing as me.
The same thing as you being there, right? The dog sitting
right.
on the couch with the laptop open.
Look at him. He's very smug right now.
Look at him.
Very proud of that
He's
text.
laughing his ass off. But I did laugh too when he showed it to me. But we all know that's not all you do.
I do other stuff.
You're actually,
in fact, when I'm sitting there, I'm doing stuff.
That's what I was about to say. You're actually doing stuff while you're sitting there.
I could find all kinds of opportunities to make fun of Sean, but I don't. Usually.
Well, this is the. Is this the first episode of T-Bog in the 2014?
It is.
Yeah. Happy 2014, everyone.
Yeah.
I hope you're doing well.
There's
with your resolutions.
Bound to be
so
somebody
far.
who has predicted that this year is the last year of the world. Is that true, Michael? Has anybody? Yes, Michael Fulford says yes. There is some culture or subgroup that has predicted that this is the last year of the world. Do you think that there's somebody every year?
I'm sure. Probably every single year. Yeah. Because,
I really get sick of it.
me too, because
I
it
get all
never
scared.
happens.
I get all scared,
Right.
and I hunker down in a dark closet,
And you
know,
store a bunch
for
of
weeks
canned
at a time.
goods. Yeah.
and then it's like they're wasting my time.
It never freaking happens. Oh, speaking of end of the world, you remember that volcano I was talking to you about, to our audience about at Yellowstone National Park?
The one that was going to end the world.
The one that would destroy 2/3 of America.
Right. That's ending the world.
Right. Turns out it's bigger than they thought. So when it does hit the fan, it'll probably cover all of America in ash and
And molten diarrhea.
molten lava diarrhea. That's brown lava for y'all uneducated folks out there. And
Why isn't Michael operating a camera? Did he sneak off? Michael.
is Michael taking a smoke break?
He was supposed to operate a camera this show. I guess he thought I wouldn't notice that he was sitting down.
Caught you.
Your father would be so disappointed in you right now.
Your father would be disappointed in you.
Isn't that right, Barry?
I've been watching this new show that Doug Benson has called Getting Doug with High on YouTube, where he sits around interviewing comedians and they smoke weed the whole time.
Yeah.
And it's pretty funny. What's even more funny is watching the reactions of these celebrities who are all, out there. Like, did you know who Eric Andre is? Well, he has a show on Adult Swim, the Eric Andre Show, and he just goes nuts. Just like at the beginning of the show, he just runs around, breaks tables, blah, blah, blah. And when he sits back down, a curtain drops back down, somebody rolls his desk back, and he starts. Then he does a bunch of crazy stuff during the show. But on Doug,
That's a high budget show. If he destroys equipment before every show.
but it's all like fake balsa wood and stuff. Adult Swim can afford that. Yeah, it's all, yeah,
Perishables, paper plates,
that's right. Hollywood
printing
furniture.
copy paper,
That's right. But
balloons.
during Getting Doug with High,
Balloon animals.
Eric was smoking, and
Do not show that dog every time I talk. That won't be funny.
that just made me sad when you showed that. That dog looks like it's waiting for the world to end. But Eric Andre, after he took his first couple tokes, he was just dormant, man, just sitting there, just
You're witnessing Michael Fulford's camera work right now.
just not saying anything. Michael Fulford, operating cameras. What's the name of his show? Science and Technology? Science and Curiosity. Oh. So I'm curious as to why. No, I'm just kidding. So since this is the gold standard of the network, we're letting Michael Fulford
That's Michael Fulford. He just like suddenly cut to the dog.
operate it.
Michael pointed at us.
Quit showing the dog, Michael.
It's awesome. So, anyways, what were you talking about?
What was I talking about? Eric Andre. He's out there and everything. Anyway, after he smoked some weed, he was just all introverted and just shy. And he actually
He was probably coming apart inside.
probably was. He requested a hoodie so he can put it over his head so he can feel like he's like enclosed, And
Chemicals.
chemicals will do it to you. But I thought that was funny. If y'all get a chance, it's on Wednesdays, I think. Check it out. But I was thinking, maybe one show we could do that here. Getting Joey with getting Joey with high.
I'll bring in a stunt double for that. I do not have a lot of good memories from my late teens when I smoked, when I toked.
See, I have great memories as a teen smoking.
I have a couple,
weed, but
mostly me just getting nervous.
But that's when it switched. But for me, once I turned into my early 20s, then that's when I started. When I smoked weed, I just be thinking all day, and I wouldn't communicate with anybody. I'd just sit there. So teens, I was okay, having fun, making jokes, giggling, laughing, listening to music. 20s, I'd rather be by myself, watching cartoons, eating food, and just thinking. And that's why I haven't smoked weed in quite a while.
Did you hear our neighbors outside earlier?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, we've got some neighbors across the street that are blaring their radio. Okay, they're like blaring their radio.
Blaring.
Yeah,
blaring it.
Like they should probably not be in their house because they're probably suffering ear damage. But here's the weird thing: they're blaring. Like if somebody blares music, normally it's like metal or death metal or rap or hip hop. They're thumping the bass. These guys are blaring soft '90s rock. like the song that they were playing when I walked in was "You Had a Bad Day." Da, 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 da.
They're blaring it.
Yeah, just like blasting it.
What about your dinguses? Are you talking about the people that live straight across?
Well, straight across and then to the right if you're looking this way.
Right.
Yeah.
What's up with those folks?
Uh,
They used to.
if you're gonna blare music, do it right.
Yeah, do some death metal.
Do it because you want everybody to know that you're awesome and intimidating.
Right, that you're a badass.
Don't do it so that everybody knows that you have a soft side.
Right.
that doesn't make sense.
They was probably all on like downers or something, and
there was a song playing before it, and then the DJ came on and was talking about, or there was like this ad spot about it was a variety station. When it came on, you could hear him turn it way down, like they turned it way down.
Yeah.
And then Had a Bad Day come on, they turned it way back up.
That's my shit. So you had a bad day, and y'all could hear it in here.
Let's blast some Billy Joel.
y'all can hear it in here in the studio.
No, you can't hear it in here. But if you go, I mean, this place is made of cinder block.
Right.
It's pretty good at shielding sound.
Yes.
Especially since we're on the opposite end of the building. But if you go out and you stand out front, it may not have been so when you came in, but when we were, you could hear it like there was a radio playing loudly right next to you.
Yeah.
Quite rude.
Quite rude.
Quite rude. 90s soft rock fan. I don't think Had a Bad Day is from the 90s, but
I think it is, isn't it?
I think it's from the 2000s.
Oh, well.
I like the song, by the way. I
Yeah.
like that song.
But I wouldn't blare it.
Just blasting music and it being soft rock does not, those things don't mix. Playing it loudly, yes.
Right.
But blasting it rudely in a neighborhood, it's out of place.
Right.
You are out of context.
Like in my car, I will blare music from time to time. It's like, boom, blare it. F society. I'm blaring my music.
I will blare This American Life.
How's that go?
No, please tell me you're joking.
No, I'm serious.
It's not a song. It's a show. It's a radio show.
Oh, you're talking about on NPR?
Yeah, This American Life. Like
I thought you were talking about a song, you dingus. But I was listening to NPR on the way over here. They was talking about some lady who...
Doesn't this look like an alien relic?
It does. And it looks like the inside
Zoom in on this.
should be spinning real fast.
This is what it looks like when it's completely together. Yeah. Looks like some sort of alien artifact. Like if you spin it just the right way, it will burn a hole in your throat.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
It looks
But
like
these are two interlinking circles in here, and they come apart. Let's see if I can get them apart on camera.
looks like the logo for Infinity Ward.
Hold on. Okay, I know how to do this. I think I know.
Do it. Do it.
I'm trying.
Do it. Do
The
it.
pressure
do
is
it, do it.
uncanny. You have no idea. There we go. Okay. So now they're apart. And then you've got to somehow get them unlinked and out of the middle. And it is quite difficult. Nobody here at the studio has yet to do it. But I will do it.
I will say I have not attempted it yet. So
Yes, he has.
no,
Everybody but me has attempted it.
I have not attempted it. First time I attempted it, I will probably solve it.
Big talker.
Big talker, big walker. Let me check our Smooth Tube.
Check our fan base.
Yeah.
See if our fan base is gabbing.
We have one comment says, hurry up with that puzzle, Joey.
Shut up! That's what I say to you. Who said that?
Jim.
Who said that?
Jim Flim. That's what it said.
That's just like Jim Flim.
Just like that son B. What is going on with people walking in the studio?
Who's walking in our studio?
Where's Fulford?
Why is Fulford off the camera again?
The fudge.
Oh, he can't stand for 10 minutes? Poor guy.
Sorry.
He must have gotten parched.
There's Fulford. He's tired. The T-Bog mascot just chilling.
Oh, Michael, he's such a good sport.
He is. And I love his show, by the way. He's like a walking encyclopedia.
He is.
Very smart guy. And he even teaches.
He's like Dustin Hoffman on Rain Man.
Right, just like this.
Just shooting out the facts. You know what I'm saying?
Well, of course, there has to be something off with him. You know, he may be severely autistic, but he is a smart son of a bitch.
No. I'm just teasing.
We fooling. But he even teaches the dumbass kids that come to the studio.
Hey, 2 of those are my kids.
He even teaches the kids that come to the studio, which is nice.
Oh, we hate children.
You mentioned it snowed a little bit while you were in Georgia?
Yeah. It was
What was
snowing.
that like? Snow.
It was snowing hard on the way in, and we didn't know how to get there. We'd never been there before. We had GPS.
All right.
Okay? So we get to the last 15-minute stretch. The snow's blasting in the windshield, and we start going up the hill, up the mountain.
Yeah.
And the street lights go away. There are no street lights up in there.
Up in the mountains.
That's right. It's just our lights and anybody who's coming towards us, their lights. And it's getting steep. Like, I would say 35. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about, but maybe a 35-degree incline or more.
Grade.
Enough to make a car struggle, especially
Right.
a Chevy Malibu, which is what we're driving.
Especially if the snow like spin.
2-wheel drive Chevy Malibu. And we don't know if we're going the right direction. We think we are. The GPS says we are,
It's
but
telling
then
you are.
at a certain altitude, the GPS says, I can't do it anymore.
Right.
It just flips out. It's telling us to make U-turns,
Ooh.
turn our car upside down.
Ugh.
Shit,
Don't do
you know
that.
what you're talking about.
Yeah, don't do that.
GPS, Siri.
Jippus.
And so we're just playing it by ear from there. We're going by a little piece of paper that we have that has instructions from the owner
Right.
telling us how to get there. And I had to actually prowl around 2 cabins that were not our cabins, but we
Did
didn't
you?
know.
Did you do this?
No, I didn't do that. I was fairly confident that there was nobody there, so I kind of prowled around and kind of looked for an address because the cabins we were looking at didn't have any address on the mailbox. So I was kind of prowling around looking for an address somewhere, and one of the cabins was pitch dark, no lights on. That's why I assumed there was nobody there. Okay,
Right.
except for like one little light coming around the corner somewhere. And I walk around and I walk around the corner, and just as soon as I do, the wind blows and the screen door goes wham, bursts open.
Snap.
Bursts open, not closed, open.
Open.
Yeah. And so I stand there for a second. I'm like, I was almost sure it was the wind.
You almost sure it was a
you can't be taking
ghost.
chances. So I said, hello? and nobody answered. So I like tiptoed a few more times. And then the wind like took the door back and went wham again. And I was like, hello?
Hello.
And then my wife hollers at me, Joey, I don't think this is the house. I was like, well, good, because I'm getting scared.
This one's haunted.
So I went back to the car and we drove up to one other house, to which I prowled around and determined it was not the right cabin. It didn't have the right address, but it was at the end of the instructions. It says turn left, almost a U-turn, and that had not happened yet until and we went through all the steps, and the last step was turn left. It will feel like a U-turn.
It'll feel like a
sharp
U-turn.
left, almost a U-turn. Okay, so we do this sharp left, almost a U-turn, and it says first cabin on your right.
Right.
So there's the first cabin, but our address is 240 and it says 62.
Whoa,
So I was
that's
like,
a long way away.
what am I misunderstanding? So I get out and I'm prowling around a little bit. We're trying to get a hold of the guy, but the signal's weak. The signal was strong later. I don't know why it was so weak at the time. Maybe because of the snow or the weather or whatever. But eventually we get a hold of the guy and he's like, no, keep going. And I was like, well, why the heck did you tell us?
Why did you even mention the
First right after the U-turn?
The almost
Turns
U-turn.
out there is another left that's so sharp that it feels like a U-turn. And then it's first right. And it's like the last stretch, and that incline is so steep that the Malibu's like begging us,
What are you doing?
Please don't make me do this. And you've got to get momentum to get up these hills, And so my wife just guns up, going, and there's this drive on the right. She's like, that's got to be it. And we turn into it, and that was it.
Nice. The second house you prowled around, was there anybody in there?
No. But what I learned that I don't know, because I'm a plains folk,
Right.
not a plain folk, a plains folk. I come from the plains.
On the plains.
I was raised in Oklahoma.
Where the wind goes whipping through the...
I lived in East Texas for a while, which isn't much hillier.
Right.
And now I live in Pensacola, which is also flat.
Flatter and
Okay.
flitter.
So what I didn't understand until it clicked that I've been told this before, my memory kind of came back to me, this was after the drive-in, was that there's a purpose for for gear 2, 3, 2, and 1 on an
The low
automatic.
gears, yeah.
Yeah, those are actually for pulling or hauling, but they also work on mountains.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's effectively just, it's kind of like pulling.
Yeah.
So after that first trip, I started experimenting with those lower gears, and it was much easier on the car.
Nice.
I took my car in for a tune-up, spent hundreds of dollars getting it all tuned up and ready for the trip, and then the night before found out that we might have a coolant leak, which is not great when you're going into freezing weather.
Hell no.
Because it's also antifreeze. And it did fine the whole trip, except the next day when we were going up the hill, at the last minute when we pulled up and parked, antifreeze just bursted out of the bottom.
Jesus.
What'd
you do?
Well, I had extra because I was afraid, that that might happen. So,
But it didn't just run back out?
well, no, I let it cool, and I poured water all over the driveway to kind of get the antifreeze off of there, and then the next day, it was that night because we didn't want it to freeze overnight. Let it cool, then filled it up, and it didn't leak again. It didn't leak after that. So I don't know what kind of, maybe like a high pressure leak.
Right. Maybe just busted open.
Right.
Yeah. And then that was just a little bitty leak.
The auto version of diarrhea.
Right.
I can't hold it anymore.
Oh, dude, I was coming from downtown, and I had to use the bathroom so bad it hit me all of a sudden, like boom, like you better find a toilet, man, or you're gonna shit your pants. So
This is not the kind of story we share. We talked about this.
So I clenched my ass like I've never clenched my ass in my whole life. Like I'm talking about this
I do not support you in telling the story.
hardcore, like trying to drive, like you got your feet like that, and you're driving like, driving, and then I'm running through yellow lights. I'm trying to get there, and at a certain point, I'm like, oh man, I'm about to shit my pants in my grandmother's new car. I'm like, so I'm just holding on, and then finally you get that feeling where I don't know where it goes, but it moves somewhere, and then you don't have to shit anymore, and it got to that point. So then I was passing by the studio. My first plan was to go to the studio and use the bathroom. Not much longer, and use the bathroom. But then it like moved somewhere and went away. I didn't have to go anymore. I was like, all right. So
you just concluded that now you don't have to.
So I passed the studio. I'm like, okay, I can make it home. So
No wonder you don't.
I passed the
crap
studio,
you crap
and
like
then
once
it's
a
like,
month.
They hit me again. I was like, oh, hold on tight.
Hold on, baby.
So it was about.
Do you talk to your
2 more
intestines, or
miles.
You're like, hold on, baby. Do you call your
Yeah,
intestines
I'm like,
baby?
hold on, baby. hold on, testes. In
Call your
testes.
intestines testes?
Yeah, in testes.
That's bizarre.
That's where they're in. That's where they're inside. Your
testes are inside?
No, my intestines
come
are
out yet?
inside. No, they've dropped. Well, they come back in and out. They breathe like
Like when you get scared.
like an artificial lung.
They turtle when you get scared.
Yeah, they play possum, and run up in me. But anyway, I passed
Once a show.
I passed the
we
studio, and I was like, okay, I can make it. And then 20 seconds later, I was like, oh no, here it comes again. I've got to shit. And then I'm holding on. I got about 2 more miles to go until I get to the apartment. Make it to the apartment, bust inside, go to the bathroom, and then as soon as I sit on the toilet, my antifreeze just leaked all
I
over.
really regret that my vacation story reminded you to tell that story.
I appreciate you telling me that. But yeah, it was tough, man. Sweating, man. Like that happens probably once every 2 years, something like that.
Now, you know that when you need to go to the bathroom really bad, that when the urge goes away, the next move is not to say, well, I must not need to anymore.
No,
it's still there.
No. I didn't say I didn't need to. I said
I know, but
I
your
can
choice
pass.
was to just drive on.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
You know
okay,
the urge
I
is
can
going to
make
come
it.
back.
But I felt I had enough time to make it back to the apartment because.
Well,
But
anybody would have told you otherwise.
But nope. I made a foolish decision. I should have pulled into the studio and blew it up here, but I didn't.
Did you want to apologize to everybody
For what?
for your decision?
I would like to apologize to the makers of the American Standard toilet that is in my apartment because I put it to the test. And for that, I apologize. TBOG cares. Anyway, do you got a cool shit story
Don't
like?
associate the name of our show with that story.
Do you got a cool shit story like that?
No. None that I'm going to tell on the air. I'm sorry.
Ah,
I'm not as filthy as you are, sir.
you filthy bastard.
I love how you always tell these double entendre jokes. You suck everybody into your filth, and then when everybody else gets involved in it, you blame them. You say you're not the one with a dirty mind.
Yeah, I
But
say.
you were never talking about that.
Well, that story I just told there was no double entendre.
I'm
It
just
was
saying
straight up. But I know what
You're
you're
a
talking.
filthy person. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm not a filthy person.
Yes, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
Listen here. Let's clear the air right now. All right. A filthy person thinks about this vile, nasty stuff 24/7. 24/7, 24/7, and they do,
That is
and
not
they do nice
necessarily
stuff.
true.
It is,
I disagree with your premise.
and and every once in a while, or quite a while,
He is thinking about poop right now as he's telling you.
I will say to the guys some kind of a double entendre joke,
Now he's thinking about some genital.
and then they'll laugh and then call me filthy. And then I'll say, hey, I'm not the filthy one.
Now he's thinking about two genitals.
It's your mind that made that filthy. I didn't say the word.
You inserted the idea because we're all adults.
Right.
We all know what you're talking about. Stop pretending that you're not talking about that.
I'm just saying, it takes a filthy mind to recognize that what I said
I'm
has
not
a double
saying
meaning.
that we don't have filthy thoughts. I'm saying that you deny that that's what you meant.
I don't think I deny it. I don't.
You
I don't
turn around and
deny
say
that I'm.
you're not the filthy one. We're the filthy ones.
I do say that, but
That's right.
but I'm not
Which is
denying.
a blatant lie.
But I'm not denying that I'm making a blue joke. But y'all, y'all are like, oh, you filthy bastard. I'm like, hey, you're the one that made it that filthy. Hey, what I said,
you
what
made it
I
to be that
said
filthy.
was a little filthy on the cutting edge of filth.
I'm sick of your bullshit.
And then their brains take it to the next level. They add stuff to it, and they don't.
Did you know that Jack makes phone calls in the studio?
The fudge?
He was doing it earlier.
Jack
saw
Dykes
him.
makes phone calls in
Yeah,
the
I
studio.
hollered at him. I said, "Get off the phone in the studio," and he didn't get off the phone. He walked a little further back to the back of the studio. That's all he did.
Who is he talking to?
Who are you talking to, Jack? My brother-in-law. His brother-in-law.
Well, see, that's uncalled for. You know, the only people you can call in the studio at all is your mother or your spouse.
You're just making up rules now.
I understood that was the rule.
You can call the police if there's an emergency.
Mm-hmm.
You can call your doctor if you're waiting for test results.
Right. Well, usually your doctor calls you.
Well, but if you're getting impatient.
Right.
Right.
If you're a
And that's
patient,
it.
get independent. Yeah. And that's it. You're not allowed to call brother-in-laws.
That's the last person you can call.
And but before the show started, Joey reprimanded Jack as well.
Yeah, he got his first reprimand, 3 of those, and you get to drink from the fire hose.
On full blast.
That's right.
What's Jack saying over there? He's talking shit.
He's got a smart mouth. He's got a smart mouth.
You got a smart little mouth there, Jack.
I think we're about out of time.
I think we are. We've actually gone overtime. We usually like to cut it right at 3:45.
Well, this has been a quality show.
Definitely. We love you guys. Joey, any last thoughts?
Stop showing the dog when I'm about to talk. I would like to say that I enjoyed this show, minus the diarrhea story,
Okay.
and that I'm looking forward to the next show, which is...
What do we got going on at 4
I don't
o'clock?
think there is any show at 4 o'clock anymore.
Nope. 5 o'clock.
Christopher Mowdy just abandoned that spot.
Yep.
It's like his baby, and he just left it.
Left it. He moved to 6.
He's a baby leaver.
Like 6 bedroom 4. He leaves babies.
He abandons babies.
Christopher Mowdy
abandons babies.
abandons babies. Well,
That's our last word.
that's
on
our
the
last
show.
word. We love you guys.
We'll see you next week.
Stay tuned. Got some more good stuff coming up.
Hello, and welcome once again to Clash Course. My name, as always, is Joey Livingston, and with me today is a very special guest, your friend and mine, and my dad too, Dr. Michael W. Jones. How are you doing today, Dr. Jones?
Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon. You confused me there for a second. So today we're going to be visiting a topic that has been on my mind for a while. It just occurred to me this morning that you and I should talk about it because we've talked about it in the past. But back then we were Christians, and now we're not. So I was wondering if we had a different viewpoint on it. The subject is anger, and so I guess I'll start this conversation by just asking this question: is it ever good to be angry? And if you've changed your viewpoint, why don't you, or whether you have or not, why don't you share the way that you used to look at it?
The way that I looked at anger, quote unquote, is through the lens of Scripture. That is, when I was a Christian. And there are various usages of orge and thumos, etc. And I found myself walking away from that mindset of anger. I didn't see any benefit. I saw, for instance, a parent very much out of control. I saw someone who didn't really have the ability to do good. And so, yes, when I was a Christian, and when I say when I was a Christian, that's kind of a play on words in a sense. I simply don't claim to be a Christian today because I don't think that Jesus was Christ. But I haven't thought that Jesus was Christ for decades. But sometimes what you do is you simply carry a label in order to work with that community.
Sure.
So that's like Floridian, or we're from Pensacola. You can't go too far with those terms. I think the same thing is true with our English term anger. So when I started looking at the concept of anger and started really getting serious about it, it was, I don't even know what year it was, but I was very, very concerned about passages, that is in the Bible, where the anger of the Lord was kindled against His created children, and that concerned me.
Sure.
And so I took a strong position, and sometimes I think that we go overboard with things, especially when we've been hurt.
Sure.
And I can't say that Christianity, quote unquote religion, didn't hurt me. I think it did. And I'm not convinced that a lot of my positions are not just strong reactions to something. And so, for the sake of honesty, I would have to say that in time what we do is we try to find our sense of rhythm and balance.
Sure.
And I'm not so sure that I've ever had a fixed belief, that is, a static mindset of what anger is. And so I'm not trying to avoid your question. I'm simply saying
I
that
feel like you're avoiding the question.
over the years I've used anger in so many different ways. We wouldn't have enough time in this show to really deal with all of that. And so am I for anger? For the most part, no. Do I think that it's ever healthy to be upset? Yes. Do I think that it's rational, to convey that I'm annoyed? Yeah, it's obvious.
Let me share with you my transition, where I was, where I went, and where I am now. I think growing up, I felt like anger was appropriate in certain contexts, that it was good. If something upset me and I felt that I was in the right, that getting angry was, a good response to have. I don't know that I ever really hashed it out so meticulously, but I didn't feel any qualms about being angry with somebody and letting them know. You know, I think that I've always had a somewhat of a temper. In my early adult life, you convinced me that anger was never a good thing, and we were both, you know, very much coming from a scriptural point of view, and I was with you 100%. That Paul, you know, there is one translation where Paul says, "Be angry and sin not." But I think that you were much more in favor, and as a translator, I very much trust you in this regard, that what he was saying is, you know, don't become angry.
You know, I think that it was, you know, if I could say it, I think people would understand it. Be angry and sin not. No,
Well, like, is that even possible?
Well, I think that within the context of that type of anger, I think that was really in question, because in that particular context, the kind of anger that those particular people were dealing with, you know, just for the sake of argument, their context, their understanding, this was something that really troubled people like Paul. You know, all of this anger and this resentment, this, you know, this stuff that you just had to let out.
A little bit of this.
You know, a little bit of this, yeah. You know, that really troubled, I think, the Apostle Paul. And I'm proud of him for making statements. And many translators have translated 1 Corinthians chapter 13 in the sense that, you know, it's love is easy. You know, it's not easily angered. There is a concept in our English Bibles. It's the word blaspheme. If you know, I can blaspheme, for instance, Jesus, or you know, or the Holy Spirit, and you know, the consequences are quite different. And I think that, you know, the quote-unquote church gave us an understanding of blasphemy that certainly wasn't within the context of what these writers were writing about. And if I might just talk about that for a moment, to blaspheme is very much a failed meta language. It's something that the church created in order to control people. When you look at the Greek text, it's talking about people being slow.
Is
at
that
something.
a transliteration, that word?
Not technically, but my point is, no, it's.
Okay. We'll go on then.
Well,
It's not
I'm just
irrelevant.
saying, you know, there are, you can actually transliterate something, and it doesn't even look like or sound like
But I thought
the Greek term.
The Greek term was something that
Well,
began
well,
with a beta.
I'm just
and a-
saying that there is something that we've never discussed, that is in transliteration, that I'll talk to you about at another time. But my point is, if I say that I blaspheme, what the Greek writer is saying is that I'm slow at something. And the Greeks had an idea of this. If I was slow to anger, I probably wouldn't get there. And so sometimes, you know, you're too slow to win the race. If you're too slow, that is, at getting angry, you know, it's just a saying, it's a figure of speech. And so if I said, you know, we're, you know, the kind of people we are just slow to anger. You know, we think about things. We're not prone to be zealous about anything.
Right.
And so if I say to you, is it good for a parent to be a zealot? That is, when reacting to the circumstances by which your children do X, Y, or Z, I think you would agree with me that being a zealot in a particular context would be negative.
Sure.
I think that being slow to react and trying to get a proper understanding of your child, I think, is more reasonable.
Yeah.
And so I think that's what the writer had in mind in 1 Corinthians chapter
And that's applicable
13.
in everything, in my opinion. Being slow to react to a situation. I mean, sometimes we feel this, that we feel like time is of the essence, and we have this urge to react. But even in a situation that may seem critical, a reaction, a poor reaction not thought out, is just as bad as no reaction at all. And so I would say 99% of the time, the best thing is to wait. Let your mind understand a situation before you react.
Right. But, another thing needs to be stated, when we're dealing with the Bible, we can learn various things. Number one, language isn't perfect. It really doesn't go full circle most of the time. That is, in conversations like we're having, and we've known each other for a long, long time. And we've had many conversations, but conversations rarely go full circle. That is, we normally don't come to identical conclusions.
Right.
And it's, you can say, X, Y, or Z, and as you're speaking to me, I may focus in on one or two ideas, and I have all these things flooding me out of my mind, and I'm going to attach, associate, I'm going to do all kinds of things with what you're saying to me, because that's just the way that we interpret things. And so, over the years, it's possible that our understanding wasn't identical.
Sure.
That is, concerning anger. It's possible that as we have been in transition, that our understanding of what we were attempting to project has become easier. Maybe we're listening more now than we were to each other back then. And so we could be saying, in a sense, the same thing, and it may appear to be something quite different. It's like at night, and I've stated this many times, you hear a noise at night and you think it's the burglar, but it's the cat. And this is true, in language, not just in language flux that's in real time, but this is true in how we deal with language, that is externally, and that is inside the mind, that is inside the brain. And so I think Noam Chomsky makes a good point, in his rhetoric on nativism. That is, those things that are innate. We interpret things based upon our DNA structure. We carry a lot of baggage. And so when we're having a conversation like this, I think the reason that the Apostle Paul was so good, that is, at what he was saying, he's saying that love requires a hell of a lot of patience. Sure. And a lot of kindness, because for me to be able to understand you, it may take just in one conversation that's sensitive, like about this particular subject, it may take me 3 or 4 or 5 decades. That's possible.
So there's another passage that you referenced there where Paul, and again in some translations it says when he's talking about love, he says that love is not easily angered. But when you and I have spoken in the past, you were very much prone to a translation that was more along the lines of love does not get angry.
I would still hold to that. I would say that love doesn't get angry. That is, given that anger is a given, particular thing. I would not say at any point in time that love doesn't get angry, or in the context of anger, A to Z, that is, with all of its usages. That would be foolish. That would be like saying, A can never equal 3. That would be foolish.
So the kind of anger that I'm talking about is, and it would probably take a long time to really, get down to the very specific, but just to get a little more specific.
But let's agree upon this. You're simply using a phoneme to make a point.
Sure.
And so your interest is in saying something that you find meaningful. It's not so much that you've changed your position on the phoneme. It's just that you're trying to utilize it
on whatever that phoneme identifies. I have changed my position.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'm speaking specifically about an emotion that, if handled in a certain way, can produce irrational thoughts, behavior, and can produce hurtful choices, because you are. It's hard to get at this without using synonyms, but you are upset about something or about someone, and it is when you allow it to come to an irrational place, or it is that thing inside you that could bring you there. That's what I'm calling anger. Okay, so, and I'm being very specific about the thing inside you for a reason that I'll get at in just a moment.
But for the sake of clarity, I'm not so sure that I really understand the depth of what you're saying. But keep going.
Yeah, that's what I think. This story about my transition will help to get to the bottom of it. So, if somebody hits me in the face, I get angry. If somebody steals my car, I get angry. Whatever that is, that's what I'm talking about. If somebody says something about my mom, that is bad and is untrue, whatever emotion happens there, that's what I'm talking about. The thing where it begins deep down inside. I came to a place because of these passages in the Bible where I felt like I should never feel those emotions. That if I feel angry about something, that I'm sinning. That the proper reaction, the better reaction, is patience. Before feeling that, to try to somehow, I guess, beat that emotion to the punch by understanding the individual, understanding maybe they're ignorant, maybe they come from a place in their upbringing where all they know is pain. To love them first, okay? And I really struggled for a long time to come to a place to where I wouldn't feel anger about things. So fast forward quite a bit, walking away from Christianity, realizing that the Bible is not, some infallible rule book. I really hadn't come back to the subject again until your friend of mine, Bob Graves, started talking about it on his show. He started talking about anger, and he said some things on his show at the time that I disagreed with. That anger was good, and that we should feel it, we should express it, etc. I disagreed with those statements, although, as with what you said with a conversation, it's very hard for two people to get on the same page. With whatever I understood of what he said at the time, I didn't agree with it, and I've thought about it since then, simply because he brought it up, and I have a lot of respect for him. And he challenged the idea in my mind of anger always being bad. And so I spent some time thinking about it. And I actually talked with a couple friends of mine about their thoughts on it, etc. And I have, from my perspective, I certainly have changed the way I feel about it. And this is how I feel about it now. That whether it's good or bad, whatever that thing is, where it begins, the thing inside us, that emotion, that reaction, whether it's good or bad, it's there. I can't speak for everybody, but I know that I have it when whatever happens that produces it, I have that emotion. It happens. And that it's really not a matter of whether that emotion is good or bad, but that it exists, and what am I going to do with it? Am I going to pretend like it's not there? Am I going to shove it deep down? Am I going to try to act happy when I'm sad, or giddy when I'm angry? That it's there, and it's almost like a ball in motion. And I can pretend like that ball is in motion, but sooner or later its force is moving, and to pretend like it's not there is to act like I can take energy and make it disappear. And so, is it good to be angry? Yes, in this sense. If you are angry, first of all, you should be honest about it. And I'm speaking for myself. I should be honest about it. And second of all, I should find a way to express it. Whatever that may be, I should find a good way, the best possible way to express that anger. Now, some people, when they get angry, they go and they hit a punching bag. Or they play some hard sport, or they go work out or something like that. I'm not an athlete. I'm still working out how best to express my anger when I get upset. And I don't want to overstate it. I do think I have a temper, but I think most of the people that know me think I'm a pretty patient guy. And I do have the ability to, I certainly have developed the ability, whether it be because of that period of my life when I was trying so hard or what, I've developed the ability to try real hard to understand somebody and where they're coming from before I have a reaction. A lot of times, understanding where somebody's coming from can change that emotion inside you. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a reaction where somebody says something that may upset you, if you can wait and listen to them and try to understand them, I find that 90% of the time they didn't even mean what I thought they said. And in the 10% of the times that they do, if I can understand why they said it, that 90% of that, the understanding of it causes the anger to go away. And I realize that I'm just a fallible human being that misunderstands people a lot. But in the moments when I'm angry and I can't do anything about it, what's not good is to try to deal with it by pretending it's not there. And I used to feel like I needed to do that. You didn't make me feel that way, by the way.
No.
That's just how I chose to react to what I believed.
Let's back up, because I find this to be very interesting. One of the reasons that I walk, and I love to walk, and you know that I love to walk in places to where I can find myself just looking at the sunset, because I find that it's good therapy. And I do this because I realize that there are a lot of things that happen to me during the day, and I react. And sometimes, unfortunately, I think that we all do this to a certain extent. I think that we repress, we stuff things down. That's not good. I think that we need to be honest about what's there. I don't have any problem with that. But the question would be, the thing that's there, is it good for me? Is it healthy? And I find that my walking is a marvelous way of exhausting. And so I could call a lot of the things that I'm exhausting, I could call it anger, I could call it wrath, I could call it, apples if I wanted. I'm simply exhausting because, number one, it helps me to feel better. I think that my life becomes easier. But I really don't find that in a case that I've become angry, let's say, with you, I don't think that my anger towards you is good. Now, it may be there,
Right.
but I can't label that as healthy for me or for you.
Sure.
And so the way that I've looked at it over the years is, I wish that I could have said this, but, I'm very much like my father, possibly. I felt censored, and I felt censored by the church. I was raised in church, and through all of the times that I've spent being who I was in the church, you were required to be muzzled. You couldn't say what you wanted to say, or you would lose your job, or you would lose fellowship with those people of faith that you're involved with. And I felt very muzzled, and so I felt like I was, in a sense, only capable of speaking about surface level things. To get into depths about how I felt about many things, I didn't feel as if I could say much about anything, and I still to this day feel like I'm walking on eggshells with a lot of people who have left the church, simply because I think that you have a lot of fragile people out there. And, it's not true that you can just walk up to someone and be as open and honest as we have. We have this relationship that's very open, it's very honest, and we can say how we feel. And it gets better and better all the time. But that's not true with everyone.
Sure.
And it's like, being a part of the New Covenant group. Some people who call in, I have to walk on eggshells with a lot of theists because they think since we are bringing atheists into the studio, God forbid, since we're bringing atheists on board in the shows, God forbid, since I brag about atheists so much, they feel bashed in a sense. They're overly sensitive. They're angry at me. And so I have to take this, and when I say I have to, don't take that too far, but I do take an approach towards them, and I'm very annoyed inside. And so what do I do with that annoys me? I walk and I exhaust.
Are you just using a synonym for angry when you say
I'm
that?
simply saying if you look up the most common usages for the term angry, you're going to find terms like possibly being annoyed.
Right.
Okay? And there are various other terms that may work well.
So let me take
But
this opportunity to say
I'm
to
simply,
you.
but let me make this point.
Okay.
I wish that I could have said years ago, and I felt like I was shackled. I wish I could have said, don't look at anything as sin. And I knew that I had my job cut out for me because I don't believe that sin is a reality. I think it's a figment of our imagination.
Of course.
And it's like saying, I'm going to dodge reality. And once a person says no to the notions of sin, this is why, you're the one that put that video together, the theology of sin, and how I speak against the theology
The
of
one
sin.
that edited it. You're the one that put it
Well,
together.
I'm saying you are the one that edited a particular teaching that I did. You took out about, I think, 5 minutes out of about an hour and a half, something like that. But my point is, I think that Jesus came along to do away with the notion of the theology of sin and possibly take it out of our vocabulary because it was damaging our sense of honesty. It's difficult. It was difficult for me to say what I'm saying now back then. It has taken a long time to be able to know how to say it so people can receive it. I used to say over and over again that I really identify with the Apostle Paul. He was afraid. Now, he wasn't afraid of the people there at the church of Corinth, but he was afraid that they would misunderstand what he was saying. I can identify with that. And so many times, we are afraid to say things because we're afraid of being misunderstood. We don't want to create distance, that is in relationships. That's not positive. And so sometimes we put things on the table until everyone around us is mature enough to handle them. My grandson, Gavin, your son, there's going to come a time in which he's going to say, Dad, you talked to me in this way at this point, but now you're talking to me and it seems so different. Well, it's not so much that Dad has changed. It's that Gavin has finally realized that, Dad may be saying something that he wasn't capable of understanding.
Sure.
And the reverse is true. Sometimes when a child is speaking, they have a comprehension possibly of a nugget or a large selection of anything that can really change the mind of a parent.
I didn't know whether you had changed or not, but let me just say that where I haven't changed is, and I agree with you on this point, that anger is not the ideal response, and it's not even ideal to have it inside. where it originates. But there are many things in my life that I've found that, for whatever reason, even though they're not ideal, they are there. And you know, in these recent years, I've come to realize how important it is, not only that I'm honest about it. I always in some sense knew it was important that I be honest if I was angry, but also that I find some way to express it. And maybe expression isn't the right word, but I think it is in the way that I mean it. As you said, you go for a walk and you exhaust yourself. I find talking with friends about things is a good way of getting it out. Just being honest with people, and even if they don't have a reaction, just realizing, just hearing yourself as it comes out is good, you know, or just sometimes just getting your mind off of it and watching a relaxing movie or something can be great, but the important thing is that you know, realize it's there, and there are instances where I think that you seek out the core cause of that anger. And if it was caused by a person, that you address it with that person. You know, not in some sort of irrational way,
Right.
but to find the core of the anger, calm down, and then address what's causing the anger, especially if that person is a close one, somebody who's close to you, and even more especially if it's a repetitive behavior, because you're just going to get angry again, you know, and that's where patience comes into play.
All right.
Because you can't expect people to change overnight, but if somebody does something that annoys you, as you say, and everybody that's close to me annoys me, they annoy the hell out of me, and so if they do something that's really annoying, I might want to talk to them because I'm having some sort of bad reaction to it. You know, it's like I'm allergic to that behavior, and you know, talk to them, and if I think what they're doing is harmful, let them know, or if it's just harming me, it's just annoying me. It's not harmful, but it's annoying me. Maybe they might consider doing something about it, and if not, if it's just part of who they are, then that's where patience comes into play.
You know, I'm going to go back to the Apostle Paul. I think the reason that he was saying that we need to be really, really slow about getting angry has to do with, you know, these emotions that we have that are very real, they wag us. It's like wagging the dog. And I don't want my emotions to control me. And so when I say that I'm exhausting,
You are exhausting.
that's probably true. I'm reminded of what a hurricane is doing. I love watching all of the things on the Weather Channel when hurricanes are doing what they're doing, simply because when they are exhausting all the way around with any kind of, you know, wind shear or anything like that, that's when they become the most powerful.
So when you say exhausting, you mean blowing off steam? Is that?
No. In other words, a lot of times, you know, we have a big day, and I look at it like this. It's almost like a computer. You know, you have things sorted out right. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have to defrag a computer or whatever.
Yeah.
And I find that my walks are like defragging, kind of cleaning up things, organizing. And so what you're doing is just exhausting. You're just letting things go that need to be let go, sweeping the floor if you need to sweep the floor, organizing various things, looking at the wonder of trees, water, dolphins jumping, you know, the sun
That
setting.
word exhausting doesn't click with what you're describing in my head.
It works with
At
me.
first I thought you were saying making myself tired.
No. It's like an exhaust pipe on
Right.
a car. That's it. One form
And when I
of
got that
exhaust.
point, that's when I thought you
Okay.
meant blowing off steam.
No. And then it's like the exhausting of a hurricane. It makes it grow. It makes it more healthy. The more that our hurricane exhausts, it becomes greater and greater, mightier and mightier. and the winds blow harder and harder, and because of all of the wave action, the fish...
Sounds like you're making yourself more angry here.
No, not at all. The nice thing is the more that the waves go back and forth and the wind blows and all of that, that really helps the biological system that is in our waters. And most people don't understand that. And I'm thankful. I learned to be thankful that, this is what needs to happen. Without the wind, trees could not do what they do. The winds have to blow the trees back and forth in other words, to get the root system to do what they need to do. And we need, water, we need this osmosis, we need the whole ball of wax. But I find myself realizing that, just as trees need to put off certain things, just as a hurricane needs to put off, I think that we are human beings that need to let go, maybe of the day, or just let go of the good things that we've been doing today. It may be a very positive thing, but relax would be another word for it, but not a complete word for everything that I'm talking, because exhausting to me is very much a gerund. I'm saying exhausting is healthy. And so using it as a gerund, it encompasses almost like it's a therapeutic means for me. And so I like exhausting.
Okay. Well, I understand what you mean by it now. The defragging analogy made sense to me.
That made sense.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm not sure what more needs to be said about it, but yeah, it sounds like we're kind of in the same place.
I think so. And let me brag on Bob Graves for a moment.
Can we end the show? Now just go ahead and close the curtain.
You don't want me to brag on Bob?
We're just playing. Go ahead.
I know it. One of the things that I think that people need to be careful with, that is, in listening to Bob. Bob is
taking him seriously. Sorry.
He's multi-axial. In other words, he's going to give you a picture here, but don't jump off the cliff with it and become so literal with what he said. Listen to another picture that he will paint over here, and then he will paint another picture over here. And by the time that he paints all the pictures, he's going to give you a sense of balance. And he's very, very, very good at teaching. And he knows how to push the envelope in getting the mind to think in a very reasonable way. And so I applaud Bob in that context, and in other contexts as well. So I think this is a very healthy discussion to have. And so I still hold to what I thought to be true concerning anger, if it's understood.
Me too, in a sense. That many of the biblical stances that I took in the past, although I have changed from the way that I looked at them, I still often find an interpretation of what was originally said, which is still correct. So, for instance, in this instance, although I have very much inside of me has changed in the way that I look at this, when I hear the ideas that love doesn't get angry, or love is slow to anger, and how can you be angry and not sin, quote unquote, etc. When I look at those things, I still find some level of truth in it because again, as I said, I have lots of things in my life that for whatever reason they are there, although they are not ideal. So, do I think that anger is the best response that I can have towards, my children or anyone? No, absolutely not. But it is there, and it should be addressed in a healthy way. And I think that if we can find the healthiest way in our own lives to address things that are unhealthy, that it enables us to grow past them.
Right, right.
Let me give you one more analogy here. I would compare this to my sleeping pattern. Okay, so for example, my sleeping pattern is not healthy. The way that I go to bed and get up. It's not ideal, and it hasn't been for probably since my childhood. But one thing that I have started to do is I've started to give myself a little bit of leeway. Whereas before I would battle with an alarm clock every morning, I still do that to some extent, but I give myself leeway to say, look, if you're gonna work late, you need to sleep late. If you're gonna go to bed early, you need to get up early.
Right.
Make sure I get a certain amount of sleep. That exercise has not only allowed me to be well rested, but it has also shown me on a different level, other than the top conscious level. It has shown me on a deeper level the negatives of not having a good routine. And so what I find now is by allowing myself to express how I want to sleep in a healthy way, in a semi-controlled environment, but with enough leeway to have a little bit of freedom there, I find that my body, its rhythms are beginning to change because they're reacting to what I see in this exercise. So that's what I'm saying about anger. It's not ideal, but if I don't give myself a healthy way to express it, I'll never outgrow it.
But see, the problem is, and I think that people need to practice a principle that I'm suggesting here. If things happen in my life, and they will, if I can picture something horizontally and that has many doors, if I take whatever's happening and it's a negative, I don't like it, I'm annoyed, and I stuff it, that's not going to do me any good. It's not going to do anyone else any good. I need to be honest about that annoyance.
You're pretending that you're someone that you're not. In a
Exactly.
sense.
And so I'm against the repression factor, because if we keep that door closed, sooner or later that will come back up out of another door.
Yeah,
And
you'll end up shooting everybody at the library.
possibly. But I guess my point is, I think that the whole idea of sin has kept us from being honest. That is, we have tried to avoid,
Yeah.
and we've tried to stuff the reality of who we are. And it's better to say, hey, listen, this is me. Like it or not, this is me.
Yeah.
And so I can start working on me if I can say, I'm fine. I may have some problems, and yes, there are some things that exist in me that I do need to let go of. I need to exhaust them in a sense. I think that we all do. But I don't think that we need to call those things that work against us, those things that
I mean, they're
hinder
part of us.
Well, I realize that being annoyed is a part of me, but if I take that time in which I'm annoyed and I try to take that out on you in any shape,
Right.
form, or fashion, that's wrong. And so
But
whatever I'm, whatever state that I'm in, I need to deal with it
Yeah,
reasonably.
but my point is that part, that annoyance, that reaction, that's part of you. That's part of me. And so just hear me out, okay?
It could be, and it may not be.
I'm a very complex person, okay? And there are things that were a part of me that are now dead and gone. They're in the past. I've outgrown them, okay? But they weren't bad. They were just me. And I may have made bad decisions based upon those qualities, but they were a less mature part of who I am.
I can totally accept that.
So what I'm saying is this anger that happens, it is me, and it's a quality about me, and I can make bad decisions based on that, or I can find healthy ways to express it. But it is a part of me, and my ultimate point here is that I need to accept myself and love myself, because I'm a person just like you are, and if I love you unconditionally, then I should love those parts of me unconditionally. But it's not that I should love and say, yeah, that's really good, but I should say this is a part of me, and it deserves love and patience, and it deserves being tended to with wisdom, like I would tend to my own child.
Maybe we can get into a conversation about unconditional love and acceptance, because I think that's more of a poetical jest than it is a living reality. Because we are living in, if you will, we are living in this context, certain context in which sometimes certain things just are. And I think that would be a meaningful discussion. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're out of time, so stick around. And Meeting of the Minds, is this my camera? Yeah. Meeting of the Minds will be coming up in just a few minutes. If you are watching this show live at 6 o'clock, Christopher Mowdy, stay tuned.
You know what? I'm not quite sure who plays that funky bass on the intro, but it is funky. I mean, it's outstandingly funky. And if I knew who it was, man, I would give them compliments about them being as funky as they are.
I will definitely give them props for being funky. I'll give them all the props in the world for that. So
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I have you on as a guest tonight. So, welcome to Meeting the Minds. It feels like it's been a little while since I've had the show because of personal events that have prevented me from engaging in this show at the caliber that I'd like. So the fact that I'm here means that I have somebody worth talking to, and I happen to have Negation of P hanging out with me right now, and he and I are going to talk about a little something, and it may or may not stick to topic. It may deviate. It may become organic. It is what it is for the next 50 minutes. So, Negation of P, how you doing?
pretty good. Thanks for having me on. And wow, you think I'm worth talking to? Damn, man.
You're the winner. You are the winner. Indeed. So we had some personal correspondence where you mentioned that you wanted to talk about the difference between education and indoctrination.
Yeah.
So I think that's a really interesting point because there are some points where, like, truth be told, we are both atheists. So we're going to agree on a lot of different things. But something we may not agree on is the way in which people manifest their atheism, and or we may totally agree on that, which I'm hoping to come to an agreement on, right? I'm hoping to build some bridges. But the bottom line is, as atheists, what I don't want is this to be an echo chamber of, like, backslapping, here's how awesome atheists are. What I'm interested in is a genuine dialogue on what could be indoctrination versus education, because there are those in the theistic world that look at private or public education as some form of indoctrination into a atheistic world. So based on that, where are you coming from with this particular question?
No, absolutely. I agree with that. In fact, kind of where this stemmed from is it actually came from public education. I've got a good friend in Texas that I was having a dialogue with last summer. And, I don't agree with the Texas State Board. Yeah, I'm from there, so I'm kind of familiar with what they have done in the past and what they seem to try to do every time when they pass new statutes. And the problem is that, we got into this topic of, what's the purpose of education, and actually what is education? And, so I start doing my thing and getting into kind of the peer-reviewed stuff and trying to figure out what's going on and what's actually written out there. And, there is one really interesting thing that, talks to just that indoctrination and education are basically two sides to the same coin, which, at this point, I really can't, I don't know where I come out on that. On one hand, I think that, I think I found some, and again, this is not any way, shape, or form original research. This is very, very just me kind of screwing around when I get time. Mm-hmm. And I think I found some things that, seem to differentiate one from the other. But at the same time, I think they could be stretched to being encompassing of each other. So I think it's very interesting how people seem to conflate the two and don't necessarily understand what an educator, in my opinion, should be doing.
Okay,
That's
so
kind of where it stemmed from.
yeah, I kind of want to stick right with there, right with that point that you're making, because let's imagine that they are two sides of the same coin, right? Indoctrination equals education about a specific agenda. And it just so happens that, the person that has the prevailing agenda, it equals education. And to the people that believe that that agenda is misapplied, they see it as indoctrination. So it's like imparting information seems to be the value neutral way of talking about what we're talking about, right? Imparting information is neither indoctrination nor education. Whether you accept it or not is what it is. From different perspectives in the landscape of the dialogue that we're talking about, that imparting of information either falls into the appropriate line, which is education, or the inappropriate field, which is indoctrination. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think I'd take a little bit different tact on that. I mean, I think it boils down, to where I feel education and indoctrination are best understood when they're examined in terms of the intention of the educator. I think also the methods employed and also the doctrinal nature of the subject matter is what's critical. Thus far, I've found 5 things that seem to be very dichotomous, if not completely exclusive. We can get into that, but yeah, I don't want to get too far down that rabbit hole if you want to go another way.
Well, let's stick to one point at a time. So,
yeah,
I'm curious to know when you say that there's a difference between education and indoctrination. What is it that you're talking about? Like, what's your definition? What's your distinction? How are we nuancing this?
Well, okay, so let's say the first. I look at indoctrination as you're attempting to influence people based on what others believe, whereas education asks people to develop their own beliefs. To me, that's a fundamental difference. And again, if you want to go point by point, we can, or if you just want me to go down the entire list.
No. From a naive perspective of what you're saying, it almost sounds like you're complying with what John Dewey defines as education. You know what I mean? Which is essentially like a skeptical thought, free thinking, applying pragmatic tools and utilities to pre-existing knowledge, right? So your definition of education almost implies a scientific method built into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair, and I think Dewey does have at least it would follow based on my methods as an educator. I definitely want critical thinking to be developed in my students and independent thought.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I definitely am influenced by that line of reasoning, or that line of thought, I should say.
So where do we draw the line?
When you get to a belief versus again, like I said on that first point, I think the main difference am I trying to influence someone to develop a belief based on what I believe, or do I separate my own beliefs from that and say, look, here's the facts, you develop your own belief based on what you feel is real, and then we can look at that.
Well, I want to interject right now, because it seems like what you're talking about, for me, is a difference in style, right? There's a laissez-faire way of handling things, and then there is a helicopter parent way of handling things. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but see, again, I think it boils down to an intent there, because if I as an educator, at least the way I feel as an educator should be, if I truly can separate myself and I don't care if my student encompasses my beliefs, and all I'm doing is trying to develop that student in a way that will allow them to have the skills to I guess, develop their own way of thinking, independent of mine and non-contingent on mine. That's what I'm trying to do. Whereas I feel someone who's trying to indoctrinate somebody wants the end game to end up with that person believing, if not exactly the same way they do, at least very reflective of what they feel.
Can I use a biblical reference and say that it sounds like to me what you're talking about is the difference between giving a man a fish and teaching a man to fish?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, I mean, I guess we can use that loosely from that point.
Sure. Only in the sense that it sounds to me like what you're talking about is you would like to impart certain technical skills that will facilitate better decision making in the future, right? As compared to dictating what the result of that thinking process would be, right, without having to engage in it.
Yeah, and I think that's the critical component there, at least to that point, is that the main objective of the educator is what is to me anyway the focus. Am I trying to get my student to believe what I believe, or am I just trying to get my student to be able to reason whatever it is for themselves? In short, I look at it in this way. If I were to take a student and I taught them rote knowledge, 5 times 5 is 25, without any kind of understanding whatsoever what multiplication is, how that function works, what's going on behind the scenes, and what actually will allow you to derive that sum. All they know is every time they hear the input of 5 times 5 is 25, that would be, in my opinion, indoctrination. Whereas if I go through and I show that, what the function of multiplication does and how we can apply it and why 5 times 5 is 25, therefore they can apply it to any, at least 2 sets of integers. Now they're being educated. They can come up with their own understanding. And even though we get the same output, we get the same sum at the end, to me, there's a fundamental difference in that. One is utility. The other one is absolutely just a filling of a blank. This person needs to know 5 times 5 is 25. Therefore, they're good to go.
Okay. I'd like to pivot the conversation a little bit based on what you said into an area that, that my show is very familiar with, which is the religious landscape. So applying what you're saying to that context, I'm curious to know where you stand on people that have different opinions than you or me, because we are both atheists, when engaging in a atheist / versus theist engagement, how do you allow the fact that being a theist also implies as much thought about the information that they have as a atheist? How do you facilitate that dialogue?
Well, I think that, as with, at least in using my methodology, the way I like to enter into a debate, I guess I should say, is that I want to walk in believing I'm wrong. I really do. And I know people think that that's disingenuous, especially there's certain people out there that will absolutely say that's disingenuous on my part, but it's not. I truly feel that way. Again, if I can divorce myself from the bias that I walk in with and give my opponent, if you will, the same footing and the same respect that I hope they afford me, then I think at least if they are applying, like you said, the reasoning and the thought behind what they believe, and it is real, then I have a chance to come to see it. If not, I am just as bad as someone who, let's say, is not that way, is disingenuous and is just there to indoctrinate. I can't walk into a debate saying that I completely disagree and there is no way that other person can be right, or I'm indoctrinating that person, or I'm attempting. But the worst part is I'm not only attempting to indoctrinate that individual, but I'm intending to indoctrinate the entire audience, which to me, in my opinion, is almost criminal.
So let's be explicit about what your criteria is for a good dialogue. When you are engaging in a dialogue with somebody who has a different opinion than you, be explicit. What do you expect from them?
In simple terms, I just expect them to listen to what my arguments are and either hopefully demonstrate where my methods and my conclusions are flawed, or try to incorporate those into their belief system and demonstrate how they're either supportive already of what they believe, or potentially take those new that new information and I guess start to change their beliefs in the same way that I hoped I would do the same thing with them.
Okay. Can we talk about that for 1 second? Because I'd like to get your opinion about the idea that human opinion changes slowly, right? Rarely is it the case where somebody will say, and here's why you're wrong. And the person that's receiving that information goes, yeah, you're right. That's why I was wrong, right? So let's talk about the dynamics that is the psychology of bringing people to acceptance of maybe some variables they didn't incorporate into their equation. That's the most diplomatic way that I can think of to talk about this, right? Because that's my goal. It's like, you know what? I have a feeling that you have a straw man interpretation of what I think, and I would love to add nuance to that. And by adding nuance to that, I would love for you to kind of understand where I'm coming from, and vice versa. I would love for you to destroy what straw man arguments I have about your perspective so that I can get to know you as a person. And then all of a sudden, everything's different, right? Instead of it being like, my in-group versus your in-group, it becomes like, guess what? We're having an awesome conversation about things we disagree about, but we're connecting on this weird human element, which isn't weird. It's just weird by today's standards. And we happen to have this disagreement. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, I think that actually plays to this because to me, the people who have been indoctrinated, they seem to elevate their beliefs so that they become integral to the individual's understanding of who they are and why their life matters. So that seriously considering any evidence to the contrary, it threatens their very identity. And until you can get past that point, and I think that's the dangers of indoctrinating somebody, is it becomes so emotionally attached that it's almost, I don't say it's impossible, but it's definitely problematic to get past that step. And again, that I think once we understand that, it makes it a whole lot easier for us to at least try to converse with people who have come from that type of background.
So what's the goal?
I think the goal is, again, just to try to figure out what is the most representative of reality as far as we can determine, and be fair with each other. Just say, look, I might be absolutely wrong in everything I hold. And even though I start with that, it doesn't mean that I'm not willing to defend what I do believe and what I have, through lack of a better term, or lack of a better example, is, and at the end of the day, I think it is our own anecdotal evidence supportive of what we do believe. And I think that's another thing that feeds into the problem with trying to converse with some of the more religious, because at the end of the day, when we say that their anecdotal evidence, their belief in God, what they've seen through their own experience, is invalid. You can't use that. Well, if we're going to be honest, all of us, all of our evidence,
Be honest.
somewhat anecdotal.
Right? Okay. And so keep going with that thought. So if if atheists throw against theists the idea that their evidence is anecdotal, and if the point that you just brought up is that as human beings, many of our evidences are anecdotal, what's the logical end of that?
Well, I think that the main thing is that you make sure that when you're speaking about a topic, you are apples to apples. In short, make sure that one person's not giving an opinion where another one's giving what I guess we could consider more evidence in a data-driven evidence.
Okay.
And I think that really gets to a very, very gray line, fuzzy line,
Okay.
where we,
Let's talk about that fuzzy line, because let's clarify that. That's the heat. That's where the good stuff is. That weird fuzzy line that you're talking about, the weird fuzzy line between like people believing in things and talking to people that don't believe in the things that they believe, and them getting along and having a constructive conversation. That fuzzy area that you're denoting right now is exactly what I envision as the goals for the New Covenant group in building bridges, because without that ability, without admitting that there is that weird fuzzy ground, you are nowhere, right? Because because there are certain apologetic philosophies that do not allow for a neutral ground upon which ideas can be expressed.
Yep.
So in admitting that there is that, it opens up opportunities for dialogue that I think are really valuable.
Oh yeah, and I absolutely agree. I mean, and as far as defining that line, that's where we need to be creative. That's where we need to really understand that some of the more, again, I'm just going to use the same phraseology just because we started with it.
Sure.
More of the indoctrinated.
Mhm.
I think one way to kind of delineate between that is when you look at a statement, when it's an all-encompassing statement, to me, that's a very, very big red flag. That grows that fuzzy line, so to speak, exponentially. Whereas when you get to, I mean, I'm based on what I understand about your background, if you're looking at a scientific paper or something, it gets extremely specific in most, well, depending on the paper, but specific to a point of almost,
Obscurity.
absurdity from time to time.
Sure.
And I think that if we can try and do that, if we can try to narrow the field at least to what we're talking about, we have a lot better chance of turning that big, fat, fuzzy gray line into maybe more of a sharp focused black line, to where even though we may be on different sides of, at least now we have a chance of going, okay, this is our problem. This is specifically what we're talking about.
All right. Well, negation. Let's admit that that is totally possible. What's the next step? Where do we take it from there? Let's assume that over the next 5 years, we are able to build this environment where people of different opinions, of divergent opinions on the specific topic of religion are able to come together, let's say at the New Covenant group, and have productive dialogues. What does that look like? What's the end product of that? What's the next step?
Well, again, I don't know if there's so much an end product other than and maybe I'm taking this, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying.
No, you're nailing it.
Okay. I don't think that there needs to be an end game. I think in the same way that evolution works, that we allow it to go organically. And LIDA, and again, I'm going to rely on scientific methodology here, is allow the data to I guess, guide us to the conclusions. Again, if we can identify where the main differences are in what we're thinking, I don't think that I should walk into it thinking that the New Covenant group should be a way to drive all of the theists more toward atheism, or vice versa.
No.
And maybe I misunderstood where you're trying to go there.
No, absolutely. I think that you pretty much nailed it. I mean,
Okay.
I think that a common a common goal for both of us is an environment which facilitates a higher level of communication. And I don't mean to sound elitist. And if I do, I'm kind of unapologetic about it to a certain extent, because if you can't abide by certain what I consider implicit social contract rules for talking about a topic that we may disagree on without being disagreeable, if you can't abide by those that simple criteria, then please don't engage with me. And if that makes me elitist, I'm elitist, because what I'm trying to do is eschew the kind of conversation that I've been familiar with. You know, I mean, I'm not 20 years old. I didn't just get into this. I'm 42 years old. So, I mean, I've engaged in forums and pages and this, that, and the other, and they've all struck me as dissatisfactory because people aren't enjoying the fact that they're engaging with other human beings, right? And they're missing the point that the people that they're disagreeing with disagree with them on a fundamental core issue, which has to do with belief. And ignoring that elephant in the room, they're arguing all of the areas that manifest from that core belief. And I can't help but sit back and observe this behavior and see that as misguided, which motivates me, and I don't know about you, to have conversations with people I disagree with and figure out what their core beliefs are.
Yep.
So that we can have a fruitful dialogue, so that I'm not nipping at the fringes of what they believe. I'm addressing the core of what they believe and accepting the fact that they believe things different from me.
Yeah, and not only I think that the valuable part there is not only accept it, but actually go through the process of trying to incorporate it and see how is that going to play out.
Yes. So like a thought experiment, like a deep thought experiment.
Right. And I mean, again, I this happened fairly recently. I got into a conversation with three presuppositionalists and 5-point Calvinists on top of that. And it speaks just to what you're saying. There's very little, if any, wiggle room to actually, at least on their part, to incorporate any other belief than what they already have. And at that point, you're at a dead end. There's, to me, unless both sides are willing to go, okay, let's look at this and try to play the thought experiment, for using your term,
sure,
to see where does that place me? What does that, what comes of that if we play that, to lack of a better term, an end game? I don't see the point. I mean, I just think it's chasing your tail and calling each other names.
You know what? I really appreciate about what you just said is the honesty of if I can paraphrase what you're saying is the journey is the goal.
Exactly.
Like figuring out how this works, how human dynamics work, how you can talk to somebody who disagrees with you in such a way that you can have a productive conversation, and even at the end of that conversation still say, man, I still disagree with you, but I have a much more entrenched understanding of where you're coming from. I mean, that in and of itself, to me, is of value.
Well, I think the value is like you said earlier, because it does take time to incorporate the beliefs and actually be able to run them through the mill, so to speak. Mm-hmm. So if you have that understanding, even though that night you may feel like you've come no closer to a middle ground at all, if you'll allow yourself after that fact to go, okay, let's play with these new ideas I have. Let's sit back and let's really, really play with them when we get time. Outside the debate format, outside worrying about looking stupid or whatever else a lot of people do in these arguments, and really try to see what happens when you incorporate them. It may be a month, a year, whatever, but I think that, like you said, if you will look at what their point of view, it's valuable because there may be something there that will bring you closer to, lack of a better term, truth.
That's a great point, because the perspective from which you're talking is very different from the perspective from which many atheists on YouTube might be coming from. And I hate to use general terms, but in a sense, I'll put it out there. It is part of my goal to bring the YouTube atheists into the kind of dialogue that you and I are having, right? So that might be lofty, and it is what it is. But there's a certain point where I can agree with somebody in principle on their content, but that doesn't mean I have to agree with them in the way that they process that content. And as an atheist, I do believe that we need to be stewards to the caliber and standards of dialogue that we want to be able to engage in. Because if some noob labels themselves an atheist and is bombastic in their language, we don't want that to reflect on how other atheists perceive things or want to engage in dialogues. So I think that it's appropriate for other atheists to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe you're not ready for the kind of dialogue that we're having right now.
And Christopher,
go ahead.
That to me is exactly, what I've been looking for.
Excellent.
The thing that is most frustrating, I think, about YouTube in particular is when you go and you kind of do, for lack of a better term, research, what the bigger channels are and what their content is and, what seems to drive subscriptions. It's actually, in my opinion anyway, the opposite to what you're saying.
No, you know what? I'm going to disagree with you. Not because you're not stating a fact, because I think you are stating a fact, but I think that there's a subterfuge of thirst that is thirsty specifically for the kind of conversation that you and I are interested in.
I really hope so. I mean that, because if nothing else, you found that thirst in me, and I know that, there's a few others out there that I've had conversations with that's out there. So you may in fact be right. It's just, let's say, a little disheartening when you go and see hundreds of thousands of subscribers to some of these channels that, let's say, just are doing, in my opinion, straight indoctrination. It's all about the emotion. It's all about the vitriol and how we can feel superior and how, they're stupid and just all of these just absolutely asinine arguments. Instead of going, they've got to be something here. There's got to be a reason for these people believing. They're just not stupid people,
Okay. So, can I ask you a little bit about your progression? In my progression, and that's why I'm asking about yours, I went through a phase where I was much more passionate about my anti-ness than I am now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So in other words, when I first kind of got into my when I started feeling my own as an atheist, all of a sudden I felt like I had an axe to grind against everybody who disagreed with me. Yeah. Whereas now I'm like, hey, you know what? I developed out of that, and the fact that I thought that way represents an immature version of the way that I'm dealing with the very ideas I'm dealing with right now. And because I've developed out of that, that might be the reason why I see that as immature. But let's face the facts. It's immature.
Well, I would call it more insecure than immature.
Okay.
And
talk more about that.
Yeah, what I mean by that is that when you first come out, and I think all of us go through that, that what I would call insecure phase. I don't think we have the knowledge. We haven't, no matter what our backgrounds were. I came from Oral Roberts University. I thought I knew the Bible pretty well.
Nice.
But at the same time, when you're fresh to this, anyone that's honest has to look at it and say, you know what, I might be completely screwing this up here. And that's going to breed insecurity. And in most people, when they're insecure, it's like an animal in a fight. They're going to be backed in the corner, and it's
And
you know,
they will dig their heels in.
exactly. And at that point, instead of being able to fall back on maybe some of the information that me and you have at hand, so to speak, since you don't have that information, your only recourse from time to time is to go back into the more emotional and vitriolic type defense mechanism. And yeah, I really believe that most people, and again, that's qualified, will move away from that. At least, I don't know if that's being over optimistic, but that's what my belief is.
Well, let's be optimistic. I mean, let's be optimistic together.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I mean, without that, we're kind of working against each other, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because let's face the facts. Even though you and I work on different platforms, we have a very similar goal. We're looking to get information out there, right? And once the information is out there, we kind of have a tacit assumption that the people that we are giving that information to have the gumption to compare that against what they believe and determine whether or not it resonates with them.
Right.
That's a bold assumption.
Oh, absolutely. On both sides of the fence now.
Yes. Oh, no, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So talk more about that.
Well, again, I mean, I think that what I'm trying not to be too.
I want you to be honest. I want you to be honest without revealing too much.
Exactly. I mean, and that's what I'm trying to do, is because I'm specifically in my mind thinking of certain individuals, and I definitely don't want to call anybody out here.
No, that's not the point.
I think that there is, in some of us, the ability to not only incorporate that knowledge, but a true desire to want to know how that works, how it plays out. Whereas there are other people who, and this is not fair in the way that it's going to come out here. I know it's not, but
Say it.
just kind of want to play the game. Just kind of want to pretend at knowledge and have a very superficial and shallow understanding of subject matter, so they can sound like they have a much deeper understanding of what they're saying. And the problem with that is that it doesn't build any knowledge. It doesn't bring those people closer to an understanding of the other side.
Well, negation. I'd like to focus right on that, because you're bringing up an awesome point. So how do you personally deal with people that you're talking to that are not picking up what you're throwing down from a core level? Because that's kind of what I picked up from what you just said.
Right. It depends on the individual. There are certain individuals, especially when I get in, let's say, if I'm speaking to a friend, I'm going to be pretty honest, especially if I've built some trust. And I'm going to say, you know what? You're not listening. I don't know why you're not listening, but you're not hearing what I'm saying. Whereas if I'm in a debate, there's a lot of times that I just have to back off and say, you know what? I hope someone in the audience actually understands this.
Great point.
Because if I get that in their face, I know all it's going to do is devolve into just name calling and useless rhetoric at that point.
Excellent. So you brought up a great point, and I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm going tangent from tangent, but based on what you just said, I know that I've applied the same methodology that you're describing, right? Which is, you know what? Somebody's saying something I disagree with, and my opinion is important, but it's not so important that I need to present it right now, right? Which makes you seem passive or passive aggressive. Yep. And I know for a fact that there are some in the community that have used that label against you.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So that being said, I mean, how do you address that? How do you distinguish? And because I'm actually, no, forget this. I'm not asking you a question. I'm gonna make a statement and see if you agree or disagree with it.
Okay.
There is a point at which determining where your values lie, right, determines your behavior. And if your value is to facilitate a conversational process, there might be times where people say things that you disagree with, that you bite your tongue about, so that they can continue their thought to ensure that what they're saying really is what you think they're saying.
Yep.
And even then, you may bite your tongue about expressing your opinion because it's not appropriate, right? Because the trajectory of what the person said might have included a shit ton of things you disagree with. But keeping in mind the trajectory is more important than disagreeing with each of the individual points that you think that they misrepresented. So that being said, I'm curious to know how you deal with the fact that, because you seem to have a similar process to mine, where if people think in paragraphs, I want them to talk in paragraphs uninterrupted. And after they're done with the thing that they have to say, I would love a reciprocity in the sense that if they talked for a couple of minutes uninterrupted, I would like to talk for a couple of minutes and uninterrupted.
Yeah. And what's funny is I think that we also see there are people who think in sentences. And when you get those people that think in sentences talking to the people who think in paragraphs and talk in paragraphs, it tends to be a little interesting.
Yeah, there's like an overload of information versus a pithy amount of information, right?
Exactly. And not only that, but when you finish, you're trying to get a fairly complex, or and maybe not even complex, but something that you want to get more in depth in, that's going to take a paragraph to describe. You're getting cut off every third word because the other person's going, wait a second, I want to talk about that. Wait, I'm just like you. I don't think that the argument style of literally going through and looking at point by point by point necessarily is that advantageous. At least, I mean, it really depends on the subject matter, but if we're gonna stick to religion, I think that, like you said, at least at this point, I think we need to get to the point where we understand each other's broad strokes and then start to narrow it down from there, instead of, like it happens a lot of times, get into the little semantics game of each word. What does that mean? And I really do not like that type of argumentation at all.
And you know what? I think that we're all guilty of it. I mean, myself included. So when people ask me certain questions and they sound similar to previous arguments that I've heard, all of a sudden my guard is up. I'm like, oh, I know where you're going with this, and therefore I'm going to answer your question in this very selective way in which I know is going to disable you from making the argument that I think that you're having in the future, right?
Right.
And I want to avoid that in other people in the same way I would like to avoid it in myself. Because the bottom line is, when you engage in a conversation where you trust the person that's asking questions is asking them for genuine purposes, you feel really comfortable answering them.
Exactly. And it's not a game. It's not a way to box someone into a corner.
Right.
And I think that's one of the biggest problems with, what happens when I get into debates, because for whatever reason, I don't know if it's my tone, if it's my method, but like you said, there are certain individuals out there who really don't think that I'm asking questions because I have questions. They're asking because they think I'm more manipulating them into a corner.
Yes.
And, even though there may be an end game there to where I kind of know where I want that final question to be, and I need to set the table so I can restrict the conversation to that final, question, kind of like Euthyphro. I still have a genuine question that I'm trying to get to.
Speaking of genuine questions, here's my genuine question for you. Once we are able to engage theists or anybody in a dialogue in which we are talking about something we disagree about, what is the key to ensuring that what we talk about doesn't become disagreeable?
Well, I think you hit on it earlier. I think that the trust that you have to have for the other individual. I mean, I'll use my wife as an example. There have been a few times in our relationship where, we're 15 years now, 13 to 15 years into our relationship.
Congratulations.
And we have, as everyone, have had misunderstandings. But I think the thing that tends to set us apart is that for whatever reason, we trust each other enough to know that even if there's a question that seems very out of character, so to speak, we'll run it through that filter and say, wait a second, what are you saying there? Is that really what you mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that's the biggest problem now, is that when we go into a conversation with someone who does have dissimilar beliefs, instead of going into it with the trust and going, look, I really want information here, and so do they, it's more like we said, it's a chess game. It's how many moves ahead can I stay to box this person in and make them look stupid?
Great analogy. Great. So, so the time has come where we need to wrap it up. But I'm curious to know, would you be interested in extending this conversation at some point in time? Because I would like to know what it would be like if you and I took on the lenses of people that believed.
Oh, yeah.
And we ran a couple questions through that thought experiment together.
Yeah, I'd absolutely like to do that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Okay, just based on the information that, the way that we've been talking, it just seems like one of those super fun thought experiments that if we ran through it together, we might come to some bizarro conclusions that we might not have thought that we would even come to.
Exactly.
So that's one of the reasons why I would love to engage in it with you. So Negation of P, I need to thank you for taking the time, because I do need to let everybody know that my plan A for a guest fell through because of my own fault. I had some family responsibilities to take care of this past week, and it prevented me from getting in touch with the guest that I had planned for tonight. And I let Negation of P know earlier today, hey, I might need your services as a guest. And he was just like, no problem. And not only was it not a problem, but we had an awesome discussion. So thank you very much, Negation.
No problem. Thanks for thinking of me, man. Anytime. I had a great time. And like you said, if you want to do that follow up, that really sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, it'll happen. And that being said, I'd like to thank everybody for showing up tonight, and I'll see you all tomorrow, Monday meeting of the minds. And I just want to let everyone know that there is also a Wednesday night unconventional pastor and a Cult of Honesty hangout. And if you're not able to make it to either of those, I will see you all next week.
Good night, all.
nigger. Well, listen, before I start instituting copyright violations here on this show, let me just say that song was Losing My Religion by R.E.M. A topic, not R.E.M., but Losing My Religion, that Bob will be discussing today in just a moment on The Unconventional Pastor. Stay tuned.
Well, good evening. My name is Bob Graves, and they call me the Unconventional Pastor. It's good to be back, in more ways than one. I'm feeling better. I've been, as you may have known, I've been down for the count here for almost 3.5 weeks. Got hit by a very bad cold and then a flare-up of sarcoidosis, and my lungs all inflamed and what have you. I'm still not up 100%, but I am feeling better. And in fact, over the weekend, I went down to New York City and spent the night there and went to Carnegie Hall. Had a great time and enjoyed seeing both the performance of 1964, the tribute, and meeting a number of people that I've gotten to know who kind of follow them and watch what they're doing. And they're there at Carnegie Hall every January, second weekend, and have been for, I think, 13 years now. And just a lot of fun. For those of us who are, if you know me at all, you know that I'm an incorrigibly incurable Beatles fan. And so I like to catch a lot of these experiences when I can. Anyhow, but it's good to be back in that I'm not just back from New York. I'm also feeling back from having been down for the count, still gaining a little bit of strength and needing to. I tell you, walking around New York after having been almost in bed for 2.5 weeks was a challenge, but it was good to be out. I was getting stir crazy. Anyhow, tonight I'm going to be talking about some of the aspects of losing religion. And notice I didn't say losing faith. I said losing religion. And I think that there was a time when anthropologically or sociologically, religion played a very perhaps necessary role in the development of societies. That may have been a necessary part of our development, but I don't know that it has become that it is a permanent part. It could be perhaps a phase that we really needed to go through, and having gone through it, having gained from it what we could, it may be time to sort of move on. And but how does one go about doing that? I don't think that it is necessarily that one has to take the route of the atheist in order to lose their religion. Many have, and of course that obviously leads to their losing their religion. But what about the person who's still a person of faith but is losing their religion? And I would be not entirely honest if I were not to be very upfront about the fact that I'm not entirely opposed to people of faith losing their religion, although I'm not necessarily thinking that they need to lose their faith. But how do you go about doing that? A lot of people have found that either because of spiritual abuse that they felt in the organized church, or because they're looking at the doctrine and the dogma, they're coming to a point where they're saying, this doesn't make sense anymore. It just doesn't really make good sense. It's not logical sense. And they're not sure what to do. They find that even some things in the Bible that they read, they now disagree with. And I'll tell you what, one of the things that I find very interesting to me is, it's amazing what you can or can't see based upon the perspective that is your kind of your foundational paradigm. There was a day when I really believed that the Bible was somehow the inerrant, plenarily verbally inspired Word of God. And during those days, I didn't seem to have too much of a problem trying to squeeze every verse that I found into some sort of coherent message that never contradicted itself. And admittedly, there was at times when you had to do a couple of backflips in order to accomplish that. But once I came to the point where two things happened. I no longer believed that the Bible was the inerrant Word of God, and I no longer believed that the Bible was even claiming to be the inerrant Word of God. In studying the language itself and seeing the way it gets translated in a manner intended to actually sustain the traditional theology, rather than translated in a manner that seeks to genuinely and honestly, intellectually convey what was actually said in the original text. So I found that it wasn't the document claiming to be that authoritative, and it certainly didn't have that authority. But it is amazing that once I came to that point, now when I'm reading the biblical text, I am so much more able to see what strikes me as being very mutually exclusive attitudes and ideas, and things that really can't be pushed and smushed together as if they're really a coherent whole. It's amazing how that's easier to see. But also, I'm not kidding myself, it can be easier to think that I see that now that I no longer feel the need to make it coherent. And there's a sense in which we can all be not entirely honest with ourselves. When we have particular points of view, we can sometimes look for ways of exaggerating that point of view, making it even truer than it is. And I think this is part of why the biblical translations are like they are. They are full of hyperbole, in my opinion, full of an exaggerated sense that tries to overmake the case for the theology it seeks to uphold. But if you come to the point where these things cease to make sense to you, but you're not necessarily giving up the notion of faith, or of faith in God, or of even some of the spiritual experiences that you've had, that as experiences do not actually depend upon the interpretation you had given to them, or that might fit in well with your previous way of understanding things, how do you give up that religion? What do you do when you come to the point where you realize you need to? So in today's show, I'm not really necessarily interested in talking you into giving it up. I'm rather interested in talking to those of you who have come to the point where you realize, I need to give this up. It isn't really working. I'm having enough. I'm having a number of issues with it to where I can't see it as viable. So, well, what do I do? What do I do next? And I don't know that I have all the answers for that. I'm not trying to pretend that I do, but I think that I would like to give you some guidelines and some advice as to how to go about that. The first thing that I think that you need to think about is you have to realize that a great deal of your religious attitudes, beliefs, dogma, doctrines, what have you, have been sustained not just by an honest reading of the text, but by the influence of various other people that you've been associated with. You were part of a group, part of a subculture, where it was almost even required for you to kind of get on the same page with them. And you need to become conscious of the way that you did that and how that influenced your thinking in directions that it wouldn't have been influenced in had you not had the particular kinds of ties that you had to that subgroup. I mean, it is interesting, after all, that people who have faith and are part of a fundamentalist community tend to become fundamentalists, and people who have faith but they're part of a more liberal or progressive community tend to become liberal and progressive in their faith. I wonder why that happens. And so there's a sense here in which we have to be honest about the fact that not all of our thinking and conclusions are based upon clear thinking or rationale. It really has to do many times with establishing the kind of connections that we as human beings really need. Now, we do need connections with other human beings, but we don't need the kind of connections that tie us in a manner that violate our boundaries. So I suggest that you discover the ways in which you are tied to, not just connected to, but tied to the people who are of that religious tradition that you are no longer able to subscribe to. And you need to find ways of severing those ties, but not necessarily severing those relationships or the connections that you have with these people. You don't need to avoid them. You don't need to not talk to them. But you do need to minimize the ways in which the relationship you have with them somehow obligates you to be on their side or on their page. You need to begin to establish your own personal integrity and independence from their thinking. Now, this is not an easy thing to do, and I can't tell you exactly how to go about doing it for several reasons. One is I don't know that I know all the proper ways that one could do that. I just know the ways I had to do that, and that might be similar or very different for you. But you'll figure it out because you and you alone have these particular ties in the manner that you have them, and so therefore you and you alone can only untie them. So becoming aware of those ties is helpful, and to see what they are. Now, I'm calling them ties, and instead of connections and relationships. And the difference is this: when you are in a relationship where it's going to cost you to be different, you're in a relationship that ties you. Now, not all such relationships are necessarily bad. There are some relationships where the ties are very appropriate. Certain kinds of ties. If you are a parent, for example, there's a certain tie you have with your children. You can't just sever that for the sake of independence. You have a certain responsibility. Your children, before they grow up, don't have the wherewithal to operate and navigate within the world, and they're counting on you. And so there really is a tie here. But of course, successful parenting involves helping the child develop so that that sort of dependent tie can be loosened, and to where they get to be their own individuals who are connected and related to you and become family, but they're expected to graduate and become their own self-directed, responsible, mature individuals, So this is one thing to be conscious of at the beginning, though, is to recognize that a great deal of the religion is maintained through these ties. And the reason why it's maintained through these ties is because the kind of human beings that we are, and I'm arguing that we're not really as rational as we'd like to think we are. A lot of our thinking is really forced upon us by the obligations we feel toward the people with whom we are connected and the people with whom we are associated. And it's important that we learn how to develop connections with people where they give to us a certain level of freedom to not be on their page on various issues if we can't be there. And we don't have to necessarily become enemies. We don't have to be, I say necessarily, you don't have to be a person's enemy. We can develop kind and positive ways of developing connections and relationships with other people that don't involve our being tied to them in such a way as the cost of disagreeing with them about anything is really going to be a problem in the relationship. So look for those kinds of ties and sever them. Sever the ties, not the relationships. Another thing that I would suggest that you do is, recognize that part of the reason why this is important is because family can be an issue. After all, many times you'll find that the religious values that you have had that you are losing are values that are held in common within your family, within people who are related to you. This might be your children or your parents or your siblings, your extended family, uncles and aunts and cousins. And some of them are not going to be, let's be honest, not everybody is as interested in allowing everyone else to be their own independent selves. Many people feel a need not only to be connected, but to have you connected to them in a manner that ties you to them. A lot of people perceive that. And it's not as if they're trying to be manipulative. They just have learned that those connections are very, very important. And so it disturbs them when those connections are severed. And they actually need to learn to respect them. And that is not an easy thing to do, particularly with family. Be aware of that. And so, the truth is that many of us may find that we need to kind of take some time in coming full out and clean with our family. And some of us may not need to do that. But we will need to begin a road toward teaching our family that we're going in a different direction from them. And that doesn't mean that we don't like them or we're not part of the family or we don't consider them part of our family. Now, to the degree that they will not tolerate your doing that or won't respect your doing that, the sad thing is that this could actually end up severing certain family relationships. It can. And it could either make them far less close, or it could, in some cases, cause those family relationships to fall apart to where, we don't get together anymore. That's sad and unfortunate. I don't think that should be the goal. But however, if the boundaries for your honest independence are violated, it might be something you find necessary to do. I hope not, and let's hope that you can approach it in a manner where you honor family as the people to whom you belong in a very real sense, other than the way you think and believe. And because family can be so important. And of course, I think that part of the way that you do that is you try to be there for them in the aspects and changes and circumstances of their life without necessarily being with them there in the paradigm that they might require you to be. But that can be an issue. And be aware of that, and work with that. And you may have to, who knows, it could depend entirely upon whether or not family members give you certain freedoms and respect you enough. And you can even go so far as to say, look, I need you to respect my need to do this for myself. And if I'm not thinking the same way you are, I want to respect you, but I need you to also respect me. And you can sometimes get very direct about this and try to help them see that they've got to play fair with you. And particularly if you can show them genuine respect, hopefully you can win that over. But it can be a real challenge. Something else to also be aware of is when you're losing your religion is to, let's be honest about some of the pros and cons. Not everything about religious community is negative. Not everything. There is a sense of community that it gave you, a sense of support. It is always good to be involved with people who care about you and that you can care about. And even in the most manipulative of communities, there will be moments in time when people go through difficult times and others are there for you and you've been there for them. And these are very real part. This is a very real part of that religious community. And this is not just a nice part about it. It's not just a positive part. It's a very necessary part of our being human. We need people in our lives who care about us when we're going through things like loss or death, or changes in circumstances or jobs, things like this. It is very helpful. I'll tell you what. My wife and I both, when we experienced the loss of our home through just a raucous flood, there were many people who reached out to help us. Many people who reached out just to sympathize with us, and And these connections were very precious to us and a very real part of what can be the kind of thing you experience even in religious community. So it's very important that you weigh what was very positive about the religious community and see if you can rebuild community to replace these things that are very necessary and very positive. Don't just walk away from religion. Find the things that religion was the kinds of needs that religion really was meeting in you, and find some better way of setting yourself up in a structure of your life and relationships that continue to meet those needs. Otherwise, you will end up with these unmet needs that will drive you back out of necessity to a religion you really can't embrace. And you don't want to be doing that. So you need to be aware of how those dynamics might work. And the only way to do that is to, if you're losing your religion, you don't have to just, for the sake of losing it, get all negative about it and thinking that everything about it was just awful and terrible. It wasn't that awful and that terrible in a complete manner. There were many positive aspects to it, and be honest about what they were and find ways of rebuilding those positive elements back into new community where the boundaries are respected in a proper way that allow you to remain in ways connected to others, but also properly independent. So you need to establish new ties with other people, but the kind of ties that are not, and I say new ties, really tie is the wrong word. You want to establish new connections that don't tie you, but because they respect, because they respect personal boundaries and give you the integrity and permission to think the way you think and to be honest about the way that you think. I mean, after all, in some ways, regardless of what the truth may be, nobody can be made a slave of what somebody claims is the truth, even if what they're claiming is the truth. The only way that truth can ever be something that you give yourself to is if it is for you agreeable to either see it as truth or see how it might be true in such a manner that you could embrace it by faith with honesty and integrity. And until you can do that, it's not really true for you. And if it can't be true for you, it doesn't matter how true it may be. It can't be the kind of truth you can embrace. You can't embrace alleged truth until somehow that is consistent and coherent with who you are as a person and the paradigm of reality as you've been able to grasp it. You can only be where you can be. And so you need to deal with that in that manner, so that you need to handle that. Now, I think that a couple of things that you might want to also think about is the foolishness of the dogma that may have been a part of the religion and its irrelevance to the experience. An example of this in my own life is, and I've said this, there seem to be people who experience God as a presence, and there are people who don't. I got to be honest with you. This has certainly been my experience, so much so that I don't understand it when atheists are trying to find out if God is true. I feel like they're wasting their time, because in trying to fetter that stuff out, I don't think it can be, and I'll be honest with you, I don't believe in God because, I've thought about it and I've given it great consideration and I've drawn the conclusion that this makes sense. That's not true. That's not how I got here. A big part of why I am still a believer is because I have this experience of presence, the presence of God. I don't know what to make of that. And I certainly don't see any dogma as necessarily even being able to be attached to that experience. And I am very aware of, and I have allowed myself to be aware of, many of the potential explanations that can dismiss that as an experience that could even be interpreted as being God. And I'm very aware of the fact that when it comes down to it, my conclusion that this is an experience of God is in many ways an extremely weak one. Weak enough that I certainly could not compel this upon anyone else who's not comfortable with the risk. But I've also considered the ability, the ability to get to the point where one can compellingly dismiss it. I can see the potential for dismissing it, but I can't get to the point where I see that we must be compelled to dismiss it. And so I find myself in that conundrum, therefore making leaning in the direction of the experience that I'm having. That is not what I would call solid evidence. It isn't. And it isn't the kind of thing that I would even suggest that somebody else take my word for it. So there's a sense here in which I'm saying if you happen to be one of these people who has what you understand to be spiritual experiences, I would suggest that you don't need to necessarily dismiss the spiritual experience as a spiritual experience, but you can also see how this spiritual experience is not necessarily tied to the dogma. In fact, my understanding of the way most people convert to any religion is not so much that they look at the religion, think about it, consider it, and go, well, that makes sense. That's not how people convert to religion. I don't think anybody really converts to religion that way, except people who are very destined to leave it one day. I remember one time I had an opportunity to interview a fellow who was Bishop Brecht. He was the leader of a Mormon. I guess what do they call them? A stake. And he was the head of two different stakes that were close. And he was Bishop Brecht, and I had an interview with him, and I asked him how he became a Mormon, and he was very honest with me, and I appreciated it. But his story was basically that he had gone to college, and when he was in college, it was his parents' desire that instead of living in the dorms or living in an apartment, that he could rent a room with another family willing to host him. And so he did that, and the family was a Mormon family. And while he was there and he lived with them, he saw the kind of family that they were, the respect and the love that they had for each other. They were in many ways a model of a good family. And he liked that. He saw in that something of real value. And so he began to learn of their ways. And most people who become who convert to a religion usually do so because there was something very meaningful in their life that touched them by the people engaged in that religion. And so as a result of that, they begin to say, well, maybe there's something to this. And they begin giving themselves toward that long before they've ever had any opportunity to think through all the teachings and all the doctrines and to determine. Rather, they begin to spin it immediately in a way that allows it to be embraceable. And that is really how most people convert. And I would also argue that in many ways, this is how people deconvert oftentimes. They are either embraced by people who don't have faith and they begin to say, well, let me move in this direction. Or they are violated by people of faith and they say, I need to move away from this direction. But I'm saying that very often the real motivating force behind conversion and deconversion is the human need that is either apparently promised within it or violated within it, and this is what moves people toward or against. And I thought that the bishop was very very honest about recognizing that, but he did see in that particular Mormon family a strong family value. Now, I've also known other Mormon families where people left that family saying, I'm telling you, it was a nightmare living there. It was not a model family. And I've known other Mormon families where these people were genuine and sincere and took advantage of the strengths that they found in that faith to truly seek to build a meaningful family, which is the kind of thing you really, really do need. But this means, though, that I want you to see that the positive experiences of connection in a religion do not, and the positive experiences of a sense of a spiritual reality are not necessarily connected to any particular dogma. In fact, if you're going to be honest about it, there are, of almost every major religion in the world, there are people who are a part of that faith who is engaging in that religion is a very coercive, manipulative thing. And there are also, in every major religion, a number of people whose givenness to that faith is a very sincere, honest attempt to seek out a very humanistic and very humanitarian experience. And so as a result, we don't find that there's any particular dogma that is unique in offering to us an explanation or even a fulfillment of some of these spiritual needs that we have. Basically, what I'm saying is there's no need, if you're losing your religion, to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You don't have to do that. That's not part of the necessity of it all, and so don't feel as though there's a need to do that. The other things that you might find is helpful to do is this: as part of your severing ties and developing new connections, you might find that you want to surround yourself with other like-minded people. Now, when I say like-minded, I don't mean people who have the same conclusions you have. By like-minded, I mean people who have the same respect for independence. That may mean having connecting yourself with people who think differently from you, but got there because that's where they found it was most honest for them to go, and they give you the freedom to go where you find it most honest for you to go. And that way, if you can do that, you can be with people who are like-minded in terms of the general values that you're pursuing, rather than the conclusions that you are currently drawing to pursue that. And that also means recognizing this, that current conclusions are just where you are in the midst of a process now. You don't know where this is going to lead you, and you don't really even need to. Just go where it takes you and be honest about it as you're on that trip, and that'll help you. We have a viewer comment. I think I was fortunate. My family rejected me when I walked away from religion, but they also slowly re-embraced me and accepted me as I am. Wow. That is a very common experience, and it's very sad but I'm glad that it worked out for you in this particular situation. I remember how sad it was for me. I was taking a class in multicultural psychology a few years ago. It was about 2000. I think it was 2002. I was taking this class. That may have been when it was. But it was a class on multicultural psychology. And one of the guests that we had in the class to offer to us a talk, there was a woman who used to be fundamentalist. And she talked about how when her son came out as gay, that she just totally had to reject her son, and that there was a strong concept in her particular faith and in her faith community to totally reject this choice. I don't know where they get the choice from, but this choice to be gay, and it cut her off from her son. And it finally got to the point where she saw the insanity of how this dogma was destroying a familial connection that was very valuable. And she finally did come around, but she did have this story to tell about how her religion was really destroying the connection of her family when it had turned out that one of her sons comes out as gay. And when you begin to see that this isn't just a story, this was a life they lived, and the rejection they went through, you begin to just find it horrifying to realize that not all families experience the kind of eventual reconciliation that family did. Some of them never reconcile. Some of this ends in suicide and death and various other extremely destructive outcomes, which are just terribly unfortunate. But it's important for you to, along these lines, recognize that spiritual experience and an explanation of what explains the spiritual experience are not the same thing, and that one need not abandon the whole cart. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't abandon the whole thing if that's where you're at. And that may be where you're at, and you may need to even do that. And many have. But what I'm saying is this doesn't have to be something that you do in the extreme where it's an all or nothing sort of thing. You know, it's important for you to approach it that way. So as I say, you don't necessarily have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There were many positive aspects to your previous connection to that religion, and you need to displace them with other positive things. Now, it's also, I think, important to recognize that this is the kind of thing that you do a step at a time. We're really not in any hurry. Why is there any need to get anywhere quickly? Why not get where you're going authentically and honestly? I mean, let's be honest. A worldview is a very complex thing. And although there can be experiences that we go through that create a radical crack in that worldview, requiring it to change, it's not as if once that worldview has cracked, you can just simply drop it and simply pick up another worldview in its totality and move forward. Now, there's many people who do that, and they don't really do it very well. I think some examples of that are, how many of you know an ex-smoker who, not all ex-smokers are this way, but there's some ex-smokers who were really attached to smoking who then suddenly become, ex-smokerzillas, they become almost smoker Nazis, and they can make life difficult for anybody who happens to be smoking. They've done a flip-flop. There's a sense in which in the world of addiction, this is called an inverted addiction, when a person appears to maintain a behavior that is just as attached to and focusing and orbiting around the addiction, but now from a standpoint of no longer participating in the behavior of the addiction, but now participating in a behavior of rejecting the addictive behavior. It's still an addiction. It's still controlling your life. It's still maintaining the command of your focus. It's still the issue of your life. That's not really freedom from the addiction. It's just freedom from the particular form it had taken. And the same thing can be true of religion. You can do this a step at a time. Why is there any need to get anywhere in a hurry? Wouldn't it make more sense to get where you're going a step at a time in a way where each step is something that makes sense to you, that you can at least say, well, yeah, I can do that. I can put faith in that. I can make that work, and that's good enough. And I guarantee you, you didn't develop the worldview you might be losing overnight, and you're not going to develop a displacement for it overnight either. In fact, chances are, if you developed a worldview that is now cracked for you and you need to abandon it, it might be therefore very important that you take even more time developing a new worldview than the time you took in embracing the one you're now leaving. And so it might not only be a good idea to take your time, but to make sure you take even more time than you took to develop that. These are just some of those ideas that can help you. Now, in my own experience, I actually began a spiritual journey as a young child. And for me, as a young child, my spiritual journey was originally just that, a spiritual journey. It had no theology. It needed no theology other than the belief in an entity that I thought of as God. And at that young age, I knew nothing about heaven or hell or sin or righteousness or blood or atonement or salvation. I didn't know anything about it. Never even heard these words, and didn't even have any sense of them being an issue. And to me, spirituality was just something that was there. A connection, a closeness, a sense of love, and of being loved, and that's all it was for me. And I didn't even necessarily understand it, or I didn't have any way of articulating it or of talking about it. And in fact, at a young age, I remember being aware of the futility of trying to talk about it. I couldn't make sense of it, and I didn't feel anyone else was making very good sense of it. And I remember very distinctly. Not just having these experiences from about at the age of 7, but I can remember at the age of 13 sitting in the church that I grew up in, which was an Episcopal church, and listening intently to the minister of that church speak, and thinking to myself, I don't get it. What possible relevance is what he's talking about have to do with the experience of being spiritual or of being a person who even believes? I just didn't see the connection between the dogma, the paradigm, the worldview, and the experience. I didn't, and it wasn't until I became around 18 that I began feeling the need to have a strong theological paradigm. I'm not really sure why I felt that at that time, but who knows? Maybe it's just part of the, becoming a young adult and feeling like I need to kind of let this gel somehow. And so that's when I actually began to experiment with and embrace fundamentalism. And I did that by I don't recommend you do this. I went to Bob Jones University. I knew nothing about fundamentalism before I went there, but I learned a lot about it after getting there. And I really did give it a good shot. I gave it a try. I embraced it, perhaps much the same way as Bishop Brecht did, the way that I had talked about when I'd interviewed him. And I did come from a family where there was not a good and strong connection, and where I did feel a need for something different. And this was something that seemed to be promising it. And so I said, well, if this is what I can find there, let's go for it, And so I did. And then later I discovered, well, this isn't it. This isn't doing it. In fact, I became more aware as time went on of ways in which that particular paradigm was responsible for a great deal of violation, just as bad, if not even worse, than some of the problems that I thought that I was going to be escaping or getting away from or overcoming. And I found out I'd been sold a bill of goods that possessed none of the promises that had been made. And so it began to fall apart for me. But as it did, I did take it a step at a time. I looked at the language, and for me, that was just an interest of mine, linguistic anthropology. I looked at the language. I looked at the philosophy. I looked at the notions and the thoughts, and I began to think them through, began to see, is this what I think? Is this what they should even be thinking? Are their arguments even valid? Is this even what the text actually says? And I asked myself a lot of questions, and I would say it probably took me, from the moment I started asking serious questions, it probably took me, about a year before I started becoming very non-traditional. And from there, it took me maybe 10 to 15 years until I had become so non-traditional that I really didn't fit in at all. And I tried to fit into milder versions instead of fundamentalism, evangelicalism, and stuff like that. And finally, it got to the point where I couldn't buy into that, but it didn't bother me. And I stayed around it because I was part of the community and people that I thought cared about me, and then I cared about them, and I started severing those ties while remaining in those relationships. And then it finally got to the point where many of those connections were irrelevant to me, and too many people on that side of it really were demanding more of me than I felt it was even appropriate for me to give. And so I found it was time to just leave. And it took time. When I first began asking the serious questions, it was around 1979. And when I finally left that, it was, I completely left it only only 5 or 6 years ago, and so, but I did it in stages. I wasn't in any hurry, and I was able to make clear. I was able to engage myself in clear thinking, and I let it be the process that it was. Now, I can tell you this: I did find myself immediately open to not wanting to engage in the kinds of abuse that were involved, and also in recognizing and acknowledging the sorts of abuse that I was unwittingly engaged in, merely trying to sustain that paradigm. And for that, I'm very, very disappointed. In fact, I got to tell you, when I was listening to Jim Gardner the other day talk about that wonderful statement that he had at the beginning of one of our hangouts, that when I listened to it, I could even hear in his very valid and very passionate and earnest complaints, I could see parts of myself that I felt very disappointed with myself for having been a part of what he could honestly and earnestly be critical of, and it hurt. It hurt me to hear that and to face the reality that he was very much complaining about the path that I had been on. And I felt very disappointed with that. Not just that I was being criticized for it, but for the damage and the hurt that I realized that I had been a part of in the lives of others. Although I didn't know Jim back then, I certainly knew other people who were getting the very things that Jim was complaining about from me. How disappointing that is for me to realize that in the foolishness of my immaturity and of my trying to get things together, that I had been a part of that. But I don't want to become a part of that on the other side of the coin either. So I've taken it a step at a time to try to make sure that I really give it every possible thought that I can. Well, these are the ideas that I have about, in losing your religion, with the final part being, I'd encourage you to become a part of, even here at the New Covenant Group, we're not trying to convert or deconvert anybody. We're trying to talk about these issues so that we can each face them for whatever way they coherently work for each of us. And we have a number of people who participate in our discussions, people who are believers, people who are not believers. And we have a number of people who engage in this in a way that really gives us a great deal of things to think about, and a great number of different points of view to truly respect, and people who demonstrate themselves to be wonderful and awesome people. They are like-minded spirits in that regard, in that they're not interested in taking a journey that leads to spiritual or non-spiritual manipulation, but rather to take the journey that is in some ways the journey that we are on, and being honest about its strengths and its weaknesses and its problems, and the ways in which the ways in which how we talk about it doesn't really make the kind of sense we would like to think it makes. And we help to discover that through that sense of community. So I'd encourage you to even participate with us. And it doesn't necessarily even have to be with us, but with other people who are willing to, without prescribing the conclusion, engage the process. And that is important. We don't know the destination, so why are we aiming at it? It's good enough sometimes to simply be engaged in a process that is leading someplace you know not, taking you a place you have no idea where it's going to end up. Why do you always need to know the end from the beginning? You don't. Now, I'm not suggesting that you live every aspect of your life willy-nilly and aimlessly, but there's no real reason why concepts of an immaterial God there's no way it can ever be something where you know the end from the beginning. It simply can't be done. And all attempts to do so only result in religion rather than spirituality. Anyhow, there's some of my thoughts, and I hope that it might have been useful to you. It's good to be back again, as I said, feeling a little bit better, being able to get a little bit more engaged and having a little bit more energy. But anyway, this is Bob Graves, the Unconventional Pastor, signing off for now. And thank you for listening. And we'll talk to you again on Wednesday. I'm also going to be on the place later, too. So we'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, all of our live viewers, stay tuned. In just a moment here on The Place, we're going to have guest Michael Hardin, along with our regular hosts, Dr. Michael W. Jones, Rhonda Jones, Bob Graves, Ozymandias Ramses II. If you are not a live viewer and you're watching this recorded, you can look forward to the end of this video in just a moment. Stay with us.
Hi, we're here at Pensacola Beach. I'm John Shook. Hi, we're here at Pensacola Beach. I'm John Shook, and I'm in Pensacola because of the New Covenant Group. Based here in Pensacola, but broadcasting worldwide on the internet, on YouTube channels, and streaming live. We have new conversations from interesting people, exploring, traveling, journeying across all sorts of ideas and things to think about today. We have people who may be religious or non-religious or whatever they happen to call themselves, but what they know is that they have a personal story to tell. The New Covenant Group, we're a place where people can feel comfortable, get honest, and talk about very real things that matter today. I hope you'll join us. We have new projects, the NC Genome, and also shows airing now almost every day of the week. Please, you're invited, sit down and be comfortable and feel like you can be a part of this conversation.
Jack, you're getting tired. All right, here we go. Hi, I'm Sean, the associate producer with the New Covenant Group.
And I'm John Shook, one of the hosts.
And we know that the only reason we put on this show is for you. So we're trying to make last-minute preparations to get everything 100% before we get the show started. We sincerely apologize for the delay in getting everything going, but we're only doing this to make sure that what we put out is 100% for you guys. Thank you again for your patience. Feel free to comment in the comment section. All of those will be read, addressed during the show.
We read everything, folks, so keep the comments coming.
Guys, and thank you so much for your patience, and we will get the show started in a second here.
Ever feel like you've got questions, but nobody's got the time to give you answers? Visit the New Covenant Group, where atheists, theists, and people of all sorts of beliefs can come together and try to find some real answers together.
I'll put my floods on and we'll get real.
Got some willies in the car.
We need to do some shorts while we're here too, such as the Welcome to the Genome.
Oh yeah, I can do some of that.
Also,
I've done a couple of those.
We've done. Oh, you've already done?
Yep.
Well, yeah.
Give me something new to say, Sean. You're my producer, my show producer.
Maybe coming up next.
We did one for Mowdy. Who could I do coming up next for? We did Bob. Who else?
Who thought of saying that? Coming up next.
How about
my big idea
Joey?
for the
What's
day.
Joey's show called? I'll give a shout out to Joey.
Clash Course.
Clash Course. That's the name of his show.
That's Jewish.
I can give him a shout out. Sure.
T-Bog?
Haven't done T-Bog yet.
About
That doesn't say very much.
hold on.
We need to put Jack on.
Are you still recording?
Yeah, we
Oh,
need
okay.
to put.
Hold on, wait,
we need
wait.
to put Jack on.
Again, I got.
I don't know what's going on.
I want to do this one more
I'm
time.
at the beach. Where is everybody?
I'm lost.
If you're seeing me, they're lost back at the studio.
All right, y'all gonna start
You
recording?
should say that.
Are you recording? Okay, you're recording. All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the New Covenant Group's 8 o'clock Central Time main show. If you're watching this, we're running just a little bit behind, and it is not because we are at the beach right now. Dr. Jones and Rhonda Jones will be making their way to the main stage very shortly. We are trying to get everything prepared to make yeah. Hello everybody, if you're watching this video, we're obviously running a little bit behind time. We're waiting right now to get everything prepared so the quality is 100% for you guys. Dr. Jones and Rhonda are already on the stage waiting, and we will be getting the show started in just a few moments. So please enjoy the trailers and we will be right with you. Thanks for standing by and thanks for being patient. And one more time and then. Guys, if you're watching this video, obviously you're running just a little bit behind. We haven't forgot about you. Dr. Jones and Rhonda Jones are already on the main stage, and we are about to get started with the show. We're just making some last-minute preparations to make sure that everything is perfect once the show gets underway. So please stay tuned, and we'll be starting the show momentarily. thank you guys for your patience.
Did you see that? I'm looking at the beach. I'm looking back. Yeah, we are.
Okay, hold on a second. If you just, am I out of frame right here?
once again, we are running late here at the place. This is the place of being late, possibly. And maybe it's the place where one can exercise a lot of patience, kindness, because we certainly need that tonight.
It's a good place to learn.
Yeah, it's a great place to learn it. We do have some magnificent people on the show tonight. We have our co-host, Bob Graves and Ozzie Mendias. And welcome, Bob.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be back in a way that I've been, as you know, I've been ill here, but it's good to, I'm feeling more energy, so it's good to be here and thinking about a variety of different things. You know, I had rode on the bus, I got a chance to read more from this book by Steven Pinker, the Blank Slate, and I tell you, I'm just so impressed with who Steven Pinker is and the kinds of things that he talks about. I really recommend other people that they take a look at that book and seek to understand what he has to say about human nature. And by the way, although the title of it is The Blank Slate, it's actually an argument against that Locke philosophy of that we're all just blank slates and can be shaped into anything.
Right. You know, I think that he has so much to put on the table. It would be nice to do a show with him soon.
Oh, yeah.
He and Noam Chomsky, those two are magnificent in their fields, no doubt. Ozzie, welcome.
Hello there. Thank you for having me on the show.
I mean, you're always the guy that supplies all the wisdom to the show, and we're looking forward to your words tonight. What do you think, honey?
Well, I certainly agree. Having Bob and Ozzie on the show is 2+ points for sure. I loved Bob's cartoon, his bit strip. People make fun of Bob for doing so many bit strips, but I love them, and so do you. And the one with, yeah, that's right, everybody. We have a lot of fans of the bit strips of Bob, and actually
they want you to fix your microphone.
They did one with an igloo with Christopher and Bob on the top, and they were going to pull a evil surprise on Ozzie, and Ozzie corrected them very quickly about what type of, it wasn't quite an igloo, it was called what was the word, Ozzie? Starts with a Q?
It's a Quincy. I was critiquing the quality of the artwork in Bob's bit strips. It looked a little too lumpy and irregular. It didn't look like a nice smooth igloo with a nice catenary arch. So I said, it looks more like a Quincy, which is a different kind of snow shelter, where you make a big pile of snow and then you hollow it out and into a approximate igloo shape.
And then he went on to provide pictures of how to do that. I think you and I could possibly do the Quincy igloo type thing, maybe.
Can we do this with Pensacola sand, Ozzie?
I don't think so.
Well,
I'd try it. But.
For those of you that don't know, Ozzie and his wife live in Canada, and they have no shortage of snow. And so they get an opportunity to build igloos. And Bob, he's might as well live in Canada. He's in New York, so they've had their fair share.
Yeah, we rained though the other day, and it all disappeared, which...
Well, the next time it snows, Bob, I think that you need to build an igloo in your front yard and do the show from there.
That would be fun.
That would be exciting. We started late, and so let's go ahead and bring our guest in.
Mm-hmm.
When I talked with him on the phone, I said, wow, this guy is awesome. And with all the people who keep talking about this guy, it's like he must be greater than Jesus. And so I'm excited about having him on the show because I think that he is a theist who's actually thinking outside of the box. And
Right. I first was introduced to him when we watched the Hellbound movie that was produced by Kevin Miller. And Michael was featured in there giving some editorialisms. And so then we said, who is this Michael Hardin? We had to find out. And it was strange that a lot of people that we are involved with actually said, yes, I know Michael Hardin, get Michael Hardin. Michael Hardin's a great guy to talk to and a fair and peaceful type of guy. And I say peaceful because that's his, well, he'll get into all of that.
But tonight, what I'd like to do, as we did this morning, we had a wonderful show this morning, but I'd like to take off my glasses and put on his. I would like to take off my shoes and walk in his. I want to see his perspective. I want to understand where he's coming from. And so I think that's going to be fun.
Absolutely.
Michael, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. I just want to let you know I'm having a little audio difficulty hearing both you and your wife and some of the participants.
Okay, let's see if our technicians can get this fixed. We don't mind hesitating for a few minutes. I'm going to keep talking and see if you can hear me adequately. Can you?
I'll do my best.
Okay. Is it cutting out?
It is cutting out, yes, sir.
It is cutting out. Okay. Our sound guy is back there working on this. Just wave when you have it solved. The kind of wave that he's doing right now, he's just confused. He doesn't know why. Bob, see if you can talk to Michael for a few minutes and see if, or just a minute or two, and see if he can hear you adequately.
Sure. Yeah. Can you hear me at all, Michael?
Yes, sir. I've got you, Bob.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I think I became aware who you were not only because of the movie Hellbound, but also seeing some of your comments in various places there on Facebook as you participate in some of the pages that I'm on, and I've seen your comments from time to time. So it's great to have you as part of what NCG is doing.
Thank you. You'll notice I'm wearing the yellow Hellbound shirt for you guys.
Yeah, we recognize it. Speaking of Hellbound, is that something that you jumped at the chance, or did Kevin have to pull you kicking and screaming to do that?
Oh, no. My ego is pretty small. I jumped at it. Yeah, it was great. It was great. We had a fun time. Very fun interview.
Hopefully the audio has been corrected enough to where we can start with our conversation.
Okay.
Okay.
You're cutting in and out a little still, but I think I can make it out okay.
Okay, I'm still cutting in and out. We may need to replace my mic or whatever.
I find that whoever's making an adjustment is actually causing Dr. Jones to get much quieter in being sent to me, too.
Yeah, I've noticed the same thing.
Okay. Testing 3, 4, 5.
But the gain stage going to Michael needs to be kind of increased. Yeah.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
That's good.
Okay. Can you?
All
can
right,
you hear?
we'll just stop touching it now.
You know, sometimes people are confused about this conversation of hell, and I think a lot of people are pushing back, and I'm talking about theists who are, for the most part, in the fundamentalist camp. They're pushing away from this conversation concerning hell. What are your thoughts on that, Michael?
Well, you would have folks in the fundamentalist camp, you would have folks in the conservative evangelical, even the centrist evangelical camp, the Anabaptists, you would have folks in the Roman Catholic tradition, you would even have those in the Orthodox tradition as well that would affirm some notion of hell, even though theologically it's really suspect.
Now, could you share with us what your thoughts are concerning hell? Does it exist? Is it myth? What is it?
Oh, I see hell as a theological construction that arises from the same mechanism as religion and culture, which is sacred violence or violence against a scapegoat. And that, of course, is the influence of Rene Girard on my thinking. Hell is simply the taking of a concept of punishment, throwing it right out into transcendence, and then scaring the daylights out of everybody with it so you can manipulate and control them.
How do you talk to a person like Mark Driscoll about hell? Or
how do I talk to who?
If you had a conversation with Mark Driscoll, and I think that's where I saw you make a comment or two concerning Mark Driscoll, That is his
Right.
position on hell.
Well,
Maybe you
yeah,
could
the-
share some of that you actually stated to him before you get into explaining it. Could you state what you stated to Mark Driscoll?
Well, my challenge to Driscoll has to do primarily with his Christology, his view of Jesus. I think his view of Jesus skews everything. His doctrine of God, his understanding of the redemptive work of the gospel, the deconstructive work of the gospel to deconstruct not only culture but religion, and not just all religions other than Christianity, but especially Christianity. The gospel deconstructs the Christian religion beautifully. So I would have real questions about his Christology, but fundamentally where Driscoll and I are going to be literally worlds apart is that he has divinized the Bible. He's turned the Bible into a divine book, a book of propositional revelation and truth. I come at the biblical text critically. I come at it as an academic and as one who looks at it first as literature, and then secondarily do I talk about even the category or the concept of revelation.
So, could you share with us what you stated exactly to him in that particular thread?
I'm sorry, that was a sentence that cut out 3 or 4 times.
Okay, the thing, I don't know if you can remember exactly what you said in that thread to him, but if you could paraphrase it a bit, could you tell us what you stated to him?
The thread to Driscoll, you mean?
Right.
You know, what I'm really trying to say to Mark Driscoll is that his Jesus is the Antichrist. What he's done is he has taken the satanic principle of deception and violence and cloaked it with a Christology and turned the historical Jesus, the Jesus of the Gospels, I would even say the Jesus of the apostolic tradition, or at least a good part of the apostolic tradition, he's turned that Jesus into a figure that doesn't exist. He's turned that figure into a tyrant, into a Herculean type demigod. He's essentially, from my perspective, mythologized Jesus. Perhaps one might even go so far, well, I did go so far as to say that his Jesus is the Antichrist. His warrior, bloodthirsty, vampiric Jesus is the Antichrist. And I challenged him to a public debate, and I haven't heard back.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, 13 Heathens was on one of our hangouts the other day, and he actually said something very similar, where he said that, you know, when you take a look at the way that Jesus has been presented, this Jesus that gets presented is the most ultimate Antichrist there's ever been.
That's right.
I mean,
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, and that's coming from an atheist, and I don't know how much you know about the New Covenant group, but we are very much into bridging the gap between theist and atheist, and we believe that we all can come together and have a conversation, and at the end of the day, we may not agree on every single thing that we speak about, but we can, you know, admire each other's position. We can respect it.
Yes.
And 13 Heathens is probably one of the most respectful gentlemen that we've ever met. And for something like that, an indictment, I think, to come from an atheist is telling. Whenever some are anti-theist and not atheist, they look for every opportunity to possibly mock or you know, degrade Jesus. 13 Heathens is wanting to put Jesus in his proper historical position.
Yes.
And so it sounds like you do not believe in any of the violence or the tragedy that a lot of Christians do concerning the atonement, the blood sacrifice, things like that, that a lot of Christians believe has to happen before.
Well,
Go ahead.
Yes, I don't accept the penal substitutionary theory of the atonement, in which God is some kind of divine child abuser with an anger management problem. That I don't accept.
Right.
That I do not think you can find in the scriptures at all, in any way, shape, or form. That is, in fact, something that has direct roots in John Calvin in the 1550s, and before him, Anselm of Canterbury in 1098 in his book Cur Deus Homo. And those are the two authors that set the table for us for this view that Jesus somehow satisfies the wrath of an angry God, or that God needs blood. You know, God is nothing more than a vampire. I absolutely reject that view.
Out of curiosity, I want to know your position. Do you think that Jesus Christ, or let me just say Jesus, do you think that Jesus needed to be beat beyond recognition and tortured to death on the cross?
I didn't hear if that was a question or a statement. I'm sorry.
No, it's a question. I'm just curious. Do you think that Jesus needed to be beaten beyond recognition and tortured to death? That is crucified.
Yeah. In the way I understand the crucifixion narrative, of course, is going to be influenced by the work of René Girard, who sees in the Passion narrative the same exact framing structure as one finds in originary mythology or founding murder myths, and that's the all against one mechanism of the scapegoat. And so what you have in the Passion narrative is a textualized form that does something that no other or no previous text had done with such clarity, and that's expose the innocence of the victim and demonstrate that the violence that was done had nothing to do with God and was simply the result of social crises in the community around Jesus.
So are you suggesting that it would have been much better off for him never to be murdered?
Would I have suggested it would? I don't think Jesus wanted to die. And as a theist, I don't think that the one he called his Papa or his Abba wanted him to die. I don't see death as part of the equation that the divine brings. For me, God is a life giver, not a life taker.
Right.
However, Mark Heim puts it best in his book, Saved by Sacrifice. He says that given the fact that we humans have established religion on sacred violence done to a scapegoat, there's really only two positions that God could have come into this mechanism as, either on the side of the crowd as a persecutor, justifying the crowd's wrath against the victim, or God could have come as the victim. So as Mark Heim puts it in his book, on the cross, Jesus does not get into God's justice machine. God in Christ got into ours.
If Jesus would have died a natural death, let's say at the age of 70 or 75 or 80 years old, would that have been better for us and him?
Would that have been better for
us and him?
Oh, no. Well, here's the thing is...
Because where I'm going with this, you know, we have to look at these things in contrast. We're looking at a model that says, you know, he's a wonderful human being who's teaching, who has the capacity of teaching people, you know, let's say semester by semester. He's teaching people who are very much part of the law. In a sense, he's teaching law students, in a sense. But
you're still cutting out quite a bit. I'm having a very difficult time following you. I'm sorry.
Get me a handheld microphone, and we will solve this. And let me see if I can continue to communicate. Okay. What we can do is hang up and call you right back, and that may improve it. Sometimes Skype does that. So let's do that real quick.
Okay, everybody, hang on. We'll be right back.
Okay. Michael Harden will be back. We are talking about the death of Christ. Was it essential? Was it necessary for Jesus to be murdered? What are your thoughts, Ozzy?
Well, I'm actually quite curious where he's going to go with the scapegoat mechanism, because I'm not very familiar with the mimetic theory of René Girard. I've heard of it. I know some of the buzzwords in it. You know, mimetic desire and mimetic rivalry, but I don't understand how this scapegoat mechanism works and how it's so important. And so I'm curious to hear what he has to say about that. I also had the chance to listen to a few podcasts of Michael talking, and he said some things that were very surprising to me, and I think that will be positively hair-raising for certain people in the Christian community. If I'm not mistaken, I heard him say that American Christianity specifically is fundamentally Gnostic. I'd like to know his thoughts on that at some point. And I also heard him say...
I lost that last bit, Ozzy.
Oh, welcome back, Michael. Sorry, I was just
Thank you.
remarking that I heard you in a podcast, and you made some striking statements that I thought would be hair-raising for certain segments, certain quarters of the Christian community. I heard you say that American Christianity specifically is fundamentally Gnostic. I'd love to know your thoughts on that. But Dr. Jones had a question for you first, so how about we return to that first?
Okay, can you hear me adequately, Michael?
Yes, I can, but I virtually could not understand Oz. I'm sorry.
Okay. Somehow we're going to have to get this worked out, but let's just baby step it forward and have some fun.
Yeah. Sure.
Number one, we thank you so much for coming, and I'm simply asking questions because I want to look through your glasses, if you will. Did Jesus have to be murdered, or would it have been better off for him to live, let's say, 75 or 80 years teaching people about love, kindness, patience, things of that nature?
Yeah, I don't think those are the only two alternatives. Certainly, had the authorities of his culture not perceived Jesus as a threat, had they just let him go, I am almost certain that his teachings would have ended up in obscurity, that there would have been no Christian faith tradition started. But Jesus' teachings provoked a response, a direct response from the ruling authorities, precisely because he challenged them at the heart of their mechanism, which had to do with sacred violence. He does that both, or in particular, with reference to the temple, with his anti-sacrificial sayings and teachings, which is a position which is consonant with others in his culture, like the Essene community at Qumran, who were also anti-temple, although I think for different reasons than Jesus. We see that Jesus' message cannot but provoke a response. I mean, already in Luke chapter 4, at the very beginning of his ministry, if we're going to at least credit the Gospels with some minor semblance of trying to put something together in some order, Jesus is almost killed at his hometown in Nazareth, according to Luke, precisely because he announces that God's jubilary grace goes to the enemies of the people. And that message is just god-awful for part of the in-group. And that's why people like Mark Driscoll today are so furious with people like me, because we're essentially saying that God's grace is not limited to the Christian. God's grace is for the world. If you want to put it this way, the love that beats at the heart of the universe is for every part of the universe, everything. I don't even want to be anthropocentric. I want to say that God loves the wind and the deer and the oak as much as he loves me or you or anything else.
That's wonderful. You know, I've heard so many things about grace during my years on this planet, but sometimes I'm confused simply because I don't know what people mean by the term grace. And so I don't want to read anything into what you're saying concerning grace. Some people think that it means unmerited favor. Some people spin it a different way. And so what do you mean when you say God's grace to all?
Yeah, for me, grace is a catch-all term for other words like beneficence, compassion, mercy, forgiveness, love, shalom. Grace is a catch-all term. In other words, the way God relates interiorly to God's self in the doctrine of the Trinity properly understood is the way that God relates to the entirety of reality. And this is the problem with Christianity, is it's turned the way God relates internally into a war, a battle between the Father and the Son, or between God's love and God's justice, or God's holiness and God's mercy. And that battle then gets played out in the doctrine of the Trinity, where the Father's the angry cop and Jesus is the good cop, or the Father's the divine child abuser and Jesus is the abused child that takes the abuse and says, please don't blame my daddy. He's not a bad guy.
Yeah, penal substitution, and that is certainly what Martin Driscoll does teach. It's a maniacal doctrine, to say the least. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Jones, I think that when we look at the culture that Jesus was in the context of, that I find it strange that we don't realize that that his death in some ways was required by them, certainly not by God. I can't imagine someone coming along with his message and the way that it actually discombobulates the status quo without there being a tremendous backlash from the people who have something they truly treasure to lose because of the message that he's bringing. And when you look at the people that Jesus hung out with,
pure iconoclast.
Yeah, he was definitely embracing the very people who had been disenfranchised by religion.
Yes. And again, I think that there's some evidence, I'm not going to call it conclusive by any stretch of the imagination, but there's been a number of interesting books, I think, that have pointed out Jesus may well have been a mamzer, or perceived as a mamzer, which is a bastard child. So that places him fairly low on the social scale of his culture, and one of the things he could not have done would have been to offer sacrifice in the temple without another male in his family system vouching for him, and we know how his family system felt about him from the Gospels. They thought he was nuts.
Right.
When it comes to his death, do you think that he accomplished anything that is after his death?
Yes. I lost that. I heard the words after his death.
Oh, okay.
Do you think that Jesus accomplished anything after his death?
Let's do this, Bob. I think we're still having audio problems, and I'm being told that if we can pull him back in through another Skype call, that is another Skype feed, all of these problems will go away, because Michael is saying some powerful things here, and I want this conversation to be recorded without any misunderstandings here, because he's a wonderful, powerful speaker. Michael, can... Okay, Michael's gone for a few minutes, and we will have him back on, but until then, honey, what do you think about some of the things that Michael is saying?
Well, I certainly agree with the fact that there shouldn't or didn't need to be a penal substitution. I do think that if he would have lived to be a ripe old age, I believe we would have had more information, possibly. I don't know, a death of he was almost martyred in a way, and sometimes that carries weight or momentum to deliver a message, but I wish he would have lived to 80, 90 and kept up the good teachings, the good sermons, and we had those.
Right.
That's my opinion.
It seems to me that if we hear the teachings of Jesus, that is from the ears or the writers of what he said physically while he was, that is before his death, I think that we can gain much. And I guess I have a concern sometimes about theology in this. I think that when we have someone like Jesus who dies, we create lots of hyperbole, that is, in what he does after death. And I'm just wanting to know what there is after death that Jesus did in particular. What are your thoughts, Ozzy?
I'm sorry, you broke up there.
Wow.
Can you just repeat that last part? I'm sorry.
You just might as well.
I guess I need another microphone or something, because my mic is not working, and please bring me another microphone or something. But I guess there's a part of me that says, this entire story about crucifixion is crazy. It's maniacal. It's something that civilized people do not do. There's another part of me that says, if I try to take the death of Christ and make it into, let's say, a sacrificial system that does X, Y, or Z, whether it be something extraordinarily good, how can we say that it's anything more than or less than hyperbole?
Well, I want to get this straight. The crucifixion itself, I certainly believe in that. I believe that there are extra biblical sources that say that it was a...
But when you say that, you're talking about you believe that he was crucified. You're not saying that you believe in the crucifixion, that he washed away sins, etc.
No, but those are two different things. When I say I believe in the crucifixion, yes, I do. I believe he was crucified. It was very common to put, thieves and gangsters, on the cross, on a cross type apparatus. And so, yes, I believe he was killed that way. So when I say I believe in the crucifixion, that's what I mean.
Okay, but most people in theology are... Go ahead, Bob.
I would even go so far as that I think that the crucifixion did accomplish something. It showed how utterly absurd it was. And that there's a sense in which it brings fulfillment and end to the sacrificial system by saying, don't you think it's time that we conclude that this is insane?
Right. Dr. Jones and I both believe that by crucifying Jesus, it was this big Post-it note to the Jews or the theologians of the time. You have crucified and done away with someone that was so loving, so caring, and if you can do that to this person, what does your theology say about you?
Explains a lot.
Right. Yes, absolutely.
Now, if I may, this is something that, speaking as a non-believer, has always been bothersome. A lot of Christians who talk to atheists and agnostics and non-believers of other faiths are often puzzled why we don't find Christianity so attractive. And honestly, the idea that a man, any man, even a God man, had to be tortured and massacred, publicly shamed and humiliated to effectuate something good, it just seems like this has got to be this is a bungling God. It does not inspire or evoke a sort of admiration or anything like that. It is such an obstacle to people sort of embracing Christianity. I don't think a lot of Christians appreciate what a big speed bump this is.
Right.
To sort of to seeing Christianity as attractive, quite apart from sort of questions about historicity, quite apart from questions about whether or not a God exists at all. Just the idea of Christianity as normative, as a moral example. You just think like, well, yeah, I can look and see these lovely stories of Jesus, and so much of it is attractive. It's not all attractive by my lights, but so much of it is. And then you tell me that, but really, it's all leading up to this.
Right.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. I can't buy that.
Right.
Right.
I agree with you.
I like that meme that you see sometimes. I've seen it traveling around Facebook, where you see Jesus knocking on the door, and he's saying, let me in. Well, why? Oh, I want to save you. Well, what do you want to save me from? I want to save you from what I'm going to do to you if you don't let me in.
Okay,
insane.
if I can have just a moment, we have Michael on the phone. Let's do one test because we had to bring him in via phone because the Skype connection.
I can hardly hear you, Dr. Jones. You're disappearing.
Okay, I'm having to hold my telephone and a handheld mic tonight, believe it or not. And so, Michael Harden, can you hear me? We're doing an experiment. They have
failing miserably.
Oh yeah. Hello,
Is it on
Michael.
speakerphone?
Are you there?
Why don't you
Hello,
try to-
Michael. Are you there?
Is he on speakerphone?
Okay, it says that I'm connected with Michael Harden. Michael, can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to plug this into our audio feed and see if we can get this working. I have no idea why it's this.
Right,
It's starting
exactly.
to make you believe in the devil.
Yeah.
This is funny. Okay, hold on.
It's the devil.
Okay, try it again and see if you can broadcast this way. If you can hear me say anything, Michael. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm going to do something that's just really.
Let's call it rudimentary.
Yeah, let's do this. Let me see if I can fix this. Okay, Michael, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I'm going to put my microphone up to the telephone, and we are going back in time. So we're having we are actually having a first century type of conversation. Bob, can you hear Michael? Michael, talk.
Hello, Bob. This is Michael.
Bob, can you hear Michael?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Ozzy, you're good with Michael?
Okay. I think that everyone can hear you now, and so we're going to
Yes.
approach it like this. It's, like I said, it's wonderful to have you on the phone now.
Okay.
Yeah. And so what we're going to do is we're going to kind of recap. We're going to go back over some things, and I apologize about that, but I think that you have a lot to put on the table here of discussion. And so we were talking about whether Jesus needed to be murdered, that is, beaten beyond recognition and tortured to death, or would it have been better for him simply to live a full life teaching and just dying of natural causes? And
Right.
so what are your thoughts in particular on that? And then we'll move from that point on.
Okay, yeah, I had mentioned earlier that had the system, had the state and religious authorities let Jesus live until 70 or 80, he would have faded into obscurity. He would have been perceived as just a contentious sort of fellow. He would never have made it. He might have made it, perhaps in a minor, small place in the, Mishnaic or Talmudic traditions. But I think he would have just faded entirely from, and we would have had no record, no mention. There would have been no reason for Suetonius or Tacitus to mention the Christians. Josephus would not have needed to mention Jesus at all. Yeah, but as I said before, Jesus' message was so subversive, so radical, so critical, so oriented to the heart and soul of that which structures culture and religion, which is sacred violence, that they could not but do one of two things: either repent of their sacred violence, their scapegoating tendencies, their tendencies to marginalize groups or individuals and use those people to create hierarchies and elitist culture, but they would have had to have killed him. So in a sense, his death is inevitable once he begins preaching God's nonviolence. This, to me, is the brilliance of Nietzsche's reading of the Gospel of John, chapter 1, in the Logos. Nietzsche translates that, in the beginning was the nonsense. And, of course, as a radical anti-Christian thinker, Nietzsche wants to really set up that the Jesus tradition, or the Jesus of the tradition, is absolute nonsense. But I think, like in other places, Nietzsche, in fact, sees something very, very important, even if he, quote, doesn't see it himself. He makes an important observation, and that's that the Logos that comes into the world in John 1 is a nonviolent Logos. Unlike the Logos of Greek philosophy that we see from Heraclitus forward, where Logos equals polemos, Logos equals violence. It's violence that structures reality. This nonviolent structuring reality comes into our world, and we can't handle it. Hate cannot handle love, darkness cannot handle light, and violence cannot handle a message of nonviolence. So, in that sense, there is this inevitability to this proclamation of this God that Jesus announces that is inclusive, is ever-loving, is merciful, is compassionate. And we see the same reaction today from our contemporaries to this message of in a sense, of a good God. And I don't like sounding like a Marcionite at this point, but we see our contemporaries reacting the same way to us that so many of the religious authorities reacted to Jesus in the same style in his day.
Bob, did you get that?
I did. I think I've said much of the same things myself in the past. I just agree very much with that kind of concept. Yes.
I wonder if I could ask a question, just picking up on the last thing that Michael said.
Michael, can you hear Ozzy when he speaks? I'm curious. I'm going back and forth from the monitor, and I feel like some kind of animal or something.
No, I've got you on YouTube. I'm watching you as you go back and forth, so it's all good. But I can see Ozzy. Hi, Ozzy, in your nice black shirt and great chair, and hi, Bob. I can see them both, and I believe I can hear them too. And I love Bob's guitar collection. I am so envious.
Yeah, my wife is sitting here laughing at me as I'm doing this. And so, Ozzy, go ahead and ask your question.
You touched on Marcionism at the very end of that last answer, and I'm curious about something. I mean, if we reconstrue Jesus, or maybe obviously you're proposing that you're construing him right, and the way he should have been construed all along. But this seems like a very different Jesus than the God that we find in the Old Testament. Now, Marcion proposed that this God of the Old Testament was not a very good God. He was a just God, but he was a harsh and relentless God, impossible to satisfy. But Jesus sort of changes all of that. Now, I mean, how are you not sort of going to sort of fall subject to that charge of, well, you're Marcionite, really. You've got a Jesus that is too kind and gentle and doesn't have any of the wrath and of the Old Testament God.
Yes, it's a very important question, Oz. In fact, I really think it is the question of the 21st century for Christianity. You've just asked the question that every Christian theologian needs to wrestle with. My reaction or response or answer, in a sense, again, is influenced by my thinking through the philosophy of religion that Girard has preferred, which I'm using just heuristically, even at this point. What I see is the context of the New Testament in the standard Christian Western tradition. The context of the New Testament is the Old Testament. I don't buy that. That's the sola scriptura principle. That's, I think, a major stumbling block within Christendom. For me, the context of the New Testament is Second Temple Judaism, which means that in order to understand the New Testament, one really must engage as much as one possibly can with Judaism, Hellenism, Roman thought, Egyptian thought. One needs to know as much as one can about the ancient world. But the context of Second Temple Judaism is the Old Testament. That is, as these traditions are forming and being formed by this Judaism, those become the texts out of which we're going to understand Second Temple Judaism. But even then, we have to go one further step, and this is where Christianity, I think, sells itself short or really ends up selling its heritage for a bowl of porridge. The context of the Old Testament is ancient Near Eastern mythology. The moment we take the Old Testament out of that context, we lose the ability to connect the archaic sacrifice and the study of the philosophy of religion to the development of religious traditions in the Hebrew Scriptures. what I see going on in the Hebrew scriptural tradition is a community that is moving more and more away from a sacrificial deity and the attributes that go with a sacrificial deity to a God that reveals God's self as compassionate, as merciful, as generous, as kind. By the time we get into the prophetic tradition, it becomes very clear, at least to me, that the critique of religion, that is the critique of the temple apparatus, the anti-sacrificial critique that one sees in Amos or Hosea or Isaiah or Jeremiah, this anti-sacrificial critique is also intimately connected in with a socioeconomic critique, that is the tendency of the elite to not only engage in religious sacrifice in a ritual setting in the temple or temples, but also to do the same thing with folks in their own cultures, widows, orphans, anybody that would make a perfect scapegoat. That is, and a perfect scapegoat is a person who has no defender, nobody that's going to come and retaliate. You don't want to use someone as a scapegoat that has powerful friends, because they will come back and bite you in the back end. So you need the weak, you need the prisoners of war, you need women, you need children. These make perfect cultural victims, and this is something you can see, I think, pretty much globally with regard to human sacrificial victims. The beauty for me of the New Testament is that precisely because the Passion narrative has the same identical structures we find in sacred mythology, one sees for the first time the possibility that this whole way that we've organized ourselves religiously and socially on victims is an absolute fakery. It's a lie. It's a deception of the highest order. And so, for example, when you go to Joshua chapter 7, there's that extraordinary story. Israel's been, they're going out to conquer the Holy Land, and at one point they start losing battles. And so they go, well, we've got a problem. There's sin in the camp. And this is again, they're looking at the problem religiously. And so they want to identify it as an issue of holiness. And they say to God, what shall we do? Well, God is so creative that God says, have a lottery. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. This is as good as God gets. Have a lottery. And they proceed to have a lottery where at the end there's Achan and his family who are blamed for this social crisis. And Achan takes upon himself the blame. He says, yep, I did it. It was me. That was right. I think what we have in that story is precisely the same thing we find in the Oedipus myth and in other great myths where victims agree with their persecutors, because that's the way the persecutors tell the narrative. When persecutors write the story of victimage, when the conquerors write history, they always tell it from the perspective that they were justified in killing the other, and so they make the victims agree in the telling of the story that they were right. That way, as the narrative is passed down, everybody in the community looks good, because after all, they were all right. The victim agreed they were right, and God must have agreed they were right, because bada boom, bada bing, Joshua and his troops go back to winning battles. Job is the anti-Oedipus. Job is the one whose friends are saying, come on, Job, just agree. Yesterday you were king, today you're just a worm. Just agree you did something wrong. Just agree you're the problem. Just agree that you're the one that's created this crisis. And Job says, I refuse to go there. I refuse to buy into this. Oops, I almost said a word I'm not allowed to say. I refuse to buy into this lie, deception. So Job is, in that sense, a fantastic anti-Oedipal character. So there are these shifts where these stories, these mythic stories are told, but by the time we get to the crucifixion, that same exact narrative pattern is explicated and exposed. And that is such a powerful thing. Think about it this way. Would we know in the 20th century, particularly after the Holocaust, but would we even know victims. I mean, it took 20 centuries before the human species as a whole got globally sensitized to victims. Before that, it was hither and yon, but bang, now we're so aware of other groups that have victims, and we have a hard time seeing our own. But I think it's the power of the gospel to have opened it up, to have created this possibility of seeing that we can be human community through forgiveness and not through judgment, mercy and not through sacrifice, that it's the gospel that's opened that perspective up. And I'm just speaking on a purely anthropological level. I'm not even talking about revelation yet.
Ozzy.
Could I follow that?
Yes, I was going to ask you to.
Well, I'm curious about something then, Michael. I mean, the history of Christianity is, of course, replete with people sanctifying violence and witch burnings and inquisitions and stuff like that. So, what in your view went wrong? Like, I mean, this makes it sound like Jesus and God kind of messed up here. Are we to understand that the moral progress that we have made would not have been made at all, but for Jesus being massacred this way?
I don't think so, but it worked out that way.
If I've heard your question, because our communication is a little difficult for me, if I heard your question, it had to do with, oh, Lord have mercy. I'm trying to frame it and I can't do it. Can make it a simple question for me? I'm a simple kind of guy.
Sure. All right. What went wrong? Why has it taken the 20 centuries that you talked about?
That contribute to what will end up becoming Christendom. First, I would argue Jesus doesn't come to start a religion. Jesus is a Jew. He wants to be he is a Jew, and he lives a Jewish faith and a Jewish life. He's not trying to start something. Second, as a Christian, I can say, after his death and his resurrection and, his ascension to the right hand of God, all these things that I can affirm as a Christian that are important to the way I look at my faith. One of the things that happens historically is that there is already in the early church what I perceive to be two very dichotomous streams. And I'm not saying anything new here. Ferdinand Christian Bauer argued this thesis back at the turn of the 19th century. It's been carried through with some nuancing in the 20th century in Pauline studies. It's certainly a part of the new perspective on Paul, that there is the tradition of Jewish Christianity and, for lack of a better term, Gentile Christianity, and that the tendency of Jewish Christianity was still to frame the Jesus narrative within the apocalyptic categories of Second Temple Judaism, which still involved a wrathful God, still involved holiness codes, still involved social markers of identity, which would be circumcision, Sabbath keeping, and kosher. And then there's this other message, this message that basically says, look, what's happened in this one man Jesus happens for everybody. It's as though we've all died and we've all been risen. And there's a message of inclusion, a message of love for the human species, a message that God is not violent, God is not retributive. And I think you see this in the resurrection account. The account in the book of Acts, the sermon of Peter, where everybody's terrified because Peter's saying, look, you killed this guy and God raised him from the dead. They're all expecting God to come back all pissed off. And Peter says, oh, no, I've got news for you. That ain't how it's going to be. That's not how it's going to be. Instead, this God forgives you. I think that rocked their world. They weren't expecting that. And it's the same thing as the disciples, according to the resurrection appearances in the upper room. They're expecting a retributive God. Jesus appears through the wall, bada boom, bada bing, poof, They're terrified. And his first word to them is shalom, shalom. I'm come from the end. I'm come from the future. And the word I bring you is shalom. The last word is shalom. There's nothing to fear here. You don't have to fear anything. That's not what it's about. That is, their whole theological model got shook up. But I still think that a small portion of the church didn't get it, and that's that Jewish-Christian peace that I think we see reflected in the Gospel of Matthew, certainly in the book of the Revelation, the little letter of Jude. I often wonder about 1 Peter. But in the 2nd century, the first critical mistake gets made when the first Christian philosopher, Justin Martyr, who has tried any number of philosophies on Epicureanism, Stoicism, etc., and he's a Middle Platonist, he becomes a Christian, automatically jumps right into apologetics, and proceeds to identify the logos of Heraclitus, the logos of Greek philosophy, which was violence, with the logos of the gospel of Christianity, of nonviolence. I think that was a crucial error. I think a second real critical error comes in with St. Augustine and the equalization of the Testaments and his theory that the new and the old is concealed, the old and the new is revealed. All of a sudden, we have this merging of the sacrificial and the non-sacrificial, and so there's nothing really being revealed. And Augustine, of course, becomes, in Peter Brown's words, the first theorist of the Inquisition. It's Augustine who, with his Manichaean dualism, sets up a doctrine of election where everybody deserves to be damned, but God picks a few select few to enjoy eternal bliss, and the rest of us roast forever. So that's another critical error. 100 years before that, certainly the Eusebius, the first great church historian, I think makes another critical error. Eusebius, in the first editions of his church history, prior to the triumph of Constantine, is a pacifist. That is, he's reflecting the catechetical tradition of the early church that had been there for 300 years, that one was nonviolent, one turned the other cheek, one did not retaliate, one did not engage in acts of social violence or exclusion. But upon the ascension of Constantine, of course, everybody breathes a sigh of relief, and nobody more so than Eusebius, who in subsequent editions of his church history no longer is a pacifist. He defends the violence of Constantine. This is a king who kills his only son because he's terrified of having his authority usurped. So you have these kind of critical moves made in these first centuries that have set a foundation and the parameters of the conversation that Christians have been allowed to have. With the explosion of the Renaissance in the 14th and 15th centuries, with going back to Ad Fontes, that back to the sources that we see in the 15th and 16th centuries, with the rise of the Enlightenment in the 17th century, and the flowering of it, on the continent under Kant and Hegel, finally down to our own time. I think we've certainly come to a place where we no longer have to be afraid to ask the kinds of questions that the church has always said you cannot ask under penalty of death or threat of hell. And this, I think, is what is really the most marvelous thing, is that we have this freedom as Christians to ask these very critical questions about the tradition without having to reject the tradition. We can, in a sense, retain the best of it, and at the same time recognize those sacrificial components, or those components of sacred violence that still infect our thinking, our theology, and as a result, our politics, our sociology, our relationships. I don't know if that answers your question. I feel like I got long-winded and preached on you, and I apologize.
No, that was excellent. In fact, I'd like to follow it up. Just, do you have a book or a video or a podcast where you sort of go through this recapitulation of the history of the mistakes that you think led to the kind of theology that we have now? Is there one place that you have this by any chance?
Well, in my book, The Jesus-Driven Life, the first three chapters deal with the historical Jesus, or the Jesus of the Gospels. I kind of lay out a hermeneutic framework there for how I see the relationship between the historical Jesus and the Jesus of the Gospel tradition. and his teaching, and how he's extremely radical. How this message of nonviolence and peacemaking, all of that works. But in the 4th chapter is where I deal with the early church and these critical errors that are made in the early church. I do deal with Marcion quite extensively in that chapter because I think Marcion asks the right question. I think he gives the wrong answer. But Justin Martyr also asks Marcion's question and gives just as wrong an answer as Marcion. I don't believe that chapter goes beyond the 4th century tops. I don't know that I have any other work that I've published. I'm trying, maybe on my website, certainly on my Facebook page, where I get in and do more of a detailed critique of the Protestant tradition since the Reformation. I don't have my CV in front of me, so I am having a hard time thinking of what I published where and what it would be.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to, if there was one place, and if you actually have an entire chapter in a book devoted to that specific question, I'd be very keen to read it. I was very interested in your answer. Thank you.
Would be,
I think that sort of, he touched on just a little bit of Ozzy's previous question or statement where he heard Michael referencing that the majority of Christians are more than likely in the agnostic camp, maybe 1 foot in there and 1 foot somewhere else. And I can see that with the freedom that he's speaking of being able to ask questions and being able to, challenge things. And I think that's marvelous, the marvelous freedom that we have. We feel that ourselves. Is that something that you wanted to bring up, Ozzy, that initial statement you made that you heard on a podcast?
Yeah. Michael, I heard you speaking in a podcast where you described American Christianity currently as fundamentally Gnostic. And you went on to say
that is not my observation. That's the observation I took from a book, and I would have referenced it, I'm almost positive, because it's one of the top 10 books that has so helped me. And that's a book by a Presbyterian pastor in Canada named Philip Lee, and he wrote a book called Against the Protestant Gnostics, which, if you're a bit of a church historical buff, plays off of that old Irenaeus, against heresies. So his argument in that book is that fundamentalist Christianity and what is was commonly known, certainly through the 70s and 80s, as liberal Christianity share an identical set of presuppositions. And so he lays out those presuppositions that they're fighting over, and then proceeds to show how those presuppositions are identical to the presuppositions of ancient Christian Gnosticism in the 2nd, 3rd century. So when I look at Christianity today, or essentially what I see on both sides, whether fundamentalist or whether liberal, is the desire for certainty. The fundamentalist seeks certainty in having an inerrant Bible. God said it, I believe it, that settles it. The liberal seeks certainty and makes the same presumption that the fundamentalist makes, that God is perfect. They both have that assumption, God is perfect. The fundamentalist says God is perfect, God wrote the Bible, therefore the Bible's perfect. The liberal looks at it and says God is perfect, the Bible is not perfect, therefore God did not write the Bible, but they both start with this Platonic notion of God as perfection. That's a critical error. That's a Gnostic error. And I don't think you see the New Testament making that move. In fact, I think you see the New Testament writers, especially Paul, the writer of the Gospel of John, those two writers in particular, arguing that God is not revealed in perfection, but in bloody torture and in a naked criminal hanging on a cross. That we've got to stop conceiving of God as an out there transcendent, somehow marvelous image of all of our values exponentially multiplied infinitely to the nth degree. Rather, we need to begin to see God in the poor, the blind, the suffering, the prisoner, the lame. And this is really nothing more than the application of Martin Luther's theology of the cross to this logic of recognizing that our problem has always been we've wanted to turn God into another Superman, a really goody-good hero, and that God is not like that. That God is to be found in brokenness, in pain, in heartache, in distress, and this to me is what makes Jesus such a powerful, extraordinary witness. Is that he goes out to these kinds of people and in a sense becomes a model for us to do the same as well. So that Christianity is primarily not about my relationship with God as much as it's primarily about my relationship to any human being I encounter. And secondarily, and on a very private or personal level, is it about my relationship with God? And I think we've reversed that in America. We've turned spirituality into a very public thing. I cringe. I have a lot of friends on Facebook, but I cringe when they start talking about their relationship with God and love this. And, I just want to go, wait a minute. Keep that in your closet. Let's talk about how we can care for the poor, how you care for the immigrant, how you care for people of color, how you care for your neighbor. That's what we'll be talking about.
So would you consider yourself or identify yourself as a religious humanist?
Religious humanist? No. I even self-identify. I even call myself an evangelical. I mean, I still believe the things evangelicals believe, only I've reframed them. My attorney calls me a roaming Catholic because I grew up Catholic, but I've and hey, I'll tell you, with this new Pope, I'm half tempted to go back to the Catholic faith. I love Pope Francis. I think he's awesome.
Your Mennonite church will be very, very displeased.
Yeah. No, I have trouble when people ask me, "Are you a Christian?" I used to say, "Well, it depends on what you mean," and now I just say, "I'm not sure, but I know Jesus loves me, and I'm doing my best to follow him."
I had a quick question about that, if I might.
What's that?
I have a quick question about that, if I might.
Oh, sure.
I heard you say once, crucial to understanding Jesus is following Jesus. I wonder if you could say a little something about that.
Yeah. For the past 8 years, my wife and I, we've lived here in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, which, as you know, is the home of the Amish and the Mennonites. And so we've been attending a Mennonite church. The folks there are just wonderful and very supportive of what we do. They find us a bit of a curiosity, but they're very supportive. And in the Anabaptist tradition, they have, as part of their hermeneutic, their theory of interpretation, that discipleship or commitment to following the Jesus path is necessary in order to understand Jesus. And so I've had conversations with my now deceased friend Walter Wink of blessed memory about this. And one of the things that Walter and I discussed a number of times before his dementia really got too bad was the importance of this radical commitment on an existential level, because it really does change the epistemology or the approach one takes to the Jesus tradition. In other words, it is possible just simply to, as a scholar, go to the Jesus tradition and be able to, make sense of a lot of things or figure out which things are nonsensical or which don't work. But when one approaches the gospel tradition with a different intent, with the intent of saying, this was a deeply spiritual man, whether I can call him God or not, I don't know. I'm not saying that about me, because I can. But there are people that don't feel comfortable with that, like a Gandhi, but who are still committed to the spiritual path, to the ethical path, to the relational path that Jesus, in fact, articulates in places like the Sermon on the Mount. And so when one chooses to follow that path, when one chooses to turn the other cheek, when one chooses to pray for one's enemies, when one chooses to be poor in heart, to not be cocky and arrogant, when one chooses to trust that the universe loves one, just like the lilies of the field or the birds of the air, that one is loved. When one chooses that, it really does change the perspective one has on Jesus, and I think that's important. It's something I've learned from the Anabaptists, and I think I'll probably carry through for the rest of my life. It's been important to me in my own growth. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and so if you're familiar with the 12 steps and the kinds of things in that tradition, I see a lot of congruity out there in between the steps, between Jesus, and I see the same congruity in any number of therapeutic traditions that have arisen. There's just something happening out there where we're beginning to see that relationality is everything. I mean, we've already made that shift in philosophy, in psychology, away from the notion of faculty or parts to relationality. We've made it in literature, that shift, and we're only just barely beginning to make it in theology or biblical studies. The church is really far behind. I mean, we've made that move in physics. So why not carry this whole thing through and then say this? We can sit and argue theology until we're blue in the face, and ain't nothing going to change. But fundamentally, what really does need to change is our anthropology, the way we understand ourselves. Because if, in fact, God is a production of the human heart or the human mind, or however you want to put it, onto transcendence, by changing our anthropological model to one that recognizes our fundamental tendencies toward victimizing others and the need to forgive and be forgiven, we can open up possibilities now for nonviolent revolution, for peacemaking and reconciling of enemies, for learning to live in marriages where there's hurt and pain, but one continues on in the relationship because there's forgiveness and love and concern and care for the other. One parents differently in this way of thinking. One relates to one's coworkers differently. So there are, for me, real practical realities about this, too. It's not just theoretical.
Bob, what are your thoughts? It is making a lot of sense. I'm trying to handle two things at the same time, and that's quite impossible for me.
Yeah, I would say I don't see myself as being as close to that evangelicalism as Michael is, but I really like where he's taking this, and I agree with him. There's a sense here in which I see Jesus as having come hoping to kind of do away with religious thinking, and that his particular identity is just not the issue or the focus, and as a result, I too, I am comfortable with the possibility that Jesus is God. I'm comfortable with the possibility he's not. There's a sense in which I don't care. It's not, and I can't picture God caring about that. I mean, it turns it into tribal victimization, and I really do see, when I read between the lines of what I perceive as an overly hyperbolic translation in the New Testament, that's really translated in a manner where the hyperbole is used to try to justify a traditional theology. When I try to look at what's really going on and how it could be spoken of in a less hyperbolic manner, I do see Jesus as kind of throwing a monkey wrench in that old thinking and putting the ball back in our court. Will we love each other? Will we reach out to each other? Will we be compassionate and empathetic and decent to one another?
Yeah, that is I think the burden of the gospel. I think it's a burden of Jesus' mission is to create a whole new alternative possibility possibility of being truly and fully human that has nothing to do with retribution and nothing to do with sacred violence.
And nothing to do with dogma either, which is a form of
well,
Gnosticism.
Yeah, Bob, you and I will I'll cordially disagree with you there. And I think that there's a role and a place for healthy doctrine. Diana Butler Bass has that wonderful quote, and I've used it so much in my work, that the word doctrine comes from the same word as the word doctor. And that doctrine which is healing, doctrine which is a balm, doctrine which is nurturing and brings real relief, that's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's doctrine that functions as a line in the sand that I think is the real problematic, and it's the way in particular that Protestants use doctrine, because they identify their doctrine with truth, capital T, and they're absolutely deluded at that point.
Yeah. I would also see, though, when I look at the New Testament and the word that gets translated doctrine, for me, as I look at it, it's almost always in a context where it's not talking about conceptual teaching as much as it's talking about implications we draw from behaviors. What does how we behave, what does it say about God? And that's our doctrine.
That's absolutely correct. And this is one of the brilliant things about James McClendon's systematic theology as a Baptist, as a Protestant, or Methodist, I think he is. He doesn't begin with the doctrine of God or the doctrine of Scripture and then eventually make his way all the way down to behavior or ethics or conduct. The first volume of his systematic theology is ethics, and the second is doctrine. And his argument is that we are those people who begin with how we behave, because how we behave reflects how we think about God.
Definitely,
and
I agree with that.
I think that's a powerful approach to systematic theology that I don't think is taken too seriously in our current climate.
I'm just hesitating for a moment. I thought, Ozzy, you might be asking another question, but I have a question, and this is something that I'm curious about. When it comes to the doctrines, and I stress it in the plural, doctrines of atonement, which doctrines or which doctrine of atonement isn't just a bunch of hyperbole?
Well, I'm going to redefine the whole category of the Satan, small s, anthropologically, and see the Satan essentially as human I started to say human dysfunction, but that's just too generic. I'm using it in the same sense that Rene Girard does, as the mimetic scandal. I see Jesus overcoming the Satan. That's that Christus Victor view in the early church. Jesus overcomes this negative mimetic tendency in humans on the cross, first by forgiving us and not engaging in the satanic mechanism of either choosing to save himself and starting a holy war, kind of like a Kirk Cameron, Nicolas Cage Left Behind thing, but instead offers himself as the one who deconstructs and exposes these principalities and powers for what they are. They're just engaging in ritual human sacrifice. So that's the first piece. The second piece is I really do think that Peter Abelard, in his moral example theory of the atonement, in his critique of Anselm, had some really important insights that had been vindicated in recent neurophysiological research on mirror neurons, when Abelard argues already in the 12th century that Jesus is an example of God's love. Jesus' death is an example of love. Well, that gets completely poo-pooed by the penal substitutionary people and the hyper-Anselmian types who want to say, that's just subjective, that has nothing to do with reality. Well, the fact is, all of life is subjective. Thinking is affective. We no longer have to buy into Descartes' error, as one writer put it. We can recognize that we are hardwired as a species, as are our primate ancestors, as are so many in the animal, the reptile, and the insect kingdom. We're hardwired to imitate. And that imitation is at the core of what it means to be human. Or as Aristotle said, humans are the most imitative of all creatures. I mean, we are finally, I think, beginning to recognize that Jesus' death is an example. It's a way to live. And how do we live? We live in forgiveness. When you choose ahead of time and you say to yourself, people are going to hurt me, and I'm going to forgive them. People are going to hate me, and I'm going to love them. People are going to say evil things about me, and I am going to say good things back. When you take that orientation from the start, when that's your in that sense, atonement becomes discipleship. Well, Jesus said that. Unless you take up your cross every day and follow me, you can't be my disciple. He's not valorizing suffering. He's not saying if you don't get that parking space at Walmart, you whine and complain you're carrying a cross. No. It has to do with the way we relate to the person that cuts in front of us and takes that parking space. It has to do with our capacity to forgive and to love the unloving, to care for the uncaring, to make peace with the enemy. I think at that point, we're talking something so different, so radical, that it is, Nietzsche was correct when he said, this is nonsense. It just doesn't make sense in a world that's so oriented to violence. And that, I think, is what makes real revelation.
I struggle with the idea of Jesus forgiving for various reasons. Number one, if I look at Paul's epistle, that is to the church at Corinth, I find that he makes a statement, and I'm simply going to use a particular rendering that the NIV translators used. He states that love is kind, it's patient, and it doesn't even keep a record of wrongs. Now, yes. If I look at what the Mayo Clinic writers have written, they state that forgiveness is based upon doing something. In other words, when we hold grudges, when we resent people, when we keep a record of their wrongs, we need to release that. And so the question would be, did Jesus actually forgive us? Did he resent us and have to release that? Did he hold grudges and have to release those grudges? Did he have to do those kinds of things? Or was he above what forgiveness is? In other words, if you're not keeping a record of wrongs and you're loving someone unconditionally and accepting them unconditionally, what would be the purpose of forgiving, except for to teach other people that they need to let go of whatever they've held against another?
Yeah, I don't think that there's enough evidence in the gospel tradition to say one way or the other on that. But I think that's an important question you raise, and one has to begin to wonder at that point about the Gethsemane story in that light. One has to wonder if, in fact, I see the Gethsemane story as parallel to the opening temptation narrative. Jesus is really being tested to make the decision as to whether he will be this peacemaking figure, whether, as Mark Heim puts it, whether he will enter into our justice machine, which is very unjust, or whether he'll start a holy war, a revolution. And at that point, I think he has to be thinking specifically of those who are structurally in power, who he will encounter that will hurt him. But I know he's also got to be thinking of Peter, who he's already told, Peter, you're going to deny me, of Judas, who I think was truly beloved and who would betray Jesus. I think Jesus, in fact, had to make these choices in Gethsemane to say, I'm not just going to forgive Peter and Judas, but I'm going to forgive the soldiers, the temple guard, Caiaphas, the Sanhedrin, Pilate, the mob. Jesus could, I think, in a sense, project out the possibilities of what was going to happen to him and had to make that, what you just said, he had to make those concrete choices ahead of time. And I think he did.
But I guess
he could have chosen resentment, and he did.
But I guess the point of my question is if he didn't hold anything against them, even though they were doing these things to him, etc.
Right.
Why would he have to forgive if he didn't hold a grudge or resent or any of those things? You know,
Can I comment, Dr. Jones?
I'm talking about an issue of maturity because, you know, my wife and I, one of the things that we've practiced with our kids over the last few years is rising above what forgiveness is. We don't find any reason to hold anything against our children, our friends, and people we actually love. In fact,
That's right.
we're exploring these options, and we are finding that living without the need to forgive is a much better life than a life with forgiveness. Now, I'm suggesting that, you know, if you are resenting someone or holding a grudge or a record of wrongs against someone, you definitely do need to forgive. But at some point, you need to mature, grow up, and get past that notion. And so my question would be, why would Jesus be so immature in this context?
Can I respond to that also, Dr.
Being
Jones?
immature, because remember on the cross, the announcement is, Father, forgive them. They don't know what they're doing.
I don't think that Jesus said, Father, forgive them. I think he was saying, Father, help them. I think there's a big difference.
Well, I'm not going to. Yeah, it would be difficult for both you and I to try and retranslate that textual variant back from Greek into Aramaic, unless we're both Aramaic scholars.
Well, I've done so back in the Aramaic various times, and you're going to come up with only a model of helping, not forgiving.
Yeah, that may be. I can't speak to that. That's something I would have to do some
because in that context,
research on.
Yeah, because in that context, when you put a syntagmatic and paradigmatic analysis together for that, you don't find forgiveness. You find that he's actually saying, Father, help them. They don't know what in the world they're doing. The issue of forgiveness is not even in the context. Bob, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say that, you know, I'm under the impression that using the word forgive, the way that we tend to understand forgiveness, is really a misrepresentation of what I would understand the text to actually be saying, even in Greek, and that we tend to think of forgiveness as this: oh, I have aught against you, and I have you dead to rights, but you know what? I'm going to let this one slide. That's a sense of what we mean by forgiveness. But this word, I get the impression that it doesn't even really mean forgiveness in that sense. It really means there's this issue. It's not worth thinking about. I'm going to dismiss it. I'm sending it away. This isn't even, you know, like it's not keeping the record of wrongs. I'm not even going to get hung up on this. I'm just going to bypass this. And that I see that is when Jesus is translated as saying, Father, forgive them, or when, you know, we forgive others their trespasses. I get the impression that even this word in Greek is kind of like saying, you know, get over it. Just pass this thing by. It's not relevant to what's really important here. And so there's a sense in which I see it as a manner in where I would make it consistent with not keeping a record of wrongs. The wrong that may have been done here is not the point. Not that we can just be doormats and allow people to continue to wrong us, but we need to more address the human needs and the issues and the empathy that's involved in why any violation would occur in the first place, you know, and to really seek that healing and to, instead of looking for that opportunity to say, aha, now I have a case against you, I'll see you in court.
Yeah, because, you know, when you use direct techniques or oblique techniques of transport, going back into, let's say, Aramaic, there is just no way to come up with the idea of forgiveness in that particular context. And
the way we define forgiveness in our culture now.
And so,
but I think what's important in all of this is to recognize that part of the problematic of the term forgiveness and the way we're understanding it is it is still embedded in an economy of exchange. And an economy of exchange is precisely the problem of sacred violence. And that's why I think you're absolutely correct. There's a real issue here with this, the term, the way it's being understood. I think you made a real important observation, Dr. Jones, when you talked about forgiveness as help. And that leads me to think of these writers now that are talking about the healing view of the atonement. That is, Jesus' death is a healing of the species. And what is it that it heals? It heals us from our tendencies to be exclusive, to be judgmental, to be bitter, to be negative, and instead to be able to let it go and say, in the long run, it's about love, and that I trust God to love me enough to vindicate me. And in the Christian way of thinking, that vindication, of course, occurs on Easter Sunday morning. That's the vindication of the victim. And that's the rehabilitation of all victims. And in this sense, you all know the Eucharistic meal that's celebrated in the church. For me, the Eucharistic meal is precisely the recognition that when we gather together and we break the bread, we're essentially recognizing our tendency to cannibalism, our tendency to gather as a mob, to kill a victim, to eat a victim. I mean, cannibalism runs in our social DNA, going back into the dim mists of primal history. We are a cannibalistic species, and that the breaking of the bread is this recognition that we are persecutors. We say unkind words. We do unkind things. We do gather together and gossip about people. We do find people we don't like in our family systems or our churches or our social groups or ethnic groups, and we do exclude or extrude or exile them. And then there's this cup, and this cup says, but you're forgiven. And you sit there and you go, wow, if God forgives me and I victimize God, and then all of a sudden I am now a participant in forgiveness. And that changes everything, because the dynamic means as I walk away from that table, everyone I meet is someone that when they hurt me, I will let it go. I will forgive. I will seek to help them. I will seek to help them overcome their prejudices and their biases and their negativities and their unjust judgments. And so I see the Eucharistic meal as having real potential to transform Christians if they were honest enough about what they were really doing when they came forward.
Well,
I would even take it further in that when Jesus said, as oft as you do this, do it in remembrance of me. I think that part of what I even get out of that is that when you realize what you're doing, you will stop doing it. So as often as you do this, do it in remembrance of me, until finally you get it. And like, I don't take communion anymore because I think I finally get it. And so as often as I do it, it just.
I mean, it took the African American slaves who truly were, in one sense, the ultimate victims of American culture, and I think sadly we still perpetuate that in our social thinking. But it took that group to sing us that song, "Were you there when they crucified my Lord?" And if you can't say, yes, I was there, yes, I denied, yes, I betrayed, yes, I drove the nails in, yes, I plaited the crown of thorns, yes, and I do this to my kids, and I do this to my wife, and I do this to my boss, and I do this to the guy on the road when he steals the lane next to me. And when I realized that, I sit there and I go, holy cow. If Jesus were to come today, I'm Mr. Joe Christian, I would crucify the bastard. I wouldn't want to follow him. I would crucify him.
I just seem to think it's more powerful to never go there with those emotions, never have that resentment, never have that againstness. I mean, it's good to close the barn door after the horse is out, but, let's keep the horse in. And I just think it's better practice to not hold anything against someone. Therefore, there is no need for forgiveness at all.
Well,
I would caution, though, that anytime you put a prescription to what you can or can't feel, you begin denying it and you do feel it.
What if you're an abused person? What if you're a rape victim? What if you're ethnic group has been wiped out by another ethnic group. I mean, do you want to also say that that's also the posture they should take?
I'm speaking about myself, and I.
No, I got that.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying, I'm saying, to me, it's better for me to be in a position of saying, you know what, you transgressed against me because you're sick in a way, or you have a problem, or you need to deal with something else. And so I am not going to hold that against you. And and I believe that's what Jesus, feels or felt, about us. And I just believe that.
I think, Michael, one of the things that we're attempting to say is, a physician. My father, he died of cancer, and none of his physicians approached him with any kind of condemnation. They didn't hold his problems against him. They tried to help him.
Right.
And so, in a sense, looking at Jesus as a physician, not as one who is saying, "Oh, I need to forgive you because you've put me through a lot of persecution, and I'm going to be the great forgiver in the sky." Yada yada yada. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me in various categories. For instance, especially as a linguist, I don't see that to be a possibility. When he says, "Come unto me, all of you who are heavy laden, and I will give you rest." The Septuagint really makes it clear that this idea of aphe is the lifting of the load. It's taking the load off of us. And so I see Jesus as one who is trying to teach people, let's take the pressure off of other people. Let's not put our baggage on them. And so I think what my wife is saying, it's true that at some point in my life, I might hold something against someone, but that just means that, I really have a problem. And I know that other people are going through tragic situations, suffering, etc., and they do resent their situations, and they do need to forgive. But I think the Mayo Clinic professionals are right. They are suggesting that forgiveness is a way out of your flaw. And I'm simply saying that I don't think that God has those kind of flaws, that is, in the sense of needing to forgive.
No, I don't think that is a need to forgive. I think that that's language that's used because we are the ones embedded in economies of exchange. There's two things. One is that when you were talking about Jesus and the load, I'm kind of wondering if there's not a secret textual tradition where Jesus says, "Take the load off, Annie." But that was a joke. But I also want to say, to add to your wife's, I think her insight is spot on, and also is an insight that Rene Girard articulated, and that's that 2,000 years before Freud, whether the saying is authentic to the Jesus of history or not, because it's a textual variant, nevertheless, the saying, "Father, forgive them, they don't know what they're doing," is the first literary allusion to the unconscious.
Yes, it is.
And that's what I also heard Rhonda saying. And I thought, that was brilliant.
One time on my show, I had a viewer that made a comment, and she said, about anger, and it's good to have this anger and this, some people call it righteous indignation. Say, for instance, of pedophiles, and if we don't get angry about them, then we won't be able to, know it's so wrong and do something about it. But I responded this way, to me, if we project our anger and it's more of our response in an angry way. And I think sometimes it takes away from the actual incident or the actual the wrong that needs to be righted. And so if we concentrate on, I'm going to get angry about this, I believe people that get angry, they are not as quick to action to help the situation because they're so concentrated on themselves.
I have a real problem with that, in that I to me, being angry at the pedophile is irresponsible. but certainly being angry at the outcome that they produce through this behavior and finding this intolerable is in some ways a healthy anger. And I think that what is bad about anger is where we direct it. In some ways, I think that that we direct it in a direction that isn't really honest, that doesn't deal with what we really should be angry about. And I'm kind of hesitant. I think that all emotions are totally healthy and natural, but we tend to deal with them in a very immature manner by directing them in a way that we interpret. And I'll tell you this, I think that people who do have anger issues really need to kind of work out where their anger is headed and if that's really an honest place to put it. But I think, when we see the way people are mistreated, I think that anger is a very healthy attitude towards the mistreatment, but I don't think it's a healthy attitude toward the people who are mistreating.
Well,
But the thing is this, I don't think that you'll find, if you're a person who has a low ebb for anger, that's wonderful. But I think you're going to find a lot of people who, they can't do that. And they can't do that for biological reasons that have nothing to do with moral choice.
Right. I just believe that if we get caught up in that anger or indignation, that's what our concentration will be on, when we
Sure, yeah, and particularly when you're blaming the person, you're really kind of skirting the real issue.
Exactly. And so you've forgotten about the issue, you've forgotten about the reaction to help. You're more self-focused. I believe that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're trying to make a difference. You're trying to be the one with the white hat while somebody else is wearing the black hat, and that's not ever the context.
Right.
What's important here in this conversation that both of you, I think, are really hitting the nail on the head has to do fundamentally, coming back to the citation Dr. Jones mentioned, of not keeping a record of wrongs. What's interesting is the Apostle Paul, of the 63 times he uses the term hamartia, 58 of them are in the singular. That is, they're not with reference to specific sins or sinning, but sin as a structural principle or a systemic reality. And I think what I'm hearing you both say, and I think what a Gandhi or a Dr. King or a Bonhoeffer would fundamentally agree with, is that when we see an unjust system, we see people, of course, are the ones that are the, if I could use the term, the puppets of that system. Our anger is not at the people. Our anger is at the system. And I can't honestly, I've started to say I've never met a pedophile, but my grandfather was one. But other than my grandfather, I don't think I've ever met a pedophile. But if I did, I would know that I'm not just dealing with this person who, quote, makes their own bad choices. I'm dealing with the dynamic of an entire family history. And perhaps even a community that contributed to alienation, marginalization, insecurity, all of these things. It's a systemic thing. And I think that if I'm hearing both of you correctly, you're both saying there's a place to be angry at the system. But our anger is not directed at people. We seek to help people be liberated from the bondage of the system, to be healed from the disease of the system. Am I hearing you guys correct?
I would say that that's exactly it. Aiming anger at people instead of at what has, unfortunately, I think that most people, if they could have, like Jesus said, forgive them for they know not what they're doing. I think if most of us could really have a clear sense of what's going on, none of us would ever really want to participate in the kind of violence that we do participate in, that we participate in that mostly because in our insecurity, we worry that this is the necessary corner I'm painted into. But given the viable view of an alternative option, it is preferred so long as we're not a person who has gone so far as to have been so jaded that we really can't see it. But I do think that love, when it can be healthy, is far more natural.
One of the things that my wife and I witnessed via television, we were watching this trial, and it's a trial that happened sometime back about a serial killer who had killed many victims. This person didn't have any kind of remorse, didn't show any signs of even acknowledging what was going on in the courtroom. And the family members at the end of the trial were given the chance to speak to the gentleman. And every family member got up and really lashed out at the individual except for one. And one gentleman stood up and looked at the man and he said, "I just want to tell you one thing." And he said, "I forgive you." And when he said that, this man just broke into tears. And it was because he was able to say something to that person that gave him a sense of being a human being. And one of the things that we try to do here at the New Covenant Group is we see human beings making mistakes all the time, but yet at the same time we have to say, do you have this problems because you're sick? And I think that's what Jesus was trying to say. I think he's saying, we have problems, we're sick, we don't need condemnation. We need someone with great bedside manner, someone who can come along and give us, the best care possible. And so those are my ideas. But this has been fun. We're out of time, and so I'd like to hear some final comments. Did you have another thing?
Well, I would like Michael to tell us a little bit about his preachingpeace.org website and how to find his book.
Preachingpeace.org is a website that started with lectionary commentary from this perspective for preachers. It now includes podcasts. I've got a slew of videos I'll be putting up this next year. It has articles and essays, worship resources. It's got all kinds of stuff. It's been around for 11 years now, and we do about 10,000 readers a month, about 45,000 page views a month. That for those that care about stats. I also do a fair amount of traveling and speaking. I do a lot of one-day seminars around the United States, and for the last several years we've gone to the UK. Last year we were 5 months in Australia, so we're starting now to hit the road with the message. I have 4 books. My first book on nonviolent atonement was co-edited with Brad Jerzak, and the second book co-edited with Sharon Baker on ethics and ecclesiology from a peacemaking perspective called Peace Be With You, and a third co-edited book with Ted Grimsrud called Compassionate Eschatology, and all 3 of those in one form or another came out of some conferences that Preaching Peace sponsored. And then I wrote The Jesus-Driven Life, which at this point is my big work. It just went into its second revised edition. It's available at thejesusdrivenlife.com and also on Amazon. It's been so well received by folks in the Academy, as well as just regular folks that happen to pick it up, and it sells well and does well, and it's a new paradigm. It really is, I think, a paradigm shift, and I'm so grateful to the work of Renee Girard, who I've been reading for a quarter century, for helping me to rethink these things. And, so we have a lot of fun. I do a lot of writing. I'm working on my PhD right now, and just trying to keep my head above water.
Well, we've really enjoyed our time with you tonight. It's been fun. Ozzy, what are your final thoughts? Ozzy is muted. Let's unmute him.
I beg your pardon? That was my fault.
Okay, that was your fault. Okay.
We were blaming Joey.
Michael, thank you very much. This was really very informative and eye-opening, and I'm really looking forward to reading your book. I don't buy a lot of books. I almost never do, but someone owes me a birthday present and has been hectoring me to go out and choose a book, and I think yours is going to be the one, because I'm very interested in this idea.
Well, and I just want you to know, Ozzy, it's also a cure for insomnia.
I don't suffer insomnia. I'm one of those very fortunate souls who falls asleep immediately when his head hits the pillow. The sleep of the just, as they say.
Yeah, yeah.
Bob, what are your final thoughts?
Well, I've really enjoyed this discussion. I do so much appreciate what Michael Hardin brings to the discussion, the challenge of shifting our paradigms, and really seeking out a way that cuts against the inertia of the way that culture has wanted to always rewrite Jesus into our own violent tendencies instead of seeing Jesus as a confrontation to them, and so I really appreciate that, and I wish you great success, Michael, and I've enjoyed many of your comments that I've seen on Facebook here, and no doubt will continue to do so. So thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing here.
Well, thank you for having me on, to Dr. Jones and Rhonda, and to you, Ozzy, and to you, Bob, for being such friendly interlocutors. And it's been fun for me.
Yep, we had a good time.
You've been an awesome guest tonight, and you know, one of the things that I'm impressed with, we have people moving forward simply because we're willing to come together, and I'm talking about atheists and theists alike. And here's a theist who actually believes that a maniacal God doesn't make sense, and I'm very proud of that. And I love the fact that he's looking at it through the eyes of love and kindness, and that's awesome. And so I would advocate that it would be best to buy all of his books, not just one. And so if you get a chance to send Michael a note, letter, or whatever, do so. Get in contact with him. We'd like to have you back, Michael. I'd like to. Okay, let's do a show specifically on Christus Victor. That would be fun.
Christus Victor. Yeah, we could do one on atonement. That'd be great.
That is a particular model of the atonement, and I think that would be a wonderful show. Well, with that said, honey, do you have anything else to add?
I don't. I enjoyed myself, and I love the interaction. And I want to thank everybody for being very patient with some of our sound problems, and comment on YouTube, and we'll get to some of your questions on YouTube.
Yeah, I felt like
For all my Facebook friends, big shout out, because I know a bunch of them are watching or listening.
All right.
I tell you what, you do have some awesome friends, and I'm playing one of the guys on the backside. I'm holding my phone with a microphone to the bottom side of my iPhone, so it's rather strange doing it this way, but it's been wonderful. Thank you, Michael, again.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.